to get out of the opening the way he feels more comfortable with, and he's hoping, of course, that within his preparation, that there will be no surprises or huge surprises, and then we'll see how much time one of the player is going to think first, more or less.
And there we have the first move.
And there we have the first move, e4, which is a kind of surprise for me. Yeah, they had quite a few games in e4 also in their games. And e5, the same, Karjakin is replying the same move as Carlsen was yesterday. Knight f3, knight c6, most likely there's a good chance it's going to be, I'm expecting bishop b5. And now possibly knight f6 will be. Now it's a big question, knight f3, this is the Berlin defense. We were discussing in round 2 about this, that this could be. This is a very popular line, which was actually played in the big match of Kasparov-Kramnik. And Kramnik's, this was the biggest weapon which he decided to play against Kasparov. The other move was d4. Now after rook e1, knight d6, I think we can expect the next about 8 to 10 moves to be flashed out pretty fast. Knight e5. Now black has, most likely he's going to play bishop e7. He wants to castle as soon as possible, which he's going to do. Bishop went back because it was under attack. Now black will be taking on e5 probably. And it seems like that Magnus is ready to play a long game, and probably it's going to be a game where he wants to take advantage in a very, very slow manner. And again, we are having actually a symmetrical position as in the previous rounds. This time is the the white and the black e-pawn disappeared so far. Knight takes, knight grab, the knight. Rook takes e5, obviously. Now black will be castling. Now there are different alternatives for white to play d4 possibly, or to play knight c3, or even to come back with the rook. d4, it's a very logical continuation, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. Of course, that's the idea for white, to develop as soon as possible. Black's problem, difficulty is with the d6 knight. That's the key element for him, how he can make space for the pawn move. Probably bishop f6 is going to happen.
Can you tell us why the e4 move surprised you?
Lately, I think Magnus was playing, of course, time to time he is playing e4, and maybe that's the reason he played e4, because maybe I was not the only one who thought it's going to be a surprise. Now rook e2, also to rook e1 was another possibility, but rook to e2, it can be useful later on, not to waste the tempo when later when the rook will be doubling on the e5. So this is already something he has in mind.
And how do you see the position now?
Well, it's still, actually rook e2 is a very rare line. Actually, what I see, it's only 4 games were played. It is some small surprise already for Karjakin, I think. This is already a sideline, side move within this Berlin defense. And this is the main idea for Magnus, to have really something very unpleasant for Karjakin, and for have it for a long time, this little pressure that I might get a little advantage. Because this is psychologically is a very strong element to do this way. And it's also, of course, it worked out for Karjakin, and I think Magnus also checked it a lot and analyzed a lot this position also. But it is not sharp, is it not forced? So they both have to feel the position, what are the concrete moves. Now I think that knight f5 could be the the move, attack the d4 knight, and after, let's say, white plays c3, then black could play d5. So after knight f5, probably white's plan would be to play d5 and keep space advantage, not to allow the bishop on c8, probably d6, and then that's how he would be opening up the diagonal for the bishop. But there's also another alternative for black, already instead of knight f5, to play possibly b6 and develop the bishop to b7 on the long diagonal. So this is already a choice what Karjakin has to make, but I'm pretty sure it's very hard for me to imagine that he was not looking this position and analyzing, and that he didn't check this position and he never had this. It's very hard for me to believe. Also, a third option for black is to play rook e8 immediately to try to exchange the rook on the e file, but probably I wouldn't think that that's the best move. I think the two alternatives between knight f5 and b6, which Karjakin is thinking of. But of course, we're going to see how big of a surprise is this rook e2 move to Karjakin, because so far he's only used a few minutes, but now, as we can see, he's holding his head. And I'm not sure what is the reason, whether he's trying to call back from his memory what is the best option.
But despite the fact that he's holding his hands, do you think he's happy with this opening?
I think he's not really thinking about whether he's happy or not. He's already focusing very much what is the best way not to allow Magnus to get what he's aiming for. Because both alternative is, it's not that, I can't even say that possibly one move is better than the other one, knight f5 or b6. But it's more, he's thinking, I think, psychologically, that what is the move which Magnus would be more happy with, the b6 structure or the knight f5, and that the pawn is going to be moved. So now, of course, he's already thinking for the long run what will be the outcome of the game later on, because he knows exactly that Magnus has all the energy and wants to press him for a long time. So we'll see. I'm really curious how he will react, Karjakin, on this move.
Then we have got visitors in the studio. Chess journalist Leandro Garcia. So nice to have you here.
Thank you very much. Also for me, it's nice to be here. Thank you.
What's your impression of these World Championships so far?
Well, for the spectators, probably both first games were not very spectacular, but I think it was significant. At the first game, my impression was a confirmation of how well prepared Karjakin is. And at the second game, my headline was, Karjakin is not afraid of Carlsen. Because in a couple of moments, he had the opportunity to simplify the position and to force a quick draw, but he invited Magnus to complicate the game. And I think from the psychological point of view, that means that he is ready for a fight. He is not afraid anymore of Magnus.
What about today's opening?
Well, I was taking pictures, so I couldn't see the moves, but I think what Judith say, I'm sure is right about that.
Well, it's the Berlin defense, which we saw quite a lot of times in World Championship. As I mentioned, Kramnik's secret weapon was Berlin. And since then, since 2000, it was taken up by practically with all the top players. And it is really something, gives a hard time for White and provokes him to show how can you give advantage for White. And this is the huge challenge. And when we talk about advantage in this line, it's not about huge advantage. It's not something, it is so clear. Sometimes it's really so little that the main idea is just to press and that the opponent can't stand the pressure and then makes unnecessary mistakes.
The first thing we can say, I suppose, is that Karjakin is ready for a 5 or 6 hours fight today.
Well, he's that kind of character anyway, who is ready for a 5-6 hour fight, and Magnus is
Against
not less
Magnus.
ready. Yeah. And Karjakin is a great defender. Let's be realistic on
Yes,
that. I mean,
right.
he's one of the best defenders.
You've been in chess for 50 years, 40 years?
I was a semi-professional chess player for 10 years, and then in 1983, I became a journalist specialized in chess. So 33 years as a journalist, lecturer, presenter, commentator, and so on.
What's the biggest changes in chess from the time you started and now? Here we sit,
Well,
2016.
Everything related to the internet. I mean, it's a complete revolution. When I was a chess player, if I was going to play a round-robin tournament, let's say 10 players, then several months in advance, I had to send post mails in order to get information of my opponents, somebody from Romania or somebody from Canada, I don't know. Now I just write the name in my database, I put enter, and I have the list of all the games played by this player during the whole career. So it's a complete revolution.
What do you think about chess in schools and the development there?
Well, I have been dedicated to that very strongly in the last 10 years or so. We have several scientific studies and a lot of international experiences almost always getting to the same conclusion. Those children playing chess or being pupils of educational chess are improving their intelligence in multiple parameters, including the emotional intelligence, more than others. And they are also improving their academic performance, especially in mathematics and reading comprehension, which I think are two fields of extreme importance.
Me and Judith were talking about a 3-year-old Russian kid earlier this broadcast, and he should have a head start than Judith, this kid.
How old you said?
He's
3 years old, and he
3
played a
years old.
draw with Karpov on a TV show.
Well, but I think this is too much. I mean, for a 3 years old, this is clearly too much. It's a very exceptional case. When we are talking about children between 2 and 5 years old, it's completely out of sense expecting them to play a chess game. But, and this but is with capital letters, chess is a fantastic tool to transmit a lot of values which are very important at that age, like laterality, psychomotricity, concentration, attention, memory, respect for the opponent, respect for the rules, first intention repression or control, logical thinking in a very elemental way, geometry, all that you can develop through a giant chessboard on the floor. And then the teacher has to use her or his own body to teach the children. And the children should become chess pieces themselves. And that is very good from the educational point of view. But pretending to show to teach the Sicilian defense to a 3-year-old, this is too much.
But it was interesting that he was playing with Karpov, and after move 3, bishop b4, Karpov asked him, "Do you know which opening is this?" And he said, "Yes, it's the Nimzo-Indian." So,
But
well,
it's a
there are
very extraordinary
exceptions.
case.
Of course, it
Very
is a very big exceptions, but we can find some kids who get really addicted at a very early age, 3.5.
Now we're talking about children, but all this you're talking about should be good for senior citizens as well, shouldn't it?
Yes, of course. There are also some scientific studies about chess and brain aging. It has been demonstrated, especially here in New York, at the Albert Einstein Institute. They observed 460 elderly people for 21 years. And they divided them in many groups. Some of them were learning foreign languages, others were learning musical instruments or going to the gymnasium or participating in debates and so on. The group which developed more their cognitive reserve, which is a kind of deposit we have in our brain, the fuller it is, the better you are prepared against Alzheimer. Then the best group was the chess players, followed by the bridge players, and maybe this is very good news from some of our listeners, the third group were the dancers. because dancing requires a very good coordination between the brain and the rest of the body.
Ah.
But the leader of this group of neurologists, Dr. Virghese, in a Washington Post interview, said very soon our doctor will recommend us a daily chess game, a daily crossword, and moderate physical exercise, and so on.
And these two guys at the board, Judith, then should be very old people.
Well, in this particular case, there is a problem because the stress could be a negative factor.
Okay.
And, you know, all in general, any sport which goes to the very top, it means that you are bringing your body to the limit. In chess, you are bringing your brain to the limit. And the amount of stress is extremely high. So when I was talking about chess in order to delay brain aging, I'm talking about normal chess, not very top
Okay,
chess.
I see.
Okay?
What is Karjakin's brain trying to figure out now, Judith?
Well, at this point, he's thinking already for 12 minutes. And I think he's evaluating which is the best option, whether really to play knight f5 or b6. In the meantime, some other move came to my mind, possibly c6. But really, I think what Karjakin wants to figure out at the moment and analyzing in his brain that what can Magnus have in his mind, what kind of ideas he wants to have on the board, what kind and type of position he would be really happy with, or the most convenient situation would be, because he knows it exactly that it's going to be a long game, most likely. For sure, Magnus is ready to fight until move 90 or 110. I think he's very determined about that. And no matter whether how drawish position looks like or equal kind of position, he has his ideas, and he was working on this, and I'm pretty sure he was playing a lot of training games on this to feel how the middle game is going to develop, and also what kind of end games can be something to give him some advantage. So this game is definitely going to be about the nuances, about slowly, very slowly, or extremely slowly to build up something to give a really unpleasant time for Karjakin. That's the main idea from Magnus' point of view, and this is exactly Karjakin wants to avoid.
Mm-hmm. Having only one open line, what could be a good plan in order to create new weaknesses on Black's side?
Generally speaking, I think the main idea for white is to develop with the knight on c3, to develop with the bishop on f4, possibly later on maybe the f1 bishop can have some space after g4, but it's g3. I think it has to go very slowly, like let's say black would go knight f5, white would go, as I mentioned before, either c3 to protect the pawn, and then of course black would go d5. And then probably white would go bishop f4, black could go c6, let's say, white would go knight d2, and later on somehow with the plan of queen c2 to bring the rook on e1. For example, this is one of the most important in this line to how can you control the e5. Whether even though you don't do too much there, but in the long run it can be very useful. So this is a big challenge for black, how to exchange the rooks, for example. If he could exchange all the 4 rooks on the e5, then already there is a little relief for black. And also sometimes there are concrete ideas like even, but it's very rarely to play g4 and going concrete. But I think the main idea is to develop the way that he will control the e5. So that's one of the biggest battle in this game at the moment from the opening, whether what will happen with the e5, whether black can challenge there. And also one of the most important square in such a structure is the e5 square, where later on maybe the knight could come to e5, which can provoke the f-pawn to weaken the position. But that's already another 20 moves at least until we get to that stage of the game. And also there is another option which I advise to play possibly b6, and then trying to bring the bishop to b7. Probably white can go bishop f4 anyway, but it's interesting that b6 is not so much of Karjakin's style, I think. I think here we can say that I would expect from Karjakin to play knight f5. In the other hand, it's the most obvious move. And sometimes you don't want to make the most obvious move, what is the most natural for your opponent also, but you would like to try something out to make your opponent think, and that he also has to make some kind of decision. But this is very early still of the game.
Garcia, we've been talking about how the game between Carlsen and Anand was a game between generations, and this is a game between two youngsters. The most exciting for you with this matchup?
You mean comparing with?
Yeah, compared to Anand and Carlsen matchup.
Anand is also a genius, but when he played Magnus, he was already on his decline. Statistically, after 35 or 40, you had less energy, right? So for Magnus, the second match against Anand was not very motivating because it was the second one against the same opponent. I think now he's much more motivated, and he knows that Sergey is extremely tough, very well prepared, physically also tough, and I think psychologically he has improved a lot. And probably the fact that the President Putin himself and the Russian government in general are supporting him strongly, because President Putin has said already at least twice, I was there one of those times, he said that it's a priority for Russia to recuperate the domination in chess. So that gives to Karjakin a lot of psychological strength and responsibility.
But could this support also make Karjakin nervous? That he has Russian chess on his shoulders.
It could, but I think he feels proud, because don't forget that he wasn't born in Russia. He was born in Ukraine. He got an offer from Russia. He got everything. He got, for instance, Kasparov's coach, Yuri Dohoyan, who is a very good one, of course. So he feels very motivated because of that. And I'm sure he's 100% of his shape here.
This is exciting, Judith.
Actually, it's interesting to say that at the candidates tournament, when Karjakin qualified, first of all, he has the ability to win the right game, which was exactly what happened in the candidates match, that his opponent made only one mistake in move 36, but he grabbed the opportunity and he won the game.
You mean Caruana?
Against Caruana he played.
Yes.
Sorry. And Karjakin won there. But it's not only that. It was, I think, maybe the first time, maybe not. But his performance was 2850 around the rating what Magnus Carlsen is.
Yeah.
So actually, sometimes he is able to give the maximum out and perform extremely well. That's very clear. If he wants to win this match, then he has to play games of his life.
Because on paper, there's an 81-point difference. That's a lot.
Yeah, I think theoretically Magnus is one step ahead. Magnus is a genius definitely. Karjakin probably is not a genius, but his knowledge of chess is huge. So if Magnus is not at his best 100% level, then he's going to suffer seriously.
And Magnus being the world #1 also means that he is the most stable chess player overall, obviously.
Yes, it's very clear that Magnus is extremely stable in the chess world, and if you look at the chart, he was really just improving, and once he got the #1 seed in the world, only once or twice in the beginning, he switched to second place, but then in the last few years already, from 2010 or something, he's practically #1 without a break, and actually there is a very big gap after him, which was extremely strange. For many years, I had the feeling that when he was already by far #1, he was around 2850. I still had the feeling that he didn't give everything into this game, and he can still increase. And then sometimes I had the feeling that he can reach the 3,000 rating points. And actually, I think once there will be some players who will be very much close to him in rating, probably that would inspire him to really go further with the rating, but at least over 2,900 possibly.
No, I fully agree with what Judith said. I think after following him since he was 12, I think, Well, I think sometimes his problem is to get motivated because, over number one is nothing. So somebody has to tell him that if he's not number one anymore, his life will be much worse, and then he gets motivated. So actually, according to Judith, Magnus is potentially capable to beat the most difficult record of Kasparov, which is to be number one for 20 years in a row. But the big question is, what will happen if Magnus gets in love with somebody one day? Because
I remember it was the same question with me when I was playing.
yeah, because
Did it affect you?
No, I think sometimes it can actually, you can even make a bigger step ahead. I mean, if the right person gets next to you, then I think it can give you wings.
But you know Kasparov very well. You know that although he was married, I think 3 times, yes, his first priority was always chess. And this is almost unhuman.
Well, I think it's actually in all sports. I think it is, if you really want to go to the highest level and you believe in yourself and the team around you believes in your potentials, then actually chess or any other sport has to be number one. It overrides everything else, because when you do sport, you go to see a movie, you do other things, you do other activities. It's also kind of in order to optimize your ability to sit at the board for 5 hours or at the place where you really do your work, your passion, to excel as much as possible.
And Magnus is a person that, he thinks about chess all the time, but he really likes to have a life on the side. Could that be a good thing for him?
Oh yes, this is necessary, because you need not only a lot of technical knowledge, also a physical preparation, but also a psychological balance. Because if you don't get a psychological balance, more sooner than later, then you will break down. To have a psychological balance is essential. And then, as you said, Magnus has let's say a normal life outside chess, and this is very important. Otherwise, it could be counterproductive for him as a chess player.
Yeah, I also believe that you're absolutely right to keep the balance, and I think somehow Magnus and his team, his father, his family, really found this great balance of. I think, for example, if you would take away sporting ability from Magnus, I think his rating would drop like 100 points. I mean, it really gives him it is so much of part of his preparation, physically and mentally, to keep the balance from this point of view. That I mean, they are really fantastic in keeping the balance, and that he's really happy. And you can see whenever he's giving a press conference, playing game, he just feels comfortable in.
I think it's the opposite.
Appearance.
The opposite case of Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer, in his 31st years of life, his life was only chess and nothing else. And then, of course, he was a big genius. His IQ was bigger than Einstein's one, but he became mentally ill. And probably, I have checked this with several psychiatrists, they told me if Fischer's childhood will be much more balanced, probably his mental health will have been much better as well.
The cliche picture
Finally,
of...
sorry.
They have a move?
Finally, we have a move. Yeah,
Yeah,
after
okay.
25 minutes of thinking, Karjakin made a decision and played b6. And the main idea is, of course, that he decided that he wants to go with his bishop on the queen side to b7. It's interesting because it means that he doesn't want to play the symmetrical position only, as with the other option. If he would have played knight f5, this would have been the case, that practically he would be fighting how to equalize the game. With this move b6, I believe it was actually probably it was a very good choice from point of view that really it is not so symmetrical like the pieces is going to be in different size. Bishop on b7 will give some tactical opportunity also for black possibly. And now we'll see how Magnus is going to improve his position or develop his pieces. Bishop f4 is the most natural move at first, but also he might be maybe bringing his knight to c3 And possibly later on, one of the most obvious move for white, once black is playing bishop b7, is the move d5. This is something which is very typical, and this is what Magnus is going to be playing for. But now also it's possible maybe c3 is an option, though at the moment I think b6 is also a good idea, because it's not only bishop b7 but bishop a6 is threatening to exchange the white square bishop, and then already it would be, the position would be more towards to equalize the game. So I'm very curious how Magnus will be deciding to continue the game against bishop a6. Still, I believe bishop f4 is the most logical, but it's also possible that he might be going rook e1, but that wouldn't make too much sense, because it would mean that white would be losing a tempo. And this is interesting how fast Magnus will be playing. And actually, he played rook e1. He played rook e1, which means to me that actually, you see, it is a completely psychological battle. He played rook e2, and it made Karjakin think, which direction should I go? To go knight f5 or b6? He spent 25 minutes on it. And after that, he played, after b6, he played rook e1, which is absolutely not a logical move, because you're losing a tempo. You could make this move in one move. But he might be thinking, actually it was kind of obvious, because bishop a6 was such a strong threat that he has kind of no other move. But this is something, I mean, it's typical. If not, Magnus would be sitting there. If no Magnus would be sitting there with white, but let's say a 2300 player, they would say, well, he better prepare better next time. But of course, it's not the case with Magnus. For example, with b6, Magnus could think and say that at the end, when you're going to play knight f5, I play c3, let's say, you're playing d5, the extra move b6 can give some weaknesses in your play in c6, and it is something, the extra move b6, it is simply a different game. Sometimes later on white can play a4, a5 to open up the line, and actually it is interesting that only one pawn got exchanged, but just by this pawn is one move ahead compared to the regular normal system. It gives a completely different approach, it gives completely different ideas for white to try to get an advantage. Of course, objectively, I believe it cannot be something, the best move to play rook e1 and after b6 rook e1, but psychologically it took 25 minutes away from Karjakin.
That's interesting.
As you can see, only a genius can understand another genius.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Do you believe computer things like stockfish?
Sorry?
Stockfish?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you believe it? Do you believe in it?
Well, I use a stockfish. I have a daily column.
You have a new move?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
We have a new move.
Yeah.
Karjakin played rook e8, which is a very common continuation in such a move. We are talking now exactly about who is going to control the e-file, and Karjakin wouldn't like to give this opportunity for white to really take control over. And now it's a question whether Karjakin will be exchanging, but I have strong doubts that he will not have alternative to avoid the exchange of the rooks. So probably he will either take with the rook on e8, where black would have two options, but I think the most natural one would be knight e8, and then later on to either to play bishop b7 or open up with d5, the bishop's diagonal, or the other option is to wait and play, let's say, bishop f4, or to play c3 and wait until black is taking the rook on e1.
Yeah, I'm using Stockfish and other programs like that in my daily work. I have a chess daily column in El País, the leading newspaper for Spain and Latin American countries. And I use Stockfish in order to double-check tactics. I mean, not for strategical ideas, of course, but for tactics. Of course, it saves a lot of time, and of course, it's 1,000 times more precise than myself.
Because now Judith Stockfish says that Magnus has a slight advantage.
I don't agree too much with it. No, to be honest, if Black plays well, I think he can equalize in the next 5 to 7 moves. But of course, he has to play exactly the best moves.
Well, I suppose, Judith, everything depends on how you configure the program. I mean, for instance, a space advantage should be a factor for the program, and then that could explain why it says there is a small advantage,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But it's very difficult to calibrate the program the right way in some type of position. We got a move and bishop f4 was played. I was kind of sure that Magnus is not going to spend too much time. It is very obvious that for Magnus it can be even home preparation in the next 10 moves. That can easily be the case. And of course it's not nice for Karjakin if he really has to work out all with his brain right immediately already here. Rook takes e1, queen takes e1. Now the d4 pawn is hanging at the moment, and Black will have to decide whether to take it or not. Then there is interesting, maybe there is some tactical problem might occur for Black, because White could take the bishop, the knight on d6, and after c takes d6, queen e4 is a double attack. The 8-8 rook, and the d4 bishop is under attack, but Black could go continue with bishop b2. White could be taking the rook on a8. And interestingly enough, if Black is taking the a1 rook, which is not obliged because the rook cannot go away, then bishop a6, and because of the pin, White is actually winning a piece already. So Black will have to avoid this. After queen a8, it would be possible maybe to go away, queen f8, which is actually it's getting incredibly interesting if the game goes this, but we can make sure 100% that Magnus is, actually this time it would be Magnus who catches Karjakin in home preparation. And the fantastic thing is that now knight c3 is the best move. And if bishop c3, then we can escape with the rook with an exchange up, and White would be winning. And after bishop takes a1, then knight d5, I guess, the move. And it becomes very extremely concrete, and actually it's a forced win for White. So actually Karjakin can make a blunder by taking the pawn on d4, which is extremely interesting. He will not do that because he will calculate all the lines here, and he also has the feeling for the game that he knows exactly that Magnus spent only few minutes. He has more time on his clock than he started with. And then I think bishop b7 might be the move, but later on it can be with a double pawn after bishop d6 cd, and again we might end up having double pawns.
But don't you think that Magnus catching his opponent at the opening is extraordinary news? I mean, it happens time to time only, right?
Yeah, it happens very rarely because he's looking forward for long games. Yeah. So he has a completely different approach with this. But the opponent is spending a lot of energy on calculating. Of course, most of the time they don't end up blundering something. But Karjakin was already spending quite a bit of time previously. Now he's going to spend also again another 5 to 10 minutes. And then we'll see. And it's still very early in the game. We are only move 13. And of course, time is a very big part of the game.
Yes.
And this is also very clear that Magnus always plays pretty fast. And he knows that it can be a very serious factor, especially from move 30 to 40 in the time trouble if the opponent has time trouble.
Garcia, you said that it takes a genius to see a genius. What divides a chess genius from us normal people?
Well, you know, the day Fischer died, I was in Vacancy in Holland, where every January we have one of the most important top chess tournaments being played there. And then my boss called me and said, Leoncho, you have to type as an animal because we are going to give you about 4 pages. Then I thought, well, what can I do? Something quick. And then as all the top players, the world top players were there, then I said, okay, first of all, I'm going to ask their opinion about Fischer. And the first one coming there was Magnus. He was at that moment about 17, I think. And then I asked him, what do you think about Fischer? And he said, well, what I admire more from Fischer is that he's able to make apparently easy, what is in reality extremely difficult. And I am trying to imitate him. And then I thought, well, this is a genius making a description of another genius. Because what is to be a genius? To make apparently easy what in reality is very difficult. It's a good description, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree, Judith?
Yeah, it's an interesting approach.
Finally, Garcia, what kind of game do you think we're going to have today?
Well, after the last moves, it looks like Magnus today is really very well mentalized to go for it. It's not just a steady fight as it was the first game. And today, my prognosis is we are going to see a very interesting fight. Yeah.
That sounds perfect. Thank you so much for coming to the.
It has been a real pleasure to be with you. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we will go to our reporter Kaja in the field. Oh, now okay, we're not ready yet for that. We'll go to that pretty soon. But Judith, can you?
I'm happy to show you the trap.
Show us.
So I get my board
Please
back.
do, please do.
And that how interesting that really in few moves it is possible already two ways to blunder for Karjakin. Because if the black would move his knight to knight f5, which could be also a very natural move, then white would go bishop takes c7, and black would not be able to take because queen a8 mate. So it's very clear there is not so much of an option for black, to be honest, because knight f5 is a blunder, bishop d4 is a blunder, as we checked. So now most likely black has no better than to develop bishop b7, and really we are going to have the structure bishop d6, c takes d6, and then this can be really a long game. This can be something unpleasant for Karjakin. I mean, in some ways, again, Magnus is geniusly choosing an opening to give something, and this is his so special, how to give the opponent the critical point to think of. Actually, he played queen e7. Queen e7. I think he's going to exchange queen takes e7, and immediately we are ending up in a little kind of middle game without queens. And I think this is exactly what Magnus had in mind, that this is what he wants to play. Because Karjakin decided that he does not want to allow Magnus to make his pawns double pawn, to make it double them. Because that was Magnus's dream. So he doesn't want to give the opportunity that he gets what he wants or what he was aiming for. And now I'm expecting either knight c3 or possibly just taking on e7, bishop takes e7, knight c3 is a logical move, but maybe it's not the best move. Maybe Magnus would be putting the knight to somewhere else.
Tell us a bit about what you mean by unpleasant. Do you mean a long and complicated game?
Well, it's not going to be complicated really, but I would say it can be a long game and unpleasant. And in these positions, the biggest danger for black is that you know that you don't have a big disadvantage. It's not that you have a very bad position, but in every move you have to deal with the question, what should I make? Which move should I make? Do I make a weakness on the king side? Should I make a move with the g pawn, with the h pawn? Should I exchange one of the pieces, whether it's going to be a better game for me without rooks, or I should keep it? And then continuously you have to think about the future, what will be in the later stage of the game. So it is very stressy and it's very energy demanding. And of course, Karjakin knows exactly very well how dangerous Magnus can be in the fourth or the fifth hour.
Do you think he's thinking about the future now, going back and forth in the lounge?
Karjakin. Is it Karjakin?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. I don't think he's too unhappy with his position. He's calculating lines. He's thinking out where the dangers can come from. And in the next few moves, it will be very clear how Magnus will place his pieces. Where is he going to develop his knight, and how fast is he going to bring his rook? Which will be, of course, a big question, because in such a position, it can be also that he will bring his rook to the e file, the only open file, or again, he's in the game, it will be the a rook will be playing by playing a4, a5, and open up the a line, a file. And actually, To be honest, by his body language, I have the feeling that maybe it's already a new position for Magnus, but I would be surprised if he wouldn't check this at least a bit. Maybe he has different alternatives when they stopped analyzing at this stage and they thought that there are different moves, like even knight a3 can be an alternative. And I mean, it happens quite a lot of times when we analyze a situation and we consider, well, okay, I'm not afraid of this move. I think white is just slightly better. I will play something. I have different alternatives. When it gets on the board, I will decide there.
Do you think they're equally happy / unhappy, both of them, at this stage?
I think Magnus is completely happy. I mean, this is exactly what he wanted to get, I think. And Karjakin is not too unhappy. Now, again, the real question will be how much Magnus will be able to press Karjakin. In the other hand, of course, Karjakin is one of the best defender in the world, and Magnus also knows this. It's very clear that he would want to win the game and decide already to have the first decisive game. But at the moment, they are both. None of them think about this. I think they have to be very alert to know exactly where to put their rooks and the pieces in order to equalize from Karjakin's point of view, or to try to press as much as possible.
I don't know if you can say if Magnus fears anything, but
there is no way he fears
but
about.
Karjakin's defending abilities is something closest to what Magnus fears.
He knows it. He knows it that it will be extremely difficult to crack Karjakin. He knows it that it is really a very difficult challenge for him, and this is one of the most interesting for me to see how Magnus would be cracking Karjakin's defense, because it is true that with this match they are both extremely young. They both have a lot of energy and they are both very well prepared. And you can't say that we enter into the fifth hour and then the opponent will crack because he doesn't have enough energy and gets tired, as it happened with Anand, for example.
I love these pictures when the world champion and the challenger are sitting in each room just thinking what to do next. How will this game be? I like the tension in this.
Yeah, I think they were very tense in the beginning of the game, and then after a short time, now it's very clear that they are very much into the game, and they both know what came out, what kind of structure is going to happen, and how is it really possible to take advantage or have advantage for white. It is really, there is very, very, very slight advantage possibilities for white, and there are many games in this system where white is trying, but with every move.
Okay, then Judith, I think we'll take a leap into the field. So Kaja, go ahead.
Yeah, we're out in the field, and there's just been a press conference in the building. We have Kate Murphy. She's the CEO of Play Magnus. Can you tell us what this press conference was about?
Today we launched Magnus's second app, the Magnus Trainer, and this product was all about teaching and learning chess and training, absolutely.
So we know the Play Magnus app where you can actually play against Magnus. What is new with this one?
So the Play Magnus app is for people that know how to play chess already. You play against Magnus at different ages. The trainer is about learning everything from the absolute basics and then moving up for more advanced players. How does Magnus think towards his own games? So coming into strategy, he will tell you about why I chose to do this move in this position, for instance.
So people around the world can now actually have the world champion as their personal chess trainer.
Exactly, that's the idea. One of Magnus's goals is to get more people interested in playing chess. So having him as your personal coach, I mean, how cooler could it be? How more perfect?
And we also have to ask you, how many downloads have you had for the Play Magnus app?
The original app is just hovering around 1 million now. So I expect during the course of these next few weeks that we will hit our 1 million.
And I heard the rumor that it's downloaded in almost every country?
Almost every country except for for North Korea and South Sudan. Yeah.
If people download this app, what's it actually going to look like? How's it going to work?
Well, it's a trainer. So you come in and you take it like a course. So you'll actually come in, choose your level. You'll say, hey, I'm an absolute beginner. I don't even know how the pieces move. Or I've played chess for years. I'm more advanced. And you'll get set into a certain area in the course and you can start working through that way with mini games and attached theory.
You gotten any better at chess working with this?
Absolutely. When I started my job, I didn't know how the pieces moved. Truthfully, I didn't. So with this, working with this company and then through this trainer, yeah, I've actually been reading through the theory and finding it really interesting.
And you say you want to use chess to make the world a smarter place. Do you think this is going to do that?
Well, looking at all the studies around chess and how it improves the mind of youth, looking at different studies around analytical thinking, problem solving, and the chess trainer is going to be doing just that, training chess, training those analytical skills. And so we see that absolutely if kids are spending their time on the trainer, then they're training their brain more than they would on a game like Candy Crush or something like that.
So that's perfect. So Magnus is going to help us get a little bit smarter, Knut.
Yeah, that's very nice, Kaja. And 1 million downloads, Judith. Magnus Carlsen is getting a very, very strong market position.
Yes, it's a great thing. I think that anybody can download and see such a things, and there are actually there are a lot of websites also, and there are a lot of places where you can play chess. So actually, there's a big variety of places through the internet and different apps where you can learn the game, and it is of course extremely nice to have one from the world champion.
Yeah, now we can go in and train from the very bottom level, and that has to be positive to reach out to the people.
Yeah. I think this is one of the most important. If somebody gets interested about the game, then they find different platforms where they can get the first steps and they can be inspired, and really they can learn from move to move, step by step, while they are enjoying the process of learning it. And then later on they have the opportunity to play either on the internet or through the app, or go somewhere physically and really experience the real chess tournament.
And the guy with the app has now been thinking for over 10 minutes for this next move.
Yes, Magnus, I have the feeling that he really ended up in this situation that during the preparation he thought that, okay, if black plays queen e7, I do something at the board and I will decide there. And there is quite a few alternatives for him. Not much, but there are nuances which makes the difference. Of course, queen e7 is the exchanging the queens. It will be pretty obvious that in the next 1 or 2 moves it will be exchanged. The question again is the same question what we had before when the rook was standing opposite to the white rook on the e file. The question was whether white is taking the rook or white waits, Magnus waits until black is capturing the rook. And now it's exactly the same question. Whether is it better for white, for Magnus to capture the queen first, or is he going to make a move before and let the opportunity for black to capture the queen, and that's how it will be exchanged. I think there are some alternatives like the most natural move, of course, it's queen takes e7, really to exchange the queen right on the spot now. But maybe there are other options to develop, for example, with the knight to a3, or well, the most natural would be, of course, to exchange the queens and develop to d2, a3, or c3 with the knight, and then bring the rook to the center. But every move has its very valuable time, so it's very clear that Magnus cannot waste time if he really wants to get a game with advantage, or at least really to press Karjakin in this game.
We have been playing for almost 1 hour now. Can you please, for new viewers, sum up the first hour of chess?
There was an interesting opening. Well, e4 started Magnus, where some of us maybe were not expecting this, but of course it's a part of his repertoire. And the Berlin defense, of course, it was absolutely not a surprise by Karjakin, as even I played some games with him in this defense. And of course, both players were extremely well prepared, because this Berlin defense is famous for that it's incredibly difficult to crack it. It's like a very solid opening for black, and white is having big difficulties since 2000, since the Kasparov-Kramnik match, where Kramnik practically won the match because choosing this opening. And then white choose a solid line where the game is becoming completely symmetric on both sides. There is only one open line, the E file. And the big challenges in this game, position where white can press and get some space advantage and have the opportunity to really give a hard time for black, and with little moves improve his position, while black is of course continuously challenged, and he would like to equalize by exchanging as many pieces as possible. And also it's important not to allow most of the time to exchange the bishop for the knight, and allow that black would be having double pawns on the d file. Well, there are, I think, like at least 80% of the games, maybe more, in the Berlin defense is finished with a draw. But to be honest, it is also possible for black to win these positions. But most of the time, it very rarely happens that white can really excel and win a nice game. But you never know. I think in the next 5-6 moves, we'll see whether Magnus will be able to get a little small advantage.
And you never know with Magnus Carlsen playing chess. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, he's very careful, but he has all the energy and ambition and drive to show what can he show on the chessboard, and he feels extremely the details of the game. And it comes, I think, from the fact that he loves the game. He's incredibly optimistic about his game. Knight c3 happened, so he didn't want to exchange the queen on e7, but he prefers to leave the choice again. So this is also very typical by Magnus, that he always tries to make a move which keeps the tension and gives the opportunity for the opponent to make a decision. And this is very important, because of course if the opponent has to make a decision and has quite a few reasonable alternatives, then it takes a lot of energy. Bishop b7 immediately. So Sergey is also saying that I'm not going to grab your queen. So we keep the tension. And now it's a battle whether who will take the other's queen, because it's pretty much clear that it will be taken, or that's what I'm thinking that it would be happening, because if white goes out from the exchange, let's say queen d2, then suddenly rook e8 and black would have a fantastic position, because suddenly black is taking over the e file, and white can not afford this. As we talked about it before, this is one of the most important part of the system, that who is controlling the e file. That's why I'm expecting that probably queen takes e7 would be the move. And after bishop e7, now I'm curious whether, let's say, Magnus would be playing a4 and trying to take advantage of the fact that the black pawn on b6, and trying to play a5 later on. But that's more of an unusual option. Or he's going to play the more natural way of controlling the e file, and then black again has to make a decision whether to move the bishop to f6 or to make king f8 move. So it's every move, and Karjakin will have to make a decision, which is not easy, because one move or the other is not very big difference between the two. It's not a blunder, it's just a small decision to make.
You just summed up the first hour, but what does this first hour promise for the next?
For the next hour?
Yeah.
I think in the next hour we'll see definitely if the game will be a draw, or it's going to be something where Magnus can squeeze, unless he's going to misplay it, and Karjakin will be having a nice position.
How fast and how quickly can we probably see that?
I think in the next few moves, I think we are going to see already something about that, because after exchanging the queens, or after the yes, and Magnus took on e7, which we were expecting. Of course, the Karjakin is not at the board, that's why he's not playing instantly taking back the queen, which he's doing now. And now it's a question how Carlsen really wants to play. I wouldn't be surprised if he would play very fast the move rook e1. That's the most natural way of continuing the game. In the next really few moves, we'll have to see every move. If Black is making the accurate moves, then he shouldn't have big problems. Even small problems maybe he can avoid. But a4, this we were discussing, that this is an alternative. And it's again, he made a move where again he makes Karjakin to make a decision.
Make a decision, yeah.
Again, he's making a move to make it more interesting. And it's always very critical in this kind of position when you get a4 or you get similarly on the other side, whether to allow a5 or to block the white pawn. And it is a very serious, decisive, it can be decisive decision by Black, and it is really, really fantastic to see how Magnus is making moves in each move somehow to make Karjakin think and have to decide how to react on this. Whether is he going to really make a committal move like a5? As we know, the pawns never move back, so it's something that he really have to decide whether he blocks it or he allows white to play a5.
Okay. Again, Magnus Carlsen made Sergey Karjakin make a decision. When we will be back from a short commercial break? Maybe Karjakin has done the decision. We'll see. And being back, we have some visitors in the studio. Reporter Kaja, do we have anything from the social media right now?
I haven't really been able to go through it yet, but I see that we have a lot of notifications. So people are starting to send us questions. I have to remind you, it's the hashtag WorldChess2016 on Twitter, and then, of course, our Facebook page. So I'll start getting into that now, and hopefully we have some great move suggestions and maybe some thoughts of the game.
We're looking forward to get some questions from the viewers. And as the other days, we have Peter Daggers from chess.com. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here again.
What do you think about the opening and the first hour?
Yeah, it's very interesting actually. I mean, okay, the first moment was of course the Berlin, and it has not a good reputation, but maybe unjustly so. Just like we were mentioning that many draws can be interesting. Actually, many Berlin games have been very interesting. We shouldn't actually blame the opening, I guess. But yeah, and now what's happening is, of course, maybe Magnus is getting some edge out of preparation, which as Leoncha said, is pretty rare. Well, it's not that rare, but it's also against what he's known of doing. So, yeah, good stuff.
Can you explain a bit about when you're saying having a bad reputation? Mm-hmm. Explain what you mean by that.
Just basically two things. in general, most of the chess fans don't really like it when queens leave the board in an early stage. It basically means that it immediately becomes a bit more quiet, everything. And you won't see a king-side attack anymore or sharp tactics usually. And the main line of this opening is actually that the queens will be traded right away. So people usually call that the Berlin ending. And when Kramnik used it to defeat Kasparov in the year 2000, people also called it the Berlin Wall because Kasparov could not come over that wall during that match. And you actually have a bit of a history with that as well. You beat Gary in the same opening.
Sorry, but yes, we get back to that, but we have a move and A6 was played. And it's interesting that actually Karjakin was not spending too much time on this move, as he had the alternative to play A5, which could be pretty risky, but he chose A6. And now we'll see how Magnus, I think he thinks that on A6 the pawn eventually sometimes could be weak or something can be done with that. And now we'll see Magnus how he will develop his pieces. Maybe bishop d3 is an opportunity to cover, not to allow black knight to go to c5, f5 later on. Or I'm curious whether Magnus will keep his rook on a1 for later times, or he thinks that it's done its job on the a file. The threat was made after a4 and after a6. White is not going to play a5 for sure, because after b5 it would be absolutely only problem for white. It keeps it in mind, but only later on it can be something to think of. So rook e1 can be something kind of logical continuation, but I'm pretty sure that Magnus will come up still with some kind of interesting choices, moves where Karjakin will have to make a decision, and we'll see whether he can stay on the right road.
But before we go further, tell us about your experience with the Berlin Wall.
I was struggling myself, as every other player who is playing, who has to face it with the white pieces. And well, actually, yeah, the only game I won against Kasparov, it was exactly in this opening, but it was extremely shocking for me that he chose to play this opening himself with the black pieces, because it is very clear that the queens are disappearing shortly after the opening, and it was not his style at all. But probably it made him choose this opening because before
Maybe
that
it was his way of finally understanding the opening. Maybe I should just try it once with black because I just need to know what's going on here.
Yeah, but actually it is a typical thing that once, I mean, you have your own style and you shouldn't deviate from that too much, because there are simply some things doesn't suit your style and you don't feel comfortable with it, even though he wanted to show that he also get to know this with the black color. I think it didn't suit him at all.
So then you won the mental game there.
Actually, I think he chose this opening to be solid, because we had 2 games previously, like a year before, where I was really jumping on his king and I was attacking him, and no matter what, I was just keep going like crazy, and he didn't feel comfortable there at all. So maybe here he wanted to, he thought that, okay, we're going to play an easier game and soft game, and this is why it was his choice.
Let's go ahead with today's game, Peter.
Yeah, well, especially after that match in 2000, the opening became extremely popular among the very best players. And until now, 16 years later, it's one of the absolute main choices against 1e4, which is one of the main openings for white. So it's extremely, it's just a very good opening, actually. We were discussing it in game 1 also. And for example, Magnus if we only look at Magnus in his last 2 World Championship matches, he played 8 games in this opening with both colors against Vichy and Ant. That says something. And I've looked at their whole career, and including all classical and blitz and rapid games, Magnus played this opening 52 times with white, 51 times as black. And interestingly, Sergey also had it 1 more time with white than as black. 67 times for Sergey from the white pieces and 66 times from the black pieces. And that the numbers are so close means that they are both playing with both colors. It sort of confirms that they believe that it's extremely good opening for black, and that they are meeting it so many times against so many opponents from the white pieces.
Actually, this is also very interesting when there are not so many openings which you are playing with both colors.
Right.
It is, and this may be one of the opening which is played with both colors between the highest level top players, because it is not the same to play against this opening or to play it with the other side.
Absolutely.
G3 was made by Magnus. I was also considering G4.
Just like in the first game, G4 or G3.
Yeah. Yeah, G3 very solid. Now the idea is behind this. I think the primary idea is to play bishop h3 and attack the d7 pawn. So actually this is the reason why, one of the reasons he didn't play g4. I mean, if you play g3 later on, you can still play g4, right? And now black has to decide how does he prepare against bishop h3. It's also kind of inviting black to play something like g5 maybe, or somehow if the white f4 bishop can be in trouble. And now it is a question how Karjakin would want to play with black. It is very clear, I think, that Magnus is starting to provoke. Magnus is provoking a bit Karjakin.
We have some comments on social media now. A funny comment made by Eric saying that the 11th move by Magnus, rook e1, is way too deep for mortals to understand.
I'm gonna jump on this moment also. Yeah, I have a funny story about this phase of the game actually. Yeah. But okay, you pointed out that it is about the weakening b6 move. Magnus is basically saying, I'm willing to lose time for you to make that b6 move. It is a rare concept, but to lose a full move just to provoke some pawn move, it is a high concept, yeah.
And it doesn't happen very often that you have a belief in such an idea.
And Magnus once did even more interesting once again in a game against Karjakin, where he played a rook move, and the very next move he moved it back to the same square, saying, I just made a mistake there, and I'm just willing to acknowledge it. And that's even more rare.
Yes,
that
but
the player will just move exactly the same piece back to the previous square.
But in that case, he admitted that he made a mistake. Here he was doing it on purpose.
Right. Yeah, it is different. Yeah.
It's
So
not
Magnus
that
hasn't made any mistakes yet. Is that
I
what you're
don't
saying?
think so.
Yeah, we can go to that moment. What is most interesting is when he went to play rook e2 instead of. Why didn't he go
Then
immediately to?
We have our board,
e1?
and then we see rook e2.
Shall I mention it?
Yes.
So the idea to move the rook from e5 to e2 is not new actually. It is even
Well, there were a
even
few
in this-
games only,
Even
huh?
in this position, it's not new. But it's known from a different position actually, and it's a really nice story. Because what happened is that at some point, like 2 years ago, French #1 Maxime Vacher-Lagrave was playing against the Play Magnus app in a plane or wherever. What he was doing, and it's
Checking
interesting
out
story
Magnus.
actually, because I don't know if we mentioned it already, but today Magnus' second app is
Yeah,
launched.
we have talked about it. Yeah.
Right. Well, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave was playing against the Play Magnus app. He was playing this position, or almost the same position, not this position actually. He wanted to put his rook on e1. He made a mouse slip, as they call it, or a finger slip, and the rook dropped on e2. And then, and we actually got, I got in touch with Anish Giri, I will explain why, but my colleague Robert Hess got in touch with Maxime like half an hour ago to explain what exactly happened there. And Vacher-Lagrave said, yeah, it was on the Play Magnus app, and I thought, this is a mistake, but I might as well check it. Meaning that later on he was actually going to analyze this mistake. And then he played it. He played it in a game against Anish Giri, the Dutch #1, 2 years ago. And this is what was how this new idea was born. It's very funny from a mistake on the phone.
That's the future of chess now.
The future
It's all
of
going to
chess.
be on the apps or cell phones.
Yes, and then now in this game, it's the same idea in a slightly different position. And what is happening is that they have been following a game between former FIDE world champion Rustam Kasimdzhanov against Rand Melkumyan of Armenia. That was played this year in the Bundesliga, in the German league. And in that game, Black played e11 knight b7 to So he removed his knight and played d5 quickly.
Yeah, it is not something very tempting to go to b7
No.
with the knight. But of course, he has his point because the idea is to go d5 and then the
Yeah.
knight can come back.
Yeah.
So in any cost, he wants to open the
Exactly.
file.
And what is
for the
interesting is
bishop.
that Rustam Kasimdzhanov is actually the second of Fabiano Caruana, the world number 2. And it basically means that Kasimdzhanov decided that his idea here, rook e2, it was not worth keeping for Fabiano, because sometimes the seconds cannot play certain moves because their boss wants to play it. So the seconds, if they play chess themselves, they should refrain from playing the ideas. But in this case, apparently he thought, well, this is nothing for Fabiano, I will do it myself. And now Magnus plays it.
Yes, but also such a moves you really have to believe in the position, and moreover in yourself, that you are able to make magic after these kind of moves too.
Right.
Do you think also maybe it's possible now to think that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is one of Magnus's seconds, since we're seeing this today?
It's everything is possible, yeah.
And we know the two are quite good friends.
Yeah, they're reasonably close, and yeah, I mean, in general, I must say Maxime is a great guy, and he's friends with almost all of his colleagues. Well, friends in a way, on very friendly terms. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, Magnus has been very secretive, and in fact, Maxime. That's very interesting to know. Maxime is one of the few players who keeps on playing the very principled lines against this Berlin Wall. He's one of the few ones who actually tries this end game still in many games. So if Magnus starts to play the end game against the Berlin Wall, I'm starting to believe the theory that maybe Maxime is helping him. Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's always very tricky and questionable whether someone who wants to take the crown one day, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he is one of the intender for some future years to come. It is always a question whether would he be ready and would it be good for him to be the second of Magnus. Of course, I believe
But
it's always
still 2 years at least from now, of course.
yeah,
so.
but still, and I think, of course, it is very good for the potential challenger to train or work together with the world champion. I think I'm completely convinced that all the champions who became later champion and had the opportunity to work with the huge champions like Kasparov, we were talking the other day about this, like Kramnik had the opportunity, also Magnus earlier had the opportunity, even though they work only very little time, it gives them such a experience and feeling for it. And also they might think that, well, okay, they are also humans, they also make mistakes, so actually it opens up these cells in their brain that I can beat him one day. And this is one of the key elements to be able to become world champion later on.
Right.
But he's a very nice guy, Maxime, and I'm sure if he feels like it and he was asked to work with him, possibly he is.
An observation, Magnus has been taking his jacket on and off much more today than he has done the 2 recent days, and been sitting more calmly the other days. Does that mean anything, or is it just a coincidence? Now he has his jacket on again.
Well, maybe the air condition works.
Exactly. We should check on the temperature in the playing hall, perhaps.
No, but it can mean also that he's more nervous, and it can mean that he's getting nervous. But I think he knows that it can be a long game. Actually, I like this his last move very much. I think it's a very tricky move.
And we see Karjakin less than an hour now, only in his 17th move. This can get quite intense in a few hours.
Yeah, in fact, I was slightly surprised that he took this long think after the rook e2 move. It basically means that he either he didn't check it very well in this position, or he checked it, as we mentioned before, he might have checked it many weeks ago, and he failed to remember everything, and he needed to spend some time to refresh his memory. That's also possible. We have another move.
Yeah, we have a move, Judith.
G5. I told you that the guy is Magnus is provoking Karjakin, and they are dancing.
Yeah.
Here we are, G5. Well, Magnus was asking for it. That's very clear. But on the other hand, it gives now the alternative. I'm curious whether is he going to take on d6. This is an opportunity, for example. Bishop takes d6, and let's say bishop g2, exchanging the bishops, takes, and then possibly, of course, in this position, if black knight would be on f5, that would be a huge advantage. But probably f5 would be made by black, and then king f7, and then black has a great game. Maybe here, instead of exchanging the bishop, possibly white could cover the white square. Or bishop d6 is too optimistic, and actually there is an intermediate move now, rook e1, where if black would be taking the bishop, then rook e7, and then it would be fantastic for white. So after rook e1, black has to make either bishop f6, which after bishop e5 is possible, but also bishop d6 can be something to consider. It is getting really interesting. The other alternative is king f8 simply to defend the e7 bishop, and now Magnus will have to decide where to go with the bishop. Probably he would be coming back with the bishop to d2, or at least in this diagonal. And then it will be interesting, because really Karjakin have to pay attention on the details really, really very much, because here this f5 square, and if once white brings his bishop to h3, it can be, there could be weak spots.
Maybe also
and
f5.
little trouble.
Here.
Well, if black would be playing f5 here, I think maybe even bishop g2, or eventually maybe even a5, b5, bishop g2 can, well, maybe a5 is a bit early, but what about playing bishop g2, for example? And if, let's say, exchanging, though maybe I should have come back with the bishop with to c1, so knight c4 doesn't come with a tempo. Well, it's not much, that's clear. But again, if rook e1 would be played by Magnus, it's clear. Again, it's Karjakin who has to make a decision, really. And I think this game probably it's more difficult to play with black from some point of view, because you have to decide whether which direction you go. Whether are you going to play f5 immediately, or are you going to play h5 and g4? Are you coming with the king to f8, or you want to bring your rook to a8? But more the question is whether how black will be defending, or what is he going to do against the bishop h3 move. But I'm curious now if he's going to grab the d6, or it's or he's going to play rook e1, or possibly moving away with the bishop.
So what do you think about the position here, Peter?
Yeah, it's so complicated. I mean, of course, it's another position without queens. I must admit, a few friends of mine did complain already, probably about this fact. But yeah, this is chess, and there's quite a lot of pieces still left, and as we can see, there are still tactics possible. I would be annoyed about this knight if I were black.
The d6 knight.
Yeah, it's just a funny location, and we've seen the same on Saturday, where it was Magnus who had to solve a knight problem. It's quite a common thing in the game of chess that. At some point, a knight found himself on a bit of a strange square, and you need to maneuver it somewhere else.
You know, I have the idea that Magnus likes knights.
Okay.
It is very funny, because once I was playing with him...
You mean more than the bishop pair? Or?
Yeah, and it was very funny. It was a rapid tournament, and I was there with my husband, and I told him I was preparing against Magnus, what to play against him. Actually, one of the game I played, he was playing the Berlin, and I had a great game, but I think I lost. And then game 2, I said, no way, I don't want to lose. How to play against him? And I just told to my husband that, well, this looks very amateurish, what I'm going to tell you. But you know what? I will have one goal in this game to take Magnus's knight. And I did that, and I almost won the game. It was a draw. Of course, it's not so simple like that. But actually, I do have the feeling that he likes his knights. And actually, in the previous 2 games, he kept his knights. In one of the game, both knights, and the other
That might
one,
be a
one
tip
knight.
for Karjakin then.
Yeah.
Take his knights.
Yeah, there is actually a game developed where you start to play chess. In Dutch, it's called opdrachtschaak. So like a task chess. So everyone, it's like you have a box of different cards. Before the game, you get a task, both of the players, and the objective of the game is not even to checkmate the opponent. But for example, you read the card and it says, "Get your king on the f5 square."
Wow.
And if you manage, you can show your card and you win the game. And the other guy might have a card that says, "Take both of the knights of your opponent." It's a really nice concept, actually. Yeah.
People are starting to send us a lot of messages on our social media right now. Omar Salama has sent us a really interesting
know him.
message. Yeah, you know him?
Yeah.
Okay, because we were talking about Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, if he could possibly be a second, and Omar says that Maxime is definitely Magnus's second. He didn't even play the European Club Cup.
Oh wow.
He stayed away from that.
sign.
So that's a sign, actually.
Omar is a chess arbiter. He's a very nice guy. And, he's from Egypt, but lives in Reykjavik, Iceland.
Oh, really?
And he's an international arbiter. Very good blitz player. We have a move.
Yeah.
And look what
we'll
I
go back to
said.
Reykjavik.
He took the knight of the opponent, and after bishop d6, he's going to exchange, I think, well, maybe not, but yeah, I'm curious what he's going to do. But he's not going to give his knight. Probably bishop d3 or bishop g2 exchanging, or rook e1
First
possibly.
rookie one, maybe. Yeah.
Rook e1 is something natural. Yeah, this
Because
is
then you can
something
still
I
choose
can be.
between bishop g2 and bishop h3.
Yes,
depending
and
on
also
the,
bishop d3 somehow with the white squares. It's of course the f5 square is very weak. The d7 pawn can be caught in some unpleasant moments. Maybe now he can play bishop h3. Actually, maybe this is his idea. And then the question is whether black has to defend rook d8.
Yeah, because
Actually, then bishop
c6
h3 is
is
a good
d5, of course.
Yeah, bishop c6 was not possible because of d5. In other hand, there is an option to play, maybe the bishop can move away, maybe to f8 or e7, because then the d7 bishop pawn cannot be taken because rook d8, and then the d4 pawn would be hanging. So there is an indirect way of defending it also with bishop e7. But rook d, I don't see any problem with rook d8 either. So it is interesting how Magnus will play, because actually black's next move can be actually f5. Also, if let's say white is playing rook e1, black could just play f5, let's say, and then if black king brings brought to f6, then there is not so much to be done with white, I think. But of course, here there is the big dream for white is to play somehow, even if without rook e1, to play bishop d3 or bishop h3, and then to transfer the knight through d1 to e3, f5, and this would be already a fantastic position for white. This is the dream, and this is why Magnus was provoking Karjakin with this g5, and it's again we can say that if the pawn would be on g6 or g7, then black wouldn't have any problem. But of course, still the e file is very important. So that's why I would think that rook e1 is not a bad opportunity. But in the other hand, which comes to my mind, is bishop g2 to exchange, and then bishop g2, king g2. Black can play f5. I think that would be a good option. Also, rook e8 is a completely alternative, which is completely fine. I think.
Maybe there you can.
Maybe knight e5.
Yeah.
King g7, knight e3. Again, I'm really trying to
fixing the pawn with
g4. But that always has a kind of a problem. If let's say black goes king g6, g4, then suddenly the f4 square is.
You get it square when you give a square. Yeah.
Yeah, and then still we can say that black's rook is on the e file, which is not comfortable for white. So here, I mean, now we'll see why Magnus is sitting there and not us.
Isn't it, Peter? For every draw we get, Sergey Karjakin's chances raises a bit.
Well, that's the question. Yeah, I mean, we have seen something similar or something like that in the match Anand versus Gelfand 4 years ago, where Anand was the big favorite. I think even more than Magnus is today against Karjakin. I mean, I think Gelfand was like number 18 in the world, and Vichy 2 or 3 back then. And and then you would say, for example, we can compare it with football. When you have like a big match with football, but one of the teams is the big favorites, the weaker team will try to keep it 0-0 because the penalties. It's like a casino. It's like almost like 50-50, you know. So it's like a big victory if they reach 0-0. But in chess, for Vichy, the thing was that Vichy is extremely good in rapid play and in blitz. So he was actually the favorite also in that tiebreak, and he won that tiebreak. It was 6-6 this match, and Vichy won in the playoff. And I'm afraid it's the same here. Magnus, we have seen he's extremely strong also in quicker play. For example, last month on chess.com, he won a big tournament, the Grandmaster Blitz battle, where he defeated Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
And he basically confirmed he has been world champion together in rapid and blitz in 2014. At the moment, he is only in rapid, but he will try to get both titles in December in Qatar. So I'm not sure if Karjakin will be confident in going into that playoff. I don't know if he set himself the task to try to win the match in the classical games. I mean, you could say he can also be happy with the 6-6 against Magnus. But to say that his chances are higher with every draw he gets, I'm not sure about that.
Well, I think it can be higher because Magnus can get more nerve. It's not that his objective chance because that he makes it. It's because of psychological battle that Magnus can get more nervous.
Exactly, because
and
later on,
mistakes.
a win for Sergey is a much bigger blow than if he wins an early game. Yeah, that's true.
And you obviously have fewer chances to get ahead. As far as we,
it's more decisive. Any decisive game, the later on, it feels more decisive because you will have less game to.
I'm pretty convinced that Magnus's idea is not to win in playoff.
That's also true. Yeah.
But of course, he's an exceptionally rapid and the blitz player. I mean, there was a year clearly when he just won everything: the classical title, the rapid, and the blitz title. So
yeah. No, you could say that
it was amazing.
Karjakin will have the psychology on his side when he does reach the playoff, because it is already an excellent result to score 6-6 against
He
Magnus.
is the underdog here.
So he will
that
be
is clear.
Going into that playoff maybe with a good feeling of I'm not I'm so far I'm equal, you know. So come and get me. Yeah.
We were talking about right before the first hour was finished, Judith, that we would see if it went towards a draw or not. What can we see now?
Well, what happened is that some interesting moves was forced or provoked by Magnus to Karjakin. On the queen side, he pushed the a pawn where Karjakin could have gone wrong, but he made a very solid a6. And then on the king side, just to move before, when he played g3 and provoking a bit of Karjakin. And actually, he provoked it so much that he did really play it was so inviting to play g5. And at the moment, I think Karjakin is kind of happy with his position, and he's not really worried too much about losing the game. He knows that he has to be careful and very alert.
He looks relaxed. He doesn't look very worried.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think because
looks in
now
harmony.
it's just this exchange of pieces, this bishop and knight. I think this gave a lot of relief in his position, and for himself also, that he knows, he feels, and he knows that his position is not really worse at all. Maybe actually, I might even say that he's standing best at this point of
You
the
would
game.
prefer to play black in this position, or not?
Well, I don't know if I can say I would prefer it with black, but I think it got really balanced. I mean, if in the next few moves Magnus cannot show that he can take over the control over the white square, especially the f5, and he can mobilize his knight and replace it somewhere to a good spot, then I think it can be without too much of a problem for Karjakin. I think practically I have a good feeling about it, that in the next 5-6 moves the game can be decided whether it's just a draw or is there anything for any color. Because at this point already even white has to be very clever. Because if, let's say, black would be playing a few moves now, f5, and the king would come up, then already black has a very nice position. But it is very balanced. It's very difficult to get advantage. White has at the moment some dreams really to use this opportunity. If he finds an opportunity to control over the f5 square, that's the crucial at this point.
Okay, Judith, thank you. Let's go to the Kaja in the field.
Yep, I'm out and about, and I just met Magnus's buddies from Norway, who's here in New York. First of all, why are you here?
Well, to support Magnus, of course, and it's a big event, so it's a huge honor for us to be here. So, yeah.
And is it actually Magnus who have asked you guys to come here?
Yeah, well, we asked a bit ourselves as well, of course. But yeah,
And do you interact with him? Do you see him at all?
And we played some cards the other day. We let him build some confidence. He won quite easily, so that was a bit embarrassing for us. But of course, yeah, we try to hang out when he feels like it. Yeah, of course.
And can you tell us what he did yesterday on the rest day?
I was playing basketball with like the whole team,
Did he win that game?
most likely. Like, yeah, it's very competitive.
And when you hang out, do you talk about chess, or is your job kind of to get his mind off the game?
Well, if he feels like it, we'll talk about chess. But mostly he wants to relax and do stupid, silly things with us, stupid, silly friends. So yeah, most likely not.
And as his friend, can you describe Magnus? What's your friend like?
Even when we're friends, he still hates to lose, no matter what we do. So we're very competitive with him, actually. Yeah.
You're a good chess player as well. What do you think of today's game?
Yeah, he has a slight edge, maybe, but yeah, it looks like a long game, actually. Yeah.
Can you tell us where his head has been like the last few days? Is he on fire, ready to get the first win?
I think he's feeling confident, and of course he knows he's the better player. So just keep playing to his strengths. And in the first game, he got a pretty good end game. I don't think he felt like he made the most of it, but he got some pretty good chances out of basically nothing. So that was a good sign.
Is he nervous to lose the title, you think?
Of course, he's thinking about it, but he seems to be in a good mood. So, but of course, you're nervous in circumstances like this.
Are you guys having a good time here? I can see you're playing chess and...
Yeah, it's difficult not to have a good time here.
So we're having a good time out here, Knut. Hopefully the mood is good in the studio as well.
Yeah, we're for sure having a good time here. And Peter, I think it's interesting with Magnus that we talked to Leoncio Garcia about it, and he obviously has a very regular life aside of chess. Do you think that is important? With his buddies, playing sports, playing basketball, getting his mind off chess.
Yeah. Well, you could say for him even more so. I mean, I think I've known Magnus always as always being very sportive, very much into also watching sports, by the way, and knowing even more about the actual players in the Dutch league than I do, and but also always playing, tennis and football and basketball, and I've played a couple of times with him. Also in Chennai, for example, we played some basketball, and he needs it. He needs it to cool off, to set his mind off, as you say, and it helps him, I think, also for being fit physically. Yeah,
and his mind
Bishop
just
G2 happened, so he decided to go for exchange, because after this he's not at risk at all. Now I'm curious if Karjakin will be really playing f5 immediately, or he will bring his rook first to a8. Because already if he's bringing his rook to a8, the a6 pawn is not in danger anymore, because there is no white square bishop. But on the other hand, f5 is also the other move, which is completely fine, I think. f5, and then bring quickly the king to f7 and f6 or g6. This will be the question if, let's say, knight d5, he goes king f7. And then the question is whether maybe white goes rook e1. Now, even I think, well, possibly at the moment rook e8 is not possible, because then rook takes, king takes, and knight c6 check, and white will be taking...
Aren't you trapping that knight?
Yes, but either the d7 or h7,
d7,
I think.
yes, that's true.
Possibly, but even this is not clear, because here I cannot take the h7 because of king g6, and if I go king knight d7, then king e6, and it comes to d5 maybe.
e8.
Maybe knight b8. Well, definitely, if the king is going to be very active.
Yeah.
But maybe white has the advantage. We saw this b8 knight already in game one.
But here you need some nerves to.
Yeah, maybe white has c4 and white has a big advantage. So okay, it means that possibly rook e8 is not an alternative for black, but there is no threat from white side at the moment.
What would you have done here, Peter, if it was your board?
This is the position, and Karjakin is thinking how to continue.
Yeah, I would definitely consider f5 and king f7 as the main plan. And I mean, in general, you want to keep your king into the game. When there are less and less pieces on the board, your king becomes stronger. In fact, people roughly evaluate the king value at 4 pawns. So 1 pawn less than a rook, but 1 pawn more than a bishop or knight.
Well,
And when you can move it to the center, yeah, it's much stronger than when it's on the side. Yeah.
Well, it can be one of the most powerful attacking piece in the endgame. And it's clear that this is the most obvious move to play f5, I think.
Yeah, and also more obvious than f6, of course, because yeah, you want some of your pawns on white
no,
squares.
because you don't want to allow white to play eventually
G4 and,
g4
yeah.
or some one way or another to have the knight on f5.
Yeah.
Knight d5, knight e3, and somehow to control the white squares. This is something black should be avoiding. So after f5, I'm curious what Magnus has in mind at this point. Maybe actually eventually white could go a5, b5, and then knight d5, king f7, and then look around. Because actually c6 will be not so powerful, maybe because of knight b6.
Yeah, but I am afraid that the most likely result is another draw, actually. And yeah, maybe my friends were right after all.
Well, actually, this is why I was kind of surprised that e4 happened in this game, because, okay, you can say that he was provoking Karjakin possibly to play Sicilian, but I think it was pretty obvious that he will choose the Berlin against e4.
Yes, especially because it's early in the match. Maybe Karjakin must have prepared something like the Sicilian in scenarios where you need to play for a win as black. So he must have had something, but you don't want to use it when it's not necessary. You don't. It would be too early.
But Karjakin is obviously defending well here.
Yes, he didn't show anything that he would be shaking against something like this situation if it happens. It's very clear that it's not by chance that he's playing here and being the challenger. I mean, after all, his not only his defense, but his defense is very famous. That it is very difficult to unbalance him in such a positions when there is a little pressure. And also in these lines, they analyze it and practice it so much that it's very difficult to find a road, find a side road to make them really make a mistake that can have a decisive outcome of the game.
Yeah, because Peter, what is Magnus thinking here? Is he hoping for a blunder, or what goes through his mind?
Well, you're always hoping for a blunder, but not very consciously, of course.
No,
it can happen, always can happen. But this is not the kind of position where you blunder actually. Except, well, maybe the only way to blunder here is when white goes for a line like we saw, where he wants to win a pawn and the knight goes somewhere, and then you need to calculate this many moves ahead, and then you can miss something. So this reminds me of the famous first game between Fischer and Spassky, where Bobby Fischer as black got his bishop trapped far away at the board, and there must have been some miscalculation somewhere.
Well, that was a blackout, I think.
Yeah, it was one of those moments, and Magnus has blundered against Fischer, but Fischer didn't see it. It was, I think, in the previous match. So blunders do happen at a World Championship, but this position seems just a little bit too easy to blunder.
Even though you can blunder, but it's a positional blunder where you cannot blunder the way that actually you lose the game, but you can blunder some move that it's possible, that positionally you have a very difficult situation. But I don't see right now whether Karjakin can make such a blunder at the moment.
Yeah.
Because it is very obvious that this is the main thing he has to be careful, that not to allow the white knight to enter into f5 and stabilize it there.
Yeah.
And so there's two things he has to focus: the e file and the f5 square.
This phase is also again mostly about trying to improve your position with small moves, like we saw. Black wanted to put his king more to the center, and the other thing is being prophylactic, just keeping in mind all the options of your opponents and see if you can prevent those options. It's not always about doing something yourself. In chess, many times you need to prevent something from your opponent to do, and those things is what they're thinking about.
Has Karjakin gotten the game he wanted, you think, Judith?
I think, yeah, kind of. I don't think he's upset at all the outcome of what was the opening. He knew that he has to be careful a bit, but objectively the game is pretty balanced. And as I see him now, he's thinking hard how to decide whether to play f5 or is there any risk of playing f5. But I don't think he's thinking because he feels worried about it. It's more like he's thinking because he wants to choose the right plan. Because it is an important moment, whether can you afford yourself to waste time and not to play f5, or this is the only moment when you have to play f5, and after that you're just in time with all the defensive
With everything,
move.
yeah.
I mean, obviously, the first move comes to mind to all of us is f5. It's pretty natural, and the other one is to play rook e8 to cover the e file.
Yeah, so you could say what would be wrong with playing rook e8 here.
No, the only thing is whether you have to be careful or not. Well, probably knight d5 is a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay, Peter Doggers.
Maybe 95, 93, and 95
Yes.
with tempo, and then 93.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before you leave the studio today, you have the chance to give your final predictions for today.
I already mentioned it. It's likely that we'll see another draw, and the big question is, will Magnus again be apologizing for it? Yeah.
Okay, we will see if Magnus will apologize. Thank you for coming today as well, and
Pleasure.
see you again tomorrow. And then we'll go to Kaja in the field.
Yeah, we're outside right now in overlooking this beautiful city of New York, and I have Sergey Karjakin's manager with me. Are you okay?
Good afternoon, Sols, and now one time sorry for my English.
Very good English.
Now I'm a little better because in the beginning Magnus play some new variants and Sergey thinks 22 minutes. I was a little afraid but Sergey find some good moves, and I think will be draw, and in third game the white can't do nothing. I think yesterday was rest day.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you guys do?
10 hours I'm going for a walk on New York. We'll take sheep, a little small sheep, good zone, very nice.
And did Sergey do that as well?
No, the Sergey with Mr. Potkin, coach who I spoke with him now. 5-6 hours he's going for a walk, because in the candidate tournament Sergey says it was big help for him. Because chess players very like, for example, Mr. Boris Gelfand, who played World Championship on 2012, he very like go to work, yes, because you say your mind is little open and it's very good for chess player. Not run, no gym, and Sergey yesterday says me that he want. He want to be alone because my mobile phone, my Skype is crazy from the Russian. Every minute, how is Sergey? What do you think about Sergey? How is Will? How is rest day? Crazy times for me.
Crazy times for this one, and it's getting kind of cold, so I think I'm gonna head back inside and I'll toss it back to you guys.
Thank you, Kaja, in the studio. It's warm and nice, and there's been a move, Judith.
Yes, f5 was made by Karjakin. He decided the move which is most obvious in this situation, this position. I think he was just double checking whether is there any objection to it to play it. That's why he was spending these few minutes on this move. And I'm really curious how Magnus can show any idea to cause any trouble for Magnus, or even give a hint that he has difficulties. I think it's pretty much drawish the game, but they are going to play, of course, for some time. I'm really waiting how it will be unfolded. Maybe knight d5, as we checked previously, and knight d5, king f7. Maybe a move c4 is something original which can be played. But again, I think now it would be the time exactly for black to play a5, and then already b4 will be not possible. And somehow it's black is also not really in danger, because after c4, a5 would be a threat to black if he would allow that. So it is hard to imagine that Magnus will give a hard time for black in this position. If he would go, let's say, knight e3 to attack the f5 pawn, then black would not play f4, but he would go, let's say, king f6 or king g6 in this situation.
But Judith, we heard the interview with Karjakin's manager and Team Karjakin, and they seem very happy with the situation. Now it seems to be a draw today as well, and Magnus have played white pieces twice, and it's still 3 draws. It is a good situation for Team Karjakin.
Well, of course, especially after the opening, which is very solid for black, you don't really have big hopes that in this line black will be winning. And it's always nice to play a draw with the black pieces, and he knows exactly that he makes the tension even bigger with the draw. Of course, I think none of the players are too happy about the fact that the today's game was also not too much of with calculation and sharpness and really with a lot of alternatives here. So we are still going to be waiting for some of the games to be fireworks on the chessboard. But of course, after all, it is a World Championship match. Both players came here to win. And of course, it is also important for them to entertain the audience and the chess community. But primarily...
Do they feel that responsibility? Or do they just think about the game of chess?
Of course, they both want to win. That's the priority. That's not a question.
But entertaining the crowd, being
I think
in New
it's
York.
simply a nicer feeling, and of course, both players had incredible, beautiful, interesting, sharp, with full of tension games in previous tournaments. But here, of course, none of them wants to take such a big risk because it can be decisive, and still they know both, I think, that one draw will not hurt any of them. And they try to prolong the situation when they are really have to take this decision and go for it and play very sharply. And it is also the psychological battle that who is going to make this kind of moves or decisions where he pulls out the sword and he really wants to fight no matter what happens. He really goes to the victory. But it's not so easy as that. But we could see in the press conference after the second game that also Karjakin and also Magnus was not so happy that it was such a solid game so far. But of course, the main goal is, no matter in what style or in how many moves, but to win a game.
Of course. I know it doesn't have to tell anything, but now actually Karjakin has the advantage on the percentage as well. It's 52 to black and 48 to white on the side here.
Well, I don't think it's we can consider it black is better. I think white will be regrouping his knight actually to d5, and he's going to go e3 and c4. Well, black might be, the computer, the engine might be thinking, because suddenly the black pawns on the 5th rank, they are very active, and it can evaluate it as something little plus for black. But in reality, it's, we can't really say so. It is still pretty balanced, and I'm sure Magnus is not thinking about it, how to save the game, but still trying to create some opportunity to how to continue the game.
Yeah, that was my next question because I'm trying to think, what does Magnus think right now? What goes through his mind at this point?
Well, again, in his mind, I think it really goes on that how is it possible? How can he make a move which makes Karjakin think and possibly go not in the best direction, to make him again in a situation where he has to choose between two or three equally good moves and where he can spend time and possibly get into time trouble. But of course, objectively, the position is roughly equal, and but he can make miracles sometimes. And I mean, against Anand, he was winning a drawish rook end game, and even here, possibly we can end up in a rook end game later on. Somehow, is the knight is exchanged for the bishop, but we are still pretty far from that.
So, what is it might be difficult to say, but what is the possibility for, like you say, a miracle today?
Well, first of all, I think Karjakin should decide also that he would want to play for a win, maybe in this position. But it is really so balanced that it is hard to imagine how any of the player would want to sharpen it. Knight d5 happened, and Karjakin walks to the board. This is knight d5. This was something I was expecting, and now knight f6. Kind of a threat, and
He moves straight away.
And now he played king f7. Now I think knight e3 is considering to attack the f5 pawn and regrouping after king g6, let's say, to play knight c4 to attack the bishop, try to exchange it, and actually here black would be not able to move away with his bishop because the knight e5 can come. And possibly white can exchange the bishop and have the double d pawn, where they can still there can be some unpleasant situation for black if they reach this position. So actually knight e3 is something what Magnus will be playing, I think. Also maybe after knight e3, king g6 maybe is not the best move. Black should go king f6. But also white will be going knight c4, I think is something in the regrouping, that's something white gives some idea that he's trying to play for a win. And if, let's say, black would be taking away his bishop, then white would just go rook e1. And it is something that it's still playable, it's possible to fight, though it's not much still at this point for white. But here also black can leave the bishop on d6 and let's say play rook e8 and allow white to play knight d6, c d6, which is, even though black would be having these double pawns, objectively is not very difficult to make a draw here. Black would again like to be active on the second row with rook e2, and which white will have to defend or protect against this, and then black can be pretty active after f4, for example. But this is something still Magnus will look around, try to get some idea where Karjakin will have to make some decisions and show his great endgame ability. We'll see how what Magnus has in mind, whether knight e3 or he still wants to keep his knight on d5 and somehow improve his position. But the black bishop on d6 is extremely well placed, and it's defending the c7 pawn. Actually, the white knight is, let's be realistic, it's attacking the c7, but it doesn't have a future in the attack. And I think Karjakin really feels pretty comfortable about his position. There is not much opportunity for white to break up the position. It would be nice to have an h4, let's say, eventually. Maybe rook h1 is an alternative, but I think white is very slow with this idea to play h4. Because after all, black will be playing rook e8 and controlling the e file. And then even maybe white can be slightly unpleasant situation.
And now, Judith, we're getting up to the 2 hour point. Um, what what kind of game have we had?
We had an opening which both players are very much known because they both of them play with both colors. The Berlin defense, it is a very known opening which is played by most of the top players in the world, and it was really implemented in the very highest level when Kramnik decided to choose this to play against Kasparov, and actually this was the secret of his victory over Kasparov in 2000 when he became world champion. And after that, most of the strong players took his advice or his idea. They took over, and after that, even before that, there were not even too much theory on this Berlin defense. It started to be developed when in 2000 Kramnik played against Kasparov, and after that, everybody is analyzing all the time. And it became a very difficult opening to deal with from the white perspective point of view. And it is very much close to a draw. It is very drawish, but still white has some potential ideas. But if white is pushing it too hard, then it can backfire, and actually it work out for black to win the game. So it is a very hard nut to crack. And actually this is maybe one of the most popular openings which is played with both colors, with most of the players. White has to deal with it with who plays e4, because it is at such an early stage. 3 knight f6 is played, and that's the Berlin. So white is hardly can avoid it if white is playing e4. And with the black pieces, also many people are challenging white with this. And it's psychologically it's very difficult to play against it as well, even when there is a big gap between the two players. And Karjakin was, we can consider him as one of the biggest exports of this line of the Berlin. And then in the middle around move 11, Carlsen was making a special move when he retreated his rook to e2, the most natural and the most common, which was played about 600 times to play rook e1. The contrary, rook e2 was played only a few times in modern theory. And then it was kind of black made a good choice and good decisions, and now we have a pretty equal position by now.
Okay, a strong Berlin defense has made this game look drawish, but we still have possibilities for both colors when we now go to our second commercial break. Okay, we're back to the third game in the World Chess Championships 2016. A game which looks drawish. And what do you think will happen next here, Judith?
I think Carlsen will still try to press a bit, if we can say so, by maneuvering his knight to kind of a better square from d5 to c4 via playing knight e3, and actually he played this move. Yeah, exactly. He played knight e3 right at this moment, where he's attacking the pawn on f5. And I'm not going to be surprised if Karyakin will make his reply in a flash of a second. But probably he will be thinking at the moment whether to play king g6 or king f6, what is the better option for him to defend. And then in the next move, I think pretty much the continuation of knight e3 will be to continue to move on to c4 and try to exchange the bishop, which will change the structure of the game. And also it is logical because there's not so much to do with white, so he's heading to a direction where he can get little changes in the game, so give the opportunity for actually king f6 was played. King f6, Karyakin made it almost instantly, this move, and I think he feels very safe in this position. But it's interesting, you know, that in the first two games, when white played h3, black played h6 in both games. Here in this game again, when white played a4, black played a6 on the side, they were playing this, and this is the third game where we have the queens off the board, which is, of course, the fans are not very happy with this decision by the players to see the queens swapped off after 15 or I don't know which movie got exchanged. It's move 15. And there is still some excitement going on after knight c4, looking forward how really Magnus tries to create some opportunity from nothing practically, because at this point already many of the players would be agreeing to draw. But we have to point out that in this World Championship you cannot offer a draw under move 30. And so that's why it is going to be interesting whether are they going to make, for example, at this point after king f6 is kind of a move where black is offering a draw kind of, because white can go back knight d5 check and black would move away, though black would move away to g6, so probably black would be not repeating moves. So knight c4 would be coming in the next move, or possibly before playing knight c4, rook e1 is an alternative for white to try to improve his rook from a1 to the open file on the e file. But it is something a very, very, very slim chance that white will be able to create something serious for Karyakin. And I think Karyakin feels very comfortable. He's also not sitting at his in his chair at the board. Probably he's relieved, and he's already expecting the game to be drawn very soon.
Will be exciting, and we're so happy to welcome Grandmaster and author Lev Albert in the studio.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
What do you think about the game so far, today's game?
Well, the only thing I can say definitely is equal number of material. Albeit some people saying that the rook and bishop is stronger than rook and knight, but in this concrete position it seems like Judith was saying that rook and knight is stronger than rook and bishop, albeit very slightly. If I would be playing black in this position, again I would be worried about both moves. I would be worried about knight c4, and I would be worried about rook e1. And when my opponent is thinking, I would be trying to sit and think about both moves, but very likely that Sergey already thought about them when he played, say, king f6. He probably took into account what was going to happen, and even earlier, probably when he played the 5.
Got a new move here.
Yes, knight c4, the plan is continued, so after knight e3, the knight c4 is the continuation of the plan. And now black will have to make a decision whether to leave the bishop on d6 and let Magnus to be exchanging that bishop and allow to make Karyakin's d pawns double. He prefers to move away the bishop. I think the best option is to leave the
rook e8.
Yeah, something rook e8.
To guess yourself.
Yeah.
It's very unorthodox decision, but you know. It's
rook 8. I think black should not be afraid of the rook endgame at all.
Those two pawns on the looks threatening, but how to use them with no pieces to attack them.
Yeah, so we are expecting rook e8.
Yes, and how to bring the king around also no way. So
Well, possibly White is not even taking on d6, but wants to keep the tension with maybe c3 because rook e2 is not really a threat yet, and let Karjakin to decide. But it is going to be a draw, I think.
Yes.
We are not far from the truth if we say that.
But Albert, what do you think about Karjakin's match so far, the 3 games overall?
Well, so far the match seems to be going equal, as one side, usually White, trying to get something and getting something a little bit. Magnus played first game very unorthodox line. Trumpovsky, I know White is unorthodox because I used to play it myself, so it's by definition unorthodox. I wasn't a great opening theoretician. But so he got something. He made Sergey things, but then Sergey equalized and even tried to go to play for advantage. Similar scenario with reverse card was in second game, but very, very close to equality. Very, very close to equality.
And he surprised a bit. Maybe he's playing for a win. He played bishop f8.
Maybe. Of course, on knight e5 he can play rook d8.
Yeah, after knight e5, it's a question what is his plan. Probably rook d8 is the simplest to go, and then actually the knight. Where is it going to go, right?
Very likely this is also possible, but...
Though I'm not sure. I think Magnus is kind of might be happy about this decision by Karjakin.
Magnus.
Yeah, I think Magnus might be happy with this. Yeah, it's an interesting choice by Karjakin to retreat the bishop to f8. Interesting that he didn't want to allow knight d6. Right. But it's again, it was a point where Karjakin had to make a decision.
Yes.
And this is what Magnus, I think, is an exceptional, that always trying to create, making moves, where the opponent has to make a decision, spend time, and evaluate two equally seemingly good moves.
And it looks like in this match, Karjakin is playing kind of more like Magnus, in a way he doesn't go for a draw in the equal position, but try to keep some chances.
Well, I think it can be also psychological tactics.
Right. It probably you heard that what Karpov kind of accused Karjakin, not accused, but Karpov wrote that Karjakin is playing like Kasparov in a way that Kasparov, when he didn't get advantage with White, would always offer a draw.
Yes.
And Kasparov didn't like it also. Yeah. But maybe Karjakin decides he wants to play from any position, like challenge to his opponent.
Yes. The psychological details are very important at this point.
Want to draw.
And actually, if we're realistic, it's kind of a similar scenario to game one. Though I think in game one, Magnus had maybe a bit of more of a pressure than in this game.
Yes.
I think we can say that. And there also, Karjakin was, when he equalized already, then he was kind of ready to move on and not just to agree to repetition of moves, but showing that, well, okay, let's try it out. What happens if I deviate and try a few more moves? And of course, it was a draw, but it was a small psychological battle between them.
But Lev, are you impressed with the Karjakin's match so far?
Well, I'm impressed by them, but they both play well. So I like, even it look not very exciting for, I would say, an average player. For a grandmaster, it looks very interesting, a lot of tension. And I remember last World Championship match in New York, which was played in the Towers, when Kasparov played Anand. And Kasparov was favorite. Not by big, but still his favorite. Like here, Magnus is by rating whatever his favorite. But then they make, I guess, first 8 draws. And it was very fighting draws. And one of the game, Anand could have won with bishop take h7 in one of the early games. But still, 8 draws out of 16 games. And it was very clear how this tension is building and building, you know. So I think that it would be one more draw here. I think today is a draw. If we do one more draw, or maybe already next round, I think that something would be some fire. Maybe still would end in a draw. Then, you know, it's like in lotto, you play, and if no one wins, it doubles and doubles. So tension would be building.
In the meantime, Carlsen made a move, rook e1. The logic of finally one of the players covered and went to the e file.
Right.
It's covering the e line. It is very important. And to be honest, I have the feeling that now maybe slightly something Magnus gained. Yeah, in the last two moves, after knight c4, bishop f8, rook e1, there is some slightly unpleasantness for black. Though maybe black can, what do you think about playing d5?
d5, yes.
Knight d5, bishop d6 back? Maybe this is the plan of Karjakin.
Oh, you want to play
d5?
GS David?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking
Maybe
to play
b5. Yeah, of course d5 is kind of...
d5 is centralized.
Yeah, but after b5, b5 is also something completely
risky because he can
knight
take
e5,
and play
attacking
knight
the
e5.
d7.
Yes, yes. And forcing the rook to come to d8.
And, well, on rook d8, I think, suddenly white could make
Open
some
the
interest,
file.
play a, b, a, b, and suddenly jump back,
Rook a1.
go
yes,
to rook a1 and try to attack from the side on the 6th rank. Even though here black has to be maybe a little careful, but not much.
Yes, but
I think.
Yes, it's not the cleanest way for black to defend.
Bishop d6, black can go, and if rook a6, then c6.
And the computers now say that from a slight advantage to Karjakin, it's now a slight advantage to Magnus. Yeah.
Yeah, but these are so little advices that it is very, very far from real advantage.
And which way Karjakin was getting advantage? What was his mistake in computer's opinion?
After f5, after the move f5, the computer said it was the other way around.
What
Yes.
did you want him to play?
No, he liked f5, but the computer liked for black more.
Right. And but what kind of mistake, quote unquote, black made in computer's opinion?
Just noticed, and again, rook d8 happened.
Rook d8, okay.
Rook d8.
Well,
actually, it's interesting that yesterday we had a move by Magnus playing rook c8.
Line.
Front, it was the pawn was front of it.
Rook d8 before playing d5.
Yes.
No, in a way they're paying credit, they're paying tribute to a recently deceased great proponent of prophylactic play.
Yes.
Mark Dvoretsky.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would love this example of his books.
Yeah,
Nice
actually,
move.
there is not much to be afraid of for black. But still, maybe f4. What do you think about f4? Playing with white.
Okay.
Maybe f4 to be somehow active a bit. Because after all, white is having the control over the open file, which is gives a little more comfortable situation for white.
Yeah, because Judith, explain why f4 could work as a move here.
Well, f4 is a move that trying to block the f5 pawn, and later on maybe white could go rook e5 and then knight e3 to give some pressure. And so after f4, let's say black would be taking on f4, takes. And the plan would be for white to go king f3, rook e5, possibly knight e3 afterwards. To go rook e5 and knight e3 to attack the f5 pawn. Which is not too simple, but somehow with the after f4 the king on f6, I'm not sure it's so safe in a later stage. And it's more that maybe white has some moves to try to create some idea against the passive, because pretty much we can say that black's position is passive now. I mean, white pieces are more active. In other hand, the bishop can be more powerful later once it gets out to d6 again when the knight will be moving. f4 is something to be considered, I think. But maybe Magnus will play something like c3 to play solid, to strengthen the queen side, possibly b4 later on. It is also something to be considered. It's a question what also black has in mind, whether is his plan to play b5 in the next move, or possibly his plan is to go d5 in the next move.
What would you do, Lev, if you were black in the next move?
If even white, well, if I would be black, I would be very conservative move f4. It was it changes, struggles in a way, and unpleasant move. I look at h6, But then even after FGHG,
I think after
Rook A1, then
yes, h6 can be giving some great opportunities for white maybe to take and then go knight e3, and
Yes,
possibly the f5 pawn can be in trouble after
G4
rook
is also
f1.
playable.
Yes,
but
also g4 here can
then
be.
he would play H3 and then opens H file, probably for white.
Yeah, if now black would go g4, then h3 might be something unpleasant for
I
black.
probably on F4 would take on F4.
Yes,
and then
I
play,
agree.
And then play B5.
Yeah, let's go b5. White would be
I'm
taking,
not sure this move, but
taking, and I would go, let's say, knight e3.
knight is 3, so you threaten check.
Yes, my plan is to give a check on d5,
Yes.
which
now,
can be blocked by playing c6.
C6. So I wouldn't be taking the A file with black, but at least I restrict the knight.
Yeah, it is not much of a problem for black, we can say.
Karjakin is very often going out of the room to do his thinking. Is that something you could do in your time? Sitting in another sofa in another room?
Well, I don't think we had monitors. We sort of didn't have monitors. We have demonstrators, but usually demonstrators would be in the same room as we. And I don't think, well,
Do you understand why he's? Do you understand why he's doing it?
no, but yes, I can. There was famous match between Korchna and Spassky, as they played the match for the final match, candidates match, and I don't remember where they played, somewhere in Eastern Europe, in '78, and Korchna was winning, and then Spassky won series of games, like 7 in a row, and when Spassky was winning those games, he was sitting like here. We have monitor. Let's say we have the board here with GS, and here is the monitor. So Korchna was stood up, sit in the chair, and not look at the board. Spassky would do it.
Yeah.
Look at the monitor, and then when Korchna make his move, he would come back and make a move and go away. Korchna complained, and Spassky said, "Look, what do you complain? I am trying to be, very nice to him. I would sit on the board, I may, just cough or whatever, distract him. I knowing Victor bad character, he said, I like to be as violent as possible. And he won several games in a row, at which moment Korchna used his psychological weapon. He took some kind of crazy glasses and used the glasses.
And f4 arrived on the board.
You-
f4 arrived on the board.
That is an interesting
Yeah, I
story.
Yes. Yeah, it's also part of the psychological battles.
Yes.
Yeah, f4 I think was played. It's not that white is gaining advantage at all, but this is the move which has had to be considered
It's a good move. But
you are
it's
playing
very-
for
but
something.
It also creates, as you said before, it creates many problems. And it's really what
And again, he
we
has to
try-
decide.
Exactly. He can take. He can play H6, probably not good. He can play G4.
You have to make a decision at
Yes,
the moment
not-
now.
Not easy decision, and this is the problem. Decision is
Well, I think the most obvious continuation to take on f4, and probably the best also, because I don't like g4 move, because I think immediately we can go h3 and then black can also take it, but in the later point white would go back with the king to g2 and rook h1, so it can cause some interesting endgame. And h6, I'm also kind of worried for black a bit. That I think here also maybe rook a5 immediately is possible. Maybe it's an option. Maybe black goes d6, already weakens a bit, and then I come back to f1 or to e1 or e2.
E6, D5 maybe.
Well, d5 then already
all.
he makes new weaknesses. Maybe f takes g5, takes knight e3.
Oh no, I mean if black plays D6, white can play D5.
I'm hanging here on e5
Okay.
at the moment. I'm provoking. If I go rook e5,
yeah.
if I would go rook e5 and try to provoke black to push d6,
D6.
or possibly bishop d6. Of course, that's a question to go back with the bishop. But black is a bit passive at the moment. So I think after f4, the best option at first to me to really to take on f4, And after take, what you suggested to play b5, I think it's a pretty good idea.
Interesting.
Probably he would not be taking on a4 on b5. Maybe knight e3 immediately, leaving the pawn to be taken, and then possibly go rook a1 back.
No, but then after.
But then a3 is possible, and then it's not good for white, because after b takes a3, there is nothing, even a weak pawn on a3. So probably after b5, white must take on b5. And after takes, now white has to decide to go back to e5 or to go to e3. Maybe to go e5 is a better option. And then if, let's say, what happens, well, d6 I don't like at all, because knight c6, rook goes away, and possibly white can go d5. It can be already really dangerous for black. No, after, let's say, black goes rook a2, rook e6 check, king goes away. But here this f8 bishop can get in trouble. Sometimes. It's already getting interesting
problems.
if it goes this direction.
Some problems.
Well, yeah, I think g4 will be happening on the board. And the question is, how will black continue after that? Also, d5 is possible, which maybe doesn't look so nice at first to give the e5 square
Maybe let's say
to white, but maybe there is not much of a things to do for white. I mean, knight e5, let's say I go bishop d6. I don't see how white will be proceeding. Of course, rook e3 is possible. And now at this point, it would be a problem if white would have the h3 pawn, because now white's plan would be to play rook h3 and attack the h7 pawn. And white can create maybe possibly something. And even if black would be playing c5, maybe white can control the other side and play rook b3. So there are some potential interesting ideas. And if we see after f4, takes, suddenly the third rank is opened up for the rook as a potential idea.
Lev, you left the Soviet Union in 1979, emigrating to the US.
Yeah.
Could you tell us a bit about the differences of the approach to chess in Soviet Union and the US, the chess schools of the two places you...
Well, in Soviet Union, of course, it was a good profession. It was so in America. In Soviet Union, we have really kind of Soviet chess school. I personally was fortunate to be a friend of great Michael Botvinnik, from whom I learned. I wasn't his student, but became his friend when I already was an adult person, but still learned a lot from him. We became friends when I was 26. But he gave me many great advices in life, but mostly in chess, but in life also. And but in general, we had most of us were very well trained. At least people on the top 10 in Soviet Union, even top 30. That's why when people would be immigrating from Soviet Union, even a master would soon become a grandmaster, and a grandmaster would become a strong grandmaster if you just look at people like Sasonka, Dzindzichashvili, and also some people in Soviet Union like Sasonka were mostly in chess teaching. Like Sasonka was a coach to Stahl, to Korchnay, and he in the West, teaching is not such a great profession. So he became player himself, and because of the school, really what he knew, what he learned, he became very strong grandmaster. And we sort of have been taught in a good way from the very beginning. And even now, I recently wrote an article for my magazine, Chess Life. I saw a game in Chess Life between two grandmasters, young grandmasters, rated like 2650. Whereas one was 2650, another, an Armenian by Babers Akapan, was like 2700. And the game was annotated by another young grandmaster rated 2650. And in the game, they make a sacrifice. Just imagine this position, like knight, it would be rook e5, and then black knight would take the rook, or, it's famous Botvinnik sacrifice. Botvinnik wasn't the first to do it, but he was one who kind of who sacrificed in those positions made it popular, at least among Russian. And so the guy who was so Akapian, the black who played black immediately, I'm sure he played immediately. But White allowed it. He was much better. He didn't have to allow it. And the fellow who annotated the game, he put exclamation question and said, "Oh, interesting sacrifice." It's like, for me, it's like d4, say, knight of 6. I would, oh, interesting reply, doesn't play d5, play that. So it was really, and also in some cases, some endgames, I show to some of my students endgame position, and some of them were already strong masters. And many didn't know some most basic endgame positions.
But do you think it has been, or it was an advantage for you being a part of two totally different approaches?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's certainly for us who came from Soviet Union, a mixture of two schools. For them, here we have more freelance, but we still were open, learned some new ideas. But I think also for us, those who came from the East, I don't know how, probably the same was for your family, Juliet, but for us, from those from Russia, was also, we have been like accelerated by the freedoms, that we can do whatever we want, we can go where we want, play in any tournaments, in general, speak whatever we want, and so on. It was very, very, very pleasant feeling. On the other hand, there were certain things which initially I was surprised, like playing two games a day. And well, it's a way to make money here when you but 2 games a day, and not to have a coach. In Russia, when I would go, say, especially in important tournament like Soviet Championship, I would not carry a piece of paper with me. My coach, Michael Feinberg, or Sam Palatnik would carry my bag, or would carry my yogurt, or rather my coffee, or my drink. Because before the game, I want to be rested, I want to be perfect. Here, of course, no one would carry.
Yeah, for many years it was very much common if a grandmaster is traveling to a chess tournament, they had seconds,
right,
which was a trainer but also a psychological coach. Actually, it was the two together.
Yeah.
And now I think many players, modern players, are surprised how difficult it is for them to go to a tournament, to play, to compete, but they cannot afford having a trainer because it would cost too much, and also the extra hotel, extra costs, everything. And this makes it for many people, many players, a lot more difficult to compete in tournaments, because it is very important in a 10 days or 12 days event to have a partner there, to talk out the game, to relax a bit. It's a chess player's specialty to walk, for example, all the time before the game, after the game, and to have it blindfoldly, all the lines, and talking about it.
I adapted, and Susan adapted, became American player, and won American championship among men, and this Blitz event and rapid chess. Even she was also used to play in different kinds of events. But she played in America, also played quite well, and
yeah, I remember also when I was 9 years old, when I came here to play first time in the US, and I also played 2 games every day, and it was the first international success I made. And it was such a different approach in America towards chess, that you had to bring your own chess set and chess clocks. And in Europe, it was something, it was obvious that it was set up. So the culture is very different. But since then, I mean, if you look at it, St. Louis is practically the city of chess at the moment.
Right.
And what about the Hungarian approach in this?
Well, we also had kind of the Russian school. We had incredible players in Hungary. We have practically, if we look back the last 100 years, last century, we always had a top 10 player, and also women players. We were always there in the Olympics, winning silver medal, gold medal. We won with my sisters a few times. And we had a great chess background, I mean, great chess history, Hungarian chess. Now maybe we are not so good as we were before, but it is kind of a chess country, Hungary, with our past.
Sergey Karjakin has now been thinking 12 or 13 minutes on this move.
Yes,
why is that, you think?
Actually, because the structure is changing, and it is very tricky when the structure is changing suddenly. You have to reevaluate and understand what are the dangers of the position. And in this position, exactly, I mean, if White would play two moves at once, rook e5 and knight e3, then suddenly Karjakin would be in trouble. So he really has to pay attention in which direction he is going to build up his defense against those moves. And now he has to be careful, and he really has to make the right decision at this point. If he it can be a comital move to play h6, to play g takes f4, or to play g4. It is something all three moves has to be considered and evaluated, which is the most difficult, because it is not going to be concrete damage if any of the moves is played. But I think h6, for example, is already something black has to be careful very much, because by taking the pawn, exchanging then the f file, the king on f6 will be in trouble. So there is not...
You follow Judith here, Lev? Do you agree?
Interesting that computer says 50-50.
Yes, computer says 50-50.
No.
Maybe we didn't even have such a evaluation up to this point.
Maybe it was turned off because it couldn't be 50.
Well, the computer says it's that equal.
Maybe he see 20 head-to-head and draw, but maybe computer is a good position. Rook and knight versus king. Call it 50-50,
Yes.
but it's certainly better for white.
I think actually that Karjakin could have left his bishop on d6 and enter into the rook endgame.
It was safe.
But it was a decision to make, and he didn't want to. He thought it's easier to hold the game after bishop f8. But now it is a critical moment, for example.
But when players at this level is in a drawish position like this, what do they think? What goes through their minds?
Well, again, if it's for white, he certainly wants to create his opponent as many problems as possible, and it's what he's doing. And the longer Karjakin thinks, the happier is Magnus, obviously. And for black, again, he has 3 or 4 choices, or 2 or 3 or 4 overall plans of play, structures, and perhaps only one of them is drawish, maybe 2 of them is drawish, and maybe one of them is bad, and he doesn't know which one. And maybe there are several bad, but one is worse than another. So it's when you have many choices in the worst position, and don't have much time, it's really how bad mistakes are made. Of course, for players of not this stature, when you have choice of 3, one choice so-so, another choice so-so, you make third choice, and third choice can be terrible. But they, of course, this is a very important event, and they both well trained, and certainly I don't expect something like this happen. But
Well, Karjakin has gone under 30 minutes,
that's what he's thinking.
and it's only the 25th move.
Yes, it's not easy position to play with 16 minutes.
It's not easy. Suddenly, Magnus created a position where black has to be careful a lot.
He needs to find a plan which would allow him.
Because there is not going to be any move which is just making a draw. But still, there are continuously rook e5, knight e3, or knight goes back to e5, and the structure is changing from move to move, and black will have to be careful very much, I think, at this point. It's getting the most dangerous situation at the moment for Karjakin. No? I think.
Yes. Well, if I would be, well,
But I still want to go g takes f4 takes and d5.
If I would be a betting man, I would take on f4.
I think black has to take a decision and commit himself that he goes for it.
Probably play b5 at least to get something. When you get a file.
Yeah, somehow to simplify. The c4 knight is a little bit annoying there.
But then, of course, you're right in the line with knight c6 d5. You have to watch
No, but I think if f4, after f4, if black would be taking, g takes f4, and we were discussing that the rook might be coming later to the third rank. And now let's say we would go b5.
We have a move there.
G takes f4 was made,
Oh, they played already.
and g takes f4. So we are heading ahead on this road, which we were expecting. b5
Yeah,
happened.
okay. We guessed correctly.
We're good in guessing.
Yeah.
That's why you're experts.
Yeah. But with heavy hearts, not easy move. It's not like we played and enjoyed.
Well, already a takes b5 happened, and a takes b5, and now it's a question where Magnus decides to move the knight. Whether does he go to e5 to the center and put pressure on the d5 pawn and kind of provoking it to make a move to d6, which I doubt that black would be doing, because after d6, this actually we were looking that knight c6, rook a8, and possibly d5 could be the move. Even here, probably black is not in danger, but for sure he has to be extremely careful with the bishop on f8 after a check. But okay, after knight e5, bishop d6 is a possibility, for example. And try to exchange the knight on e5, though it can be maybe unpleasant for black, because after rook a1 covering the a file, it's definitely we can say that the white rook is much better than the d8, which is defending the d7 pawn at this stage. And then let's say if black would be deciding to exchange the knight, f takes e5, king e6. I mean, this position, let's be realistic, it's roughly a draw.
Yes.
But it's still possible, just because objectively is a draw. We saw Magnus Carlsen winning a very drawish rook endgame against Anand back in Chennai. That's how I think he won his first game.
When you move, Judith.
Knight e3. Yeah, he didn't want to give the opportunity for black to be captured on e5 later, so knight e3 was played. Now knight d5 is a threat to grab the pawn on c7. And now it's not clear what black would want to play. He has different alternatives. One of the option to play c6 to immediately to block the d5.
But then rook a1.
And then rook a1 would come again.
Maybe he can play rook a.
Sorry?
Maybe he can play rook a8 anyway. Now.
Now rook a8?
Yes.
I'm not sure rook a8
I'm
is
not
possible
also,
because
but
somehow check. King f7.
You take on c7. Rook
Maybe king g6 is
king
better
g6,
because
yes.
now rook e5 would be possible.
Right. King
So
g6.
maybe king g6. And yeah, actually this is also an alternative because the knight c7, rook c8, and suddenly the c2 pawn would be there hanging. So actually white is not able to take there at all. But maybe white can go king f3 and now maybe rook g1 afterwards.
Karjakin moved.
c6. c6 was played. Karjakin did not want to check out what is it if knight d5 is coming.
It's easy for me to give his response.
It wouldn't be a checkmate, it
Yes.
would be only a
Yes.
check, but still he doesn't want to have it. Well, actually now I think Karjakin made very good decisions.
So the only problem, white can use a file which.
Actually, his knight is not so well placed on e3 again. I think on e5 it would have been better placed. It's not that he would increase his pressure to win,
And
but
black-
still I would prefer it in the center
Like in
there.
some cases can play bishop d6 and rook e8, rook e4, of course. It's
Exactly,
very far-fetched.
exactly. If black would be on move, bishop d6 would be the move to attack the f4 pawn.
And you also chess grandmaster?
No, I'm a TV host.
Okay. No, but you're speaking with such knowledge and authority. And you're not
Well-
Russian. No.
I'm Norwegian.
Oh,
Hmm.
Norwegian.
Yes, I'm from Norway. What do you think about the chess world championships coming to New York?
I'm very happy. It was here in 1990. In fact, my students sponsored it. Then it was in 96 in the Towers.
We'll go back to it, and we have
Yeah,
a move.
in the meanwhile, King f3 was played by Magnus, improving his king position. It is something he was not wasting his over the a file, but more he considers king f3 is better. First of all, he's defending the f4 for later possibility against bishop d6, but also I think his idea, the idea behind knight e3, to play rook g1 and rook g5 from the other side to attack the f5 pawn, which I think in the long run he would like to force Karjakin to make. Let's say black would go rook a8, white would go rook g1, possibly h6 would be something he would be very happy about, h4 and h5, and now the g6 square could be weak. I think that's how Magnus is planning to play, though I'm not sure I have to play h6. Maybe bishop h6 is also possible to block the g5 square from the rook. And actually, to be honest, in this position, maybe I would prefer to play it with black already at this point, if this happens.
The computer is off.
Yeah, it's interesting that the computer engine sticks to 50-50.
I think he's off. But you're right, it's getting...
I like rook a8 very much. I think Magnus will not be able to have any real attack with his rook, because black will have the opportunity to defend it from with the bishop. So now rook a8. That's my vote.
Yeah, okay.
For that's the most obvious move. I mean, really. Actually, to be honest, even Magnus can be.
There's a move played.
Rook a8 played. Yeah.
Open file.
Yeah, open file. It's a principal move.
Rook loves it.
And rook a2 is coming to attack on the second rank, the pawns, white pawns, which can be very unpleasant.
Oh, he didn't. I don't think he played rook a8.
Right. No, on some board it shows.
Actually, he played rook b8. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Rook b8.
Rook b8. Rook b8. No, yeah, rook b8. Well, it's kind of very strange to me, rook b8.
Why is that strange, Judith?
To prepare to c4, but...
Rook b8. I have to
Must be
really
very
think
good.
very hard.
It's strange.
I mean, those guys sitting there, they are magicians with these rook moves.
Yes. Again, it's either so-so. I wouldn't say it can be stupid, but either so-so, it's really great because it's...
Okay, I'm getting the message here that it might be a mistake, and it is rook a8 as well.
Okay.
But
yes, we get the message that actually it's rook a8. So I'm happy that I don't have to explain rook a8.
Because it doesn't.
So rook a8.
Otherwise,
Yeah, because
a8. I repeat, rook
you have to
a8.
rewrite all your books for beginners.
Yeah, I mean,
Takes
rook
open
b8
file,
would be a
takes
move
open
which would be
Yes,
hard to put all the knowledge behind it. Let's
Sometimes
put it that way.
happens, but
They made a trick on us. So rook a8, of course, is the move, and rook a2 would be happening in the next move. And I think, to be honest, I would like to play it with black at this point.
yes.
At this point, I'm definitely would be looking forward to play with black. And to be honest, I'm not sure Magnus wouldn't be more happy to sit on the other side.
Who knows? Yes, I think it looked one-sided. Now it's obviously draw is most likely, but two other outcomes are possible.
Yes.
I remember in a way of self-criticism, and as an old man, probably the reason you called me here, I can contribute very little, especially I never was in top 5, never was even in top 10 like Jude was permanently. So I said the only reason you called me is for my age and wisdom. So I remember things. So I remember one story about great players, about Petrosian analyzing a game with someone, this Geller, and Taimanov came to the board and suggested for Petrosian some interesting pawn sacrifice. Petrosian didn't like it, but let it. And then a few moves later, Taimanov suggested a second pawn. It was also interesting, right? At this moment, Petrosian kind of angrily put pieces back, put to initial position Marek. You sacrifice your pawn. You give away your pawn. Don't give away my pawns. So I kind of tried to give pawns away. And
Yeah.
Karjakin, quite wisely, didn't give pawns away. And rather took the open file. Good, nice.
Well, I'm checking this position in the main line meantime, and I think Rook G1 would be the most logical move, only logical move to me, to try to play Rook G5, attack the F5 pawn. Well, this is the F5 pawn is practically the only weakness possible to attack, to play Rook G5 afterwards. And now, really the question is how Karjakin has his idea whether to play h6, or I would prefer much more to play bishop h6, because it's not only defending the g5 square, but also in the meantime it's attacking, putting pressure on the f4 pawn. And now really rook a2 will be coming. Maybe rook g3 is an option, try to make pressure on the
Rook
h
H3,
file,
yes.
but still I would go rook a2, rook h3, maybe only b3 simply, and keep the tension, and he would like to play rook h3. This can be interesting. This can be very interesting. Maybe rook a2 is not something strong attack after all.
Yes, because knight protects his pawn.
Yeah, this is probably the way to play for white, to play rook g1, and after bishop h6 to play rook g3, and try to play rook h3 afterwards.
Okay, Lev, we'll let you stretch your legs. It was so nice having you
Nice being here.
in the studio.
Nice.
Thank you to
Yeah,
have
And
you.
lies with
And,
you.
um,
Great pleasure.
Do you have any final predictions before you go for today's game?
Well, it will be so trivial. I begin impressed by this idea of choosing that, the pawn on b2 can be moved after all, and c2 pawn is protected. I still kind of moved to white is slightly better, but prediction certainly a draw.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's interesting now how Magnus will decide how to continue the game. I know I don't see any other great opportunity for white than the only to play rook g1 and then really coming up to the third rank with the rook. And I will be curious how Karjakin will be reacting on that move. But I have the feeling that Magnus is not happy what happened in the last few moves with the development, where actually practically if we can go back a few moves here after b5, I think he somehow underestimated that after knight e3 c6 there is not so much of a play for white, and the f5 it will be not enough, and it will be not possible really to attack. It's a good target. Rook g1 happened. Rook g1, which we were expecting. Now really rook g5 is the very strong strat, and Karjakin cannot afford it to allow that. Though there is a counter-attack, so what we looked, bishop h6 is one of the alternative, h6 is the other alternative, but there is a counter-attack also. Rook a2 is an alternative to attack the b2 pawn immediately. And if after rook g5, black would be just taking on b2, rook f5, and black king could go to e7 or g7. It's up to his taste which one he's choosing. And again, it's the game is very balanced. So after rook a2, maybe b3 can be an option, still moving away the pawn. So it's not attacked anymore, but still white would keep the threat of playing rook g5. And if, let's say, black would be defending with bishop h6, already maybe d5 can be something unpleasant for black, because now the rook on a2 is kind of out of play, because in this situation already the knight on e3 is standing extremely well, because while defending the c2 pawn, it's also attacking So it's making a multifunctional work here. So it's a big question. Against Karjakin's time is going, and we are at move 30. Already the players are allowed to offer a draw, but probably we will not get a draw offer from any of the players because they will want to play until the very last moment they see any chance to be created. And now he's thinking about really how to defend against rook g5 at the moment. Bishop h6, h6, or the counterattack with rook a2.
We're getting close to finalizing the third hour here, Judith. So we need a sum up. We need a sum up of this game, which maybe looks drawish, but still has its possibilities and openings.
Well, in the opening, it was not unexpected but interesting choice by Magnus to play e4. The Berlin was extremely very much expected by Karjakin. They played a good opening. There was an opening surprise by Magnus in move 11, which was an interesting try, but I think Carlsen made a very good reaction on that. Then a few moves later, there was a queen exchange already for which was I think Magnus thought that he can create some problems for black, but Karjakin reacted in a pretty good way until this point. And now a few moves ago, I felt that there was a slight possibility that Magnus can create something really unpleasant for Karjakin. But after he maneuvered his knight to e3, I think the game is really balanced, and we can say that there was not real chances in this game so far for any of the players. Karjakin is still thinking heavily how to defend. What is the best defense against the rook g5 move? Because it is true that if he would be going bishop h6, it's clear that it's not like that you change your mind and then you go back and then you play h6. No, it means that it stays there until the rook stays on g1 to protect the g5 square. It is key point at the moment for black to cover the g5 square and to defend with the king the f5 pawn, which is not going to be attacked from anywhere else. And rook g3 is an interesting idea, and maybe the only idea where white can hope for something to attack on the h file. But then I think black will have to start its counterattack with rook a2 or rook a4 possibly. And here there is a nice tactics. If rook h3, black has to defend, and black has to defend with king g6, and there would be a trick white could do after b3, asking for black to take on d4, but this is of course not possible because of the trap of rook h6, king h6, knight f5, and suddenly white would be winning a piece. So instead of the rook d4 big blunder, black would have to play possibly rook b4, which is absolutely not a move someone would want to play, because the rook can be in trouble. And then there is an option, of course, rook g3, king f6, rook h3 would only lead to repetition of moves. But this is something you don't want to get your rook to b4, because it would be somewhere I'm sure black would like to try to look for something better. We had a move again on the board. We have some tricky moves played, but rook a2 on rook g1. Interesting that black immediately looks for counterattack. Black is looking for counterattack immediately with rook a2. This is the way active players like to play, that we don't defend but we counterattack immediately when we see the opportunity. And immediately b3 happened by or not yet, b3. b3 happened, and now rook g5, the threat is still there for white. Rook g5 is threatening. And now it's interesting, I'm not sure rook a2 was the best move, because if now black plays bishop h6, then probably either white goes rook g3 anyway, and tries to get some initiative after rook h3, or well, maybe rook g8 is also an alternative to give some back attack from d8 or somewhere. It can be a little bit unpleasant for black. So what kind of other alternatives black have if not bishop h6? I think bishop h6 would have been safer in the previous move for Karjakin.
What phase are we going into now?
Now we are going into phase, actually the next few moves, it might be crucial, because actually white is really trying to grab the f5 pawn, which of course black will do everything not to give. But black will have to decide how to protect rook g5, and but at the moment I see that he has to be extremely careful how he's defending and what is he going to allow for white. Because now somehow white took a bit of the initiative, and really this knight on e3 is really well placed at the moment suddenly, because it is defending the c2, attacking or putting pressure on f5 pawn, and also with the rook not only to g5 the opportunity, but also to g8 will be open for black if black moves away the bishop from f8. Sometimes active moves are not always the best moves. I think still black shouldn't be in big trouble, but I think now black has to be extremely careful. Or maybe Karjakin has an idea somehow to sacrifice the pawn on f5. That's also possible. But you know, c5. Yeah, he tries to make very active moves, and actually the idea is behind this that well, obviously white is not going to take, because then black's bishop would be extremely active. So this is something we exclude from white's options. Rook g8 is something. Rook g5. Let's see if rook g5 would not work, because then c takes d4, the knight is attacked. And probably it will be not so good for white. Rook f5, king g7.
On the computer now, Judith, the advantage is bigger than it's ever had been before in the game. It's 57-43 now to Carlsen. I don't know if that means anything, but
yes, this was a kind of a brave decision by Karjakin, but probably he calculated everything. Somehow I feel a little coordination missing. Something is missing from black's position, and I'm not sure all the pieces are really standing in the blessed place for this move c5, but maybe for concrete lines it can work. For example, rook g8 is also a possibility to attack the bishop immediately, and then let's say black would be moving away with the bishop. But even white can go on simply d5 and still keep the possibility of attacking the pawn with rook g5.
Okay.
It's clear that Karjakin is fighting for a draw, and of course, I don't know, the c5, it can be a turning point, to be honest.
Okay, it might have been a turning point. Magnus Carlsen is going for a win. Karjakin is fighting for a draw. And now we're going to short commercial break. We can welcome you back with a new guest in the studio, Israel Geffler, Chairman of the Appeals Committee and Vice President of FIDE. How are you doing here at the World Championships?
Well, so far enjoying. Waiting for appeal, which will probably never come, because appeals committee is a must, of course, in such matches. But usually, chess players are friendly, so we don't have many appeals in chess history.
What is your actual role in such events?
What do you mean? Role in what?
In events like this, the appeals committee.
Well, appeals committee is, how would I call it, like a Supreme Court. We are institute of appeal, if there is one, against any decision of arbiter or organizer or whatever, which a player or anyone else is not satisfied with. Simple as this.
Yeah, and tell us a bit about it. In what kind of cases do the players fill in an appeal?
Actually, it's very rare that there is an appeal against something relating to chess. I will give you two examples that I was involved. 26 years ago, I was an appeals committee in a match, Karpov-Kasparov in New York, here. And the appeal was against the organizers because Kasparov was insisting to play under Russian flag. You know, it was the time of Soviet Union collapsing. Yeah. So we were thinking, and Soviet Karpov camp resisted, and we decided no flag at all. So very important decision. And sometimes it's a behavior of a player. Back 3 years ago, there was one player in the candidates when Magnus won and then proceed to be world champion, that he didn't come to the press conference after the game because he didn't know the way or whatever. So he was fined. So he made an appeal. So we took the appeal, and whatever result, it's not about. And it's very, very rare. I think it never happened in world championship match that there will be an appeal against a real decision of the chief arbiter about the chess itself.
And now there has been a decision on the board, Judith.
Yes, actually White played Rook G8, which I think is the best move, and it is clear at the moment right now that Karjakin can get in trouble if his position is suddenly very fragile, I must say. And then, of course, Magnus is extremely dangerous. When he gets a chance, he tends to really take it. And this is a moment when it can be very dangerous for Karjakin unexpectedly, because I think in the last two moves, playing Rook A2 and C5, maybe it was too early for him to look for such a concrete counter chances at this point.
Geffler, Israel Geffler, how do you see the position on the board? You're a chess player as well.
Well, I tend to agree with Judith, of course. And not only because she's such a great grandmaster, because it looks like that it looked like drawish before, but now it looks that Karjakin faces some problems. I don't know if it's bad already, but it's dangerous. So it's already dangerous. Looks dangerous.
What is it possible to say? What you would do in his position?
Well,
Rook G8. The bishop is attacked.
King F7 looks bad. Rook G5. So bishop wherever it's maybe it's a critical position. Maybe next move will decide whether he can defend or not. I don't know.
Actually, there is a very interesting line that after Rook G8, if King F7 would be kind of a natural move, and then Rook G2 is a very unexpected move. This might be something that Karjakin blundered. And as it would be important to defend the C2 pawn, So after c takes d4, white could be taking on f5, and suddenly there is a clear advantage for
Yeah.
white. And this must be something easily could have been blundered by Karjakin, that after rook g8, king f7, rook g2 would be a fantastic move.
Takes
probably-
on f5, king f6, king
Six.
e4 probably.
Well, after knight f5, what to be played? Maybe d3 is possible for
Yeah.
counter chances because d4 is hanging. So maybe d3, c takes d3, rook a3, attacking the pawn. But okay, at this point, white would be having a pawn up, so it's
Yeah.
clear who is playing for a win.
Yeah.
That's not a question anymore. So after rook g8, again, there is a big choice to make by Karjakin, and maybe bishop d6. The problem is that after c takes d4, white would be taking on f8, king goes back to e7, let's say. White would go rook f5, d takes e3. Now it's a rook endgame with 4 pawns. But whites are much more stable. Black's pawns are all over the place, they're weak. And white has only one pawn, which is under attack. And now white could be making, it's also a very, very nice move to play rook c5, defending the c2 pawn. And suddenly white can be an advantage and gain a pawn. And these are the nuances which, that's how usually Magnus is winning games.
But Judith,
But still maybe
Something is unfolding.
is it clear to say that we're closer to a decisive game than ever, more than ever in the match?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can say that at this point, Karjakin has to really focus very much. And exactly in such a situation, if you look at the clocks at this point, he has only 16 minutes left, still 8 moves to go. This is something when it can be a real chance for Magnus, whether Karjakin, first of all, how much damage he made in the last few moves, and secondly, if he can find the right moves and still make a draw and save the game. He went king f7,
yeah.
right, or not yet? King f7 was played.
Yeah, and now you say rook g2. Yeah.
And now rook g2 is a fantastic move.
Yeah.
And this is very easy to blunder. Very easy to blunder something like
And
this.
if he goes back,
Because after king f7, suddenly the f5 pawn is going to be hanging after I move away my rook. So if, I'm sorry, after king f7, rook g2, if you would be going back, now already I can take on c5, let's say, and after bishop c5, it's not in a pin as it was before. So now I could be moving my knight to d5 and knight c3 maybe. Ah, no, actually I can take on f5. And after
Yeah,
king
and
takes
rook-
f5, rook g5
We
check.
have a move again.
Yes, and rook
yeah.
g2 arrives
yeah,
on the
takes on
board.
a5 looks decisive.
And
because
something
C2
serious
is
is
defended.
happening. Something very serious is happening on the chessboard. And this is something very unexpected what happened in the last few moves.
You
Can
know,
you-
this is typical Magnus.
C takes
Yeah, that was.
d4.
I was about to ask
This is-
that question. Is this typical Magnus?
This is typical
It
Magnus.
looked drawish, and now it's.
To squeeze
C takes d4.
victory or advantage from very, very equal positions, which was at the beginning of the endgame.
Can you sum up the turning point here, Judith? What
The
made
turning
this happen?
point, the turning point was, I think, if we go back in a few moves, it was this when at the move 30 after rook g1, where in the last few moves he was Karjakin.
Got a new move here again.
Yeah, knight f5, we're just going to get there. That white was trying to cover the g file, and then somehow Karjakin misplayed, he miscalculated, somehow he had different thoughts, and he went rook a2, b3, c5, continuing some. He wanted to be too active, and I think it might be the case that it was too early. Rook g8 was a very good attempt, and after king f7, rook g2, an amazing idea. And after cd4, knight takes f5. Again, Karjakin continuously looking for activity. That's why he gives back the pawn, and probably it's the best move. C takes d3, rook a3, and now at the moment it's Magnus who is a pawn up. The question is whether he's going to be able to really make it until winning. Now at this moment, it is in many parts, and of course rook b2 is not something White is happy to do, but still, let's face it, I mean, he has a pawn up at the moment. And if he will have a few moves to make, he's going to play king e4, he will come back with his knight to e3, stabilize his position, and it's a pawn up. So it's something serious
is this a result
happening.
of wrong decisions of Karjakin, or is it genius moves by Magnus?
It's both. It's both.
It's a combination.
It's both that Magnus, during the whole game, we were watching the game, and there were countless occasions when he tried. What happened? After c takes d3, rook, not rook a3, but rook a1 happened. Rook a1. Well, it is very clear that Karjakin doesn't want to go to defense, and he didn't want to be passive in the game, and he was always continuously looking for activity. And also now it's the case that he tries to be active with his rook and attack from the backside, either from rook b1 to attack the b3 pawn, or to come all over to f1, possibly attack the f4 pawn. And later on, of course, his plan is to go king f6, to ask the knight whether which direction is the knight going to be moving. But at this point, it is extremely difficult for Karjakin.
Israel, what do you think goes through Karjakin's mind now? What's his state of mind right now?
Well, I believe he is experienced enough not to be desperate, not to think, oh, what did I do? But I believe he realizes what Judy says, that he faces troubles, and he should make the really the best moves now, not to. I don't know what the computer says, but what kind of advantages.
It's 59-41 advantage
so
Magnus.
It's substantial.
It's more than it ever has been.
Yeah. So he will try to defend, but as I said, this is so typical Magnus. He won 2 endgames like this against Vichy, against Anand. Very, if you remember, of course, very equal, so-called equal endgames. This is one of his geniosities.
Yes, if we would count all the games he won, which is drawish, and many of the grandmasters would have been agreed to draw. I mean, practically that's one of the differences that he has 28-52 at the moment, because he feels all these nuances. I mean, he creates all these opportunities where his opponent, every move, he has to make a decision, and it's very close to equal. It is almost, we could agree to a draw, but he's there and he's always creating here and there, playing on the all 64 squares and creating opportunities. And look here, maybe he's not going to win the game, but definitely he's very close to it.
But how much of this is calculation and how much is intuition?
It's both, but he's fantastic in calculation, and his intuition is also great because he learned so much from his predecessors, from champions, and he's really famous for learning from books and really reading a lot about old games and the whole game, how it unfolds. And this pays off, I think, and he really loves to do this.
And is that combination why it's so hard to play him? Because you never know where you have him as an opponent?
It's not only... It's of course combination, but it's everything. And this what characterize great players. I remember, in the candidates he won in 2013, he won 2 games against my friend Boris Gelfand. And this what brought him the first place. And Boris told me after the tournament, listen, this is Capablanca. This is Capablanca. This is something that squeezes every tiny, every millimeter of advantage, if it exists or if it doesn't exist. He creates this. He's a very great genius, and of course, chess players or great chess players like Judith know exactly to appreciate this kind of talent.
Yeah, because many people could say after, if let's say Magnus would win the game, many people say, okay, Karjakin just blundered. But it's not about that, that you can't really point out that it's just one blunder. It is a blunder, but the pressure which Magnus is increasing from move to move, you have the feeling that it's nothing special, it should be a draw.
That is interesting.
But Magnus is able, I mean, he really is so much deeply in the game, and he really wants to play it out all the way, and until the last moment it's signed that it's a draw, he still thinks that he always has chances. He played knight d4. He played knight d4.
To add to what Judith correctly said, he creates positions that his opponent has problems. He forces you to solve problems every moment that you think.
Yes.
Yeah,
This is the real
And
reason.
eventually you crack. I mean, here also, like, practically Karjakin cracked. I mean, he knew that it's a roughly equal position, but he had to make the right moves.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 5,
You said
10,
that all
15
days,
moves in a row.
Judith. Look here, he's making Karjakin make a decision.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
all the
very
time.
tiring,
Yeah.
and eventually you can crack very easily, and this is what happened. I mean, we have a move since then. Knight d4 was played, which is a very good move probably by Magnus, forcing the pawn to go b4. It was played immediately by Karjakin. And now, of course, the question is how Magnus can show his
Now it's technique how to
the
win.
technique, yes. Because
Yeah.
of course it's not easy to win. I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, it's a great achievement what he achieved, that he has a pawn up, but still he has to be careful a lot of times not to be exchange the knight for the bishop and transpose into a drawish endgame. Because, for example, if we would take off all the pieces, not all, but the knight bishop and 3 pawns of black and only 2 pawns of white, and only the f4 and the h2 pawn would stay apart from the rooks, it's a theoretical draw. So there are still some possibilities for black to save the game, but it's getting more and more harder and harder. And I think if Magnus continues to be focused so much, then
So the thing is
can
now that
see here.
he's set himself in a position where it's very possible to win, but he still has to capitalize on the position.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Just because you have a very promising, almost winning position, it doesn't mean you win the game. You have to be sharp until the very end.
This is the difference between the great players and the regular players. Regular players may miss this opportunity to win. Great players should win this endgame. And I don't know,
No, but I think in Magnus, the incredible thing is when he played he was playing this drawish position. The difference is with him and other players, he believes the fact
Yeah.
that he can win.
Yeah.
He believes that it's possible to win. Contrary to many of the players, once they have a drawish game, they just simply lose interest. They think, okay, it's drawish, next game, go. Move on. And he thinks really that he believes in the possibility that he can create something. I think, of course, every game which he wins this way, it gives him an extra optimism, extra energy,
exactly.
extra motivation that each time it's such a great thing that everybody thinks already that it's a draw, and I make magic and I
At
win
that
the game.
moment, the game for him only starts.
Yes.
And now, Kaya, I want to hear two things. How is the tension in the field, and how's the tension on the social media now?
Yeah, people are loving this right now that Magnus actually is turning this game around. I was standing getting ready to do the interview because we were thinking this was going to be a draw in just a few minutes. And then, so typical Magnus to just turn it around. And people are really getting excited out here at the arena. And I just started checking our social media, and people are really happy, and it's going to be interesting now. And I really want to get guys out there to use our hashtag Team Carlsen or Team Karjakin to see if they're actually happy about Magnus maybe getting a win here, or if they think Karjakin can actually fight back here. I want to also
Just
mention.
have a move here,
Let's
Kaya.
do the move
Let's
first.
do the move, and then
Let's
we'll come
do the
back to you.
Yeah.
Rook g5, an active move, and it can be also a very sharp and very important move to cover the 5th rank. First of all, it has an idea to give it check later on f5 to make it unpleasant for for black. But of course, good technique is very much needed for Magnus, and Karjakin has to be extremely sharp how to cause trouble for Magnus with his technical journey to win the game. It is
Pawns
going
are
to
quite
be
weak.
well. Pawns are very weak, and even this b4 pawn can be weak eventually, because also white can be playing rook b5 later on. It's a good post, and then the f8 bishop is not necessarily be able to move. I would be thinking to play maybe bishop g7, and actually this is the idea of rook g5, I think, mainly.
Yeah.
It is against bishop g7, so now white is able to play rook d5, and while attacking the d7 pawn, also defending the d4 knight. Because what white really has to be careful that he is not going to get into drawish rook endgame.
Yeah, this can be the drawish positions that you were talking before. Bishop g7, rook d5, takes a knight, takes pawn, king g6, take d4, takes...
But the problem is my rook is on a1.
Yeah, no,
so
not
it's,
yet.
here it's completely hopeless.
It's not possible yet.
Yeah.
It's not
So now rook d5 is a very sharp move. I like this move very much, as rook on d5 will be standing extremely powerful.
We have a
Okay.
great. We have a no. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I just want... So, no, just to continue this, on rook d5, king e8 probably is the one.
After bishop g7?
Yeah, bishop g7, rook d5, king e8.
Oh yes, but now I can go maybe even knight c2 or knight f5. I mean, this looks like win, practically. I mean, the bishop is in trouble, and black is not in time with anything.
Yeah, then he's...
I mean, maybe actually, no, maybe you're right. Now bishop c3 can be a possibility, and then,
Yeah, and then
play rook
d3
b1 and
in
d3. This is some kind of chance. But already black is in a very difficult position. Very difficult situation he's dealing with.
Go on, Kaya.
Yeah, because we have a great question here from Roman Kumar on our Facebook page. He's wondering if you can imagine what Karjakin feels like right now, because getting a loss against the world champion already would be kind of devastating, right?
Absolutely.
Is he thinking about it right now as he sits there?
Well, he's trying to not think about it, I think, but looking at the position, it comes to mind, I guess. I mean, it's very clear that he's very much on the edge of the cliff.
Karjakin on the edge of the cliff.
I believe he was preparing for such positions psychologically when they prepared for the match. I believe.
I don't
that they
think
were
you prepare to lose the game.
not
You
to
don't
lose the
want
game, but you prepare that sometimes you will be in a position that you are either losing or better. He was preparing, I presume, to deal with such positions, even after you lose. How to overcome, how to remain calm, how to go for the next game. So it's everything.
But it looked on the board and in Karjakin's face at one time that he was completely in control, completely in harmony.
Maybe he was too much of happy that he's over on any danger.
Yeah.
And he didn't feel the danger anymore coming, and he was too much comfortable in feeling too comfortable in the situation. And it happens that you think it's already you're over with all the dangers, all the critical moments, and it's only a technical part of the game to make a few good moves, and then the game is a draw. And then suddenly, in a sunny day, thunder comes.
There's a saying in Norway that if you give Magnus the little finger, he'll take the whole hand.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know what your comments on. Maybe it's already started with G5. That he was a little bit.
He was provoking him playing G5,
provoking.
but that was still okay for black.
Yeah, it was.
after
but
that,
still,
it was.
he had to defend. The square F5 was exposed to the knight, so he had to start solving problems. This
Yeah.
is the position.
Yeah.
And is it critical for Sergey now to have 11 minutes left on 4 moves
Absolutely.
in the position?
I mean, it's not enough that he's having a very critical position. He doesn't even have too much time to think. So it is something
No, he has 3
very
moves.
unpleasant.
It's not a big. It's not a big. He has 3 moves.
No, but okay, it's still to fight with yourself emotionally also that you ended up in such a position in a very drawish game.
And don't forget that he has 30
seconds per move, yes. Yeah.
This can get intense in just a few minutes. Exciting.
Yeah, I think Magnus is very happy and he knows it that he's close to it.
And our friends on social media are thinking Magnus will win it now. Most of them, anyway. I want to hear from someone who thinks he's not going to win now. Who thinks Karjakin can actually save this game?
Well, he has some chance, of course, to save the game, but he needs also some luck and.
It's not easy. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't know what computer says or
58-42.
Judith evaluation, but I don't know if it's what is the computer?
58-42.
58-42. It's substantial.
Yeah.
It's substantial advantage.
But does that mean that Magnus has to do a mistake?
If probably it says that if Magnus plays correctly, and probably he will, it is, I would say, quite close to a win.
Yeah. So.
And Karjakin less than 10 minutes on the clock now. Not fun to be the Russian right now, I think.
And but we can't forget Karjakin's defending skills.
Yes, but the problem is when you're material down and you have a clearly much worse position, it is not a technical situation where you have to defend. You have to defend in a way that you're pressed and you have to make good moves. It's already objectively he has a pawn down. He has a material down. So it is. Of course, he will fight and he will look for counter chances. But I mean, I might even say that maybe the game objectively is won for white.
But Karjakin is still thinking. He's thinking, and thinking.
There is a lot to think about.
Yeah, there is.
But not
that
too
was my
much time
question.
to think.
What is he thinking about?
Well,
There is a lot,
trying
but
to figure out is
what
there
concrete?
what is the best practical chance to save the game.
What's the best plan to save to save the game?
Well, I think his best plan somehow to attack from behind.
Can you, Judith, show some lines on the board to how
Yes,
he can actually save the game?
Well, at the moment here we have rook g5 was the last move. I'm sorry. This was the last move, and now White's plan is after bishop g7 to go rook d5 and attack and defend at the same time. So I would look at rook f1 now. What happens if Black gives a check and tries to have counterattack? And then let's say White king can go to e4, for example. I mean, by now it's not only that White has a pawn up, but also his king is clearly
This
better.
is how centralized.
Centralized, and we talked about it, that in the endgame the king can be one of the strongest attacking piece. So Black should be looking around probably something like, well, first of all, bishop h6 maybe, possibly. And then White would go rook g4, but I mean, whatever I'm looking, it is a pawn up. I mean, with good technical skills, which Magnus has, I mean, it is really getting close to things. How can Karjakin save possibly? Somehow to have counterattack against the h pawn, maybe to give a check on e1, king d5.
Maybe he's also checking the possibilities how I can get to the end game that Judith was mentioning before.
Too theoretical.
Yeah, with the H and F. I don't know if it's possible, but
What's the best path for Magnus here?
Sorry?
The best path for Magnus here to close this, to
Well, he has
capitalize
to
on
be
his position.
very careful, and he has to look for opportunity how to increase his winning position, how he can materialize his advantage, which is, of course, still not so obviously. I mean, it's not 100% that he will be able to do that. And of course, Black will counterattack either from b1
We have a move.
or h1. He went rook b1. He went rook b1. The idea behind this move, obviously, Black wants to play Bishop G7 and really
to
looking
attack
for
the knight and to
really
change
looking for the possibility of saving the game in a theoretical way. Really, even having 2 pawns down in some situations, he can theoretically defend the game. Of course, White has to be careful to avoid all this, or such a rook endgame, possibly. Well, now maybe rook b5, it's an option, so the bishop will be not able to move, and it's tied to the b4. I think this is something unpleasant for Black, but still, of course, White will have to show how he can materialize the pawn up, because it's still not so easy as I think rook b1 actually was a very good try, because now the d4 knight is tied to the b3 pawn at the moment.
People are getting really excited out there. J.R. Suarez is saying he's going to name his next son Magnus, and he uses the hashtag Team Magnus. And a lot of people are using the hashtag Team Carlsen now. Jay Sharma says, I'm expecting fireworks from Carlsen now. Grobian says, this must be so frustrating for Sergey Karjakin. So keep using those hashtags, people.
Let's try. There is one variation that I can see that he's trying for the. Suppose he plays rook b5, bishop g7, takes b4, takes the knight, takes the bishop, takes on b3, takes on e6, on d7, king e6. If he takes on h7, then we reach but it doesn't.
No, but this has to be completely lost.
Yeah, lost because rook d4
Lost.
defending the d3.
We have a move in the meantime. After rook b1, Magnus played rook f5. Again, a typical move. He gives a check in time trouble. Again, asking him to think from out of the 4 possible moves, which direction you decide to go.
Yeah.
It is typical. Probably it can be the best move also, but it's also just to give more pressure and decide where do you go with the king. And actually, if Black really has to go king e8, what Karjakin played, it was an excellent move, because Black moved back to the back rank with the king, and now there's a huge difference between the white king and the black king. I mean, white king is so much more active than Black's king, and now if we see both pieces, the king and the bishop is back at their initial position, where it started the whole game.
Now we're up 61-39.
Yes.
No, but there is still a threat of bishop g7 and threat on the knight and threat in the b3, and he has to do something.
Well, I think now rook b5 will be coming.
Yeah.
I mean, really, again, 1% made add. 1% was added by Magnus in the last 2 moves, let's say, and this is how he is increasing that. Always small things.
Rook b5, h4, h5, king e4, and
I mean, really, if this was the move, yeah, rook f5 was a good move, I must say. It's not only that Black had to decide which direction he goes, but he had to go to a worse place than it was on f7.
Probably not going to see Karjakin leaving the board in the next few moves now. He's got to sit there and think.
No, I think the next time he moves, it will be definitely after move 40 or after the game finishes. And I'm sure Magnus feels it, that he is very close to it.
Yeah, can you explain how close we are to a finish now, or how close we are to a decision?
Well, let's put it that way. I think there is at least 70% that Magnus will win the game.
That's a lot.
80%, because it is very close. Of course, he has to be very accurate. That's not a question. And still, there is a lot of good moves to be made by him. But for example, if he stabilizes his rook and then he improves his king position, and he makes some of good maneuvering with his pieces, he can win the game in the next 10-15 moves also.
On rook b5, maybe rook h1 is no, but then is a rook h5.
No, maybe actually he will go rook h5 now, but then bishop g7.
Yeah.
Well, rook h1 is no, but after rook h1, rook h5 is strong, because the rook is not attacking the b3 anymore.
Attacking the b3.
Exactly.
Yeah, he
So he played rook b5. Rook b5.
Look at the percentages now. Going further up for Magnus.
It's still 61-39.
61-39, yeah.
Oh.
In there for a while.
Yeah, it is incredible that what Magnus created from that really drawish endgame, which was 90% of the grandmasters would have been happy to agree to a draw and
Yeah.
go
You
to
think
rest
so?
before the next game.
The 90% would do that?
I think so. more or
Something
less.
like this.
Yeah.
Something like this. They would never think that there is a chance to play. And as I said, for him, the game starts at this point. This is Magnus.
That is an interesting difference. So, of course, a decisive difference for why he is world number one. And why he is as good as he is. Obviously.
Karjakin still has some supporters out there. Shane Ryan is saying that Karjakin is the Russian Houdini. The minute you think you have him close in, he gets out.
Sorry?
Shane Ryan is thinking that Karjakin can get out of this.
Well, sometimes he can save games and really make miracles, but I think to save this game, he'll need Magnus also to not to play carefully enough to convert his advantage. I mean, such a position, such a games, most of the time Magnus is winning. And it's a very difficult situation for Karjakin to try to save the game. It is extremely difficult. I mean, I see also Carlsen's face and concentration that he also feels exactly that it is already something special situation. Rook f1 check, trying to attack later on the f pawn, I guess. Well, I'm expecting king e4.
Somebody put the rook here.
And I guess king e4 is coming. And then probably bishop d6 is an option to attack the f4 pawn and somehow to provoke white. And now, well, probably rook f5 would be played, for example.
And there's 4.5 minutes on the clock.
No,
King
it's the last
e4 was
move.
played?
Mm.
Yes, but it's move 40.
Yeah.
Move 40. King e4. And now the all white pieces. It's not enough that white has a pawn up, but all the pieces. Look at the white king on e4 is much better placed, much more active than the king on e8. The knight on d4 is really in the center. It's the best location for the knight. Like you can jump anywhere you want. You cover the whole board. And the bishop is a defender, defending the b4 pawn. And also the rook on b5 is very active. It's covering the fifth rank. It keeps an option to play rook b8 and attack the king, or to play to b7, attack the rook. And the only piece which is perfectly fine for black is the rook. It's his rook on f1. That's the only piece which is excellently placed. But one piece will not be able to save the game, I think.
So mathematically, all the elements Judith was mentioning probably bring it to a winning position. Because if you just count that this is better and the centralized better, the king is better, and on top of it one pawn, it probably brings to 70 or something like this with the computer.
Yeah, it's getting a bit up. It's 63-37 now.
Kyle Williams is thinking that Karjakin's c5 move might have been the move that started to go wrong.
I think already starting with rook a2, it was already he started the wrong direction of play, and here he showed that he wants to be too active, and I think it was maybe too early to do it that way. Karjakin played check, and And now I think Karjakin might be playing actively, either king d5 or king f5.
Magnus, yeah.
Magnus.
337 on the percentages now.
King d5 looks good because he can.
Yeah, but maybe king f5 is even better to go front of the f4 pawn, and then later on to play rook b8 check, and then knight f3, knight e5 will be coming. That can be very dangerous.
Yes, several, probably
Let's say rook
some good
d1.
opportunities.
Possibly black would go rook d1 to attack the d3 to look for counter chances. But now all kind of tactics are going to be there. I mean, rook b8, king would go to f7, knight f3, and I think it's getting practically hopeless by now. I mean, it's so fastly collapsing black. White is bringing his knights, and then it's going to be simply killing.
But if you, Judith, were in Karjakin's position, what would you think at this moment?
Please, I wouldn't like to be in his position in this situation. It's painful to think about
you have
it.
been in it, so
you would have just prayed, God help me to find the best moves.
I don't know. Probably I would curse myself. Why was I so stupid to ruin my game so heavily? I mean, you would feel that you made mistakes completely unnecessary, unforced mistake. And this is one of the most painful thing. When your opponent is playing simply better and you fought your best, I mean, you admit that your opponent is better. Here, of course, it is clear that Magnus was playing better. But practically it was some uncareful decision made. King f5 was played, which we were discussing, and it's move 41. So by now the players got the extra 50 minutes after move 40. And time is not going to be the main factor of this game.
No.
It's the extra pawn which is really disturbing from Black's point of view.
So rook f1, maybe it's a possibility.
Well, maybe rook f1, white knight from going to f3. But even then, my king on
and also threatening bishop h6.
Yes, but the problem is if black is going to be too slow with that. I give it check on b8, and then black goes, let's say, if king e7, then already rook b4 is hanging. The pawn is hanging. Yeah. If black goes king f7, I would go rook b7. And then suddenly, for example, after king e8, I can go knight b5 in order that, let's say, black plays something, knight c7 and knight d5 comes. So suddenly everything is falling apart.
Lot of active possibilities for white. Yeah.
But as a chess lover, as a vice president of FIDE, is these kind of games you really want to have?
Yes, of course. We prefer such games to drawish, to those ones. But as I said, this is a typical Magnus game. And this is what is so genius in Magnus, that he creates points or close to points from nothing. This is real. This was characteristic for the great Capablanca. Exactly.
Rook d1. This is the move we were discussing, and now I'm pretty sure that Magnus will not even think too long and give the check on b8. He will definitely not come back.
Now we can give a check.
He will give a check.
King f7, knight f3.
Yeah, that's my idea to move on to. Yeah, simply in drawish endgames, simply Magnus's mindset is completely different. He's just looking for. He's interested about the game. What kind of resources are there? And in the other hand, he's mixing so much his understanding and love for chess, but in the other hand, he loves to win. And he can combine this so well that it turns out to be pretty good.
And you know, something very typical for him, which you can see here, and it was also shown, I believe, in the match with first match with Anand and partly in the second, that he has a belief in himself in a simple position. He avoided in the first match, you remember in India, he avoided theoretical battles. He was playing very simple variation, not going to theoretical debate. And once I said in India, I would not be surprised if one game he will play e4, e5, bishop e2. Simple as like this, and just play without any variation or preparations or whatever. He is just counting on his ability to create what he needs in the game.
Yeah, and each play he plays like this and wins. It adds to his self-confidence that he is able to do it against the very best players in the world. And of course, also in the other hand, on the other side, other players also know exactly. So each game they see that he's able to win a drawish game, also they know. So psychologically, they can already make some damage to themselves. That, oh my God, Magnus is winning these kind of games, so I have to be very careful and checking moves even more than they should. And then somehow they enter into the trouble.
Okay, Israel, you had a great effect on the game today coming to studio. You were a game changer, actually. So thank you very much for coming to the studio. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
And I hope you will enjoy the rest of the game and the rest of the championships and everything.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I hope we all enjoy.
Yeah, we surely do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Judith, a lot of the times that we see Magnus winning games, it's because he gets that pawn over to the other side and gets that other queen. Is that eventually what he's planning to do now?
Well, I'm not sure the game will get to that point that he's going to queen any of his pawns. I think he might be winning before that.
So when do you think he will win? What's his winning path?
Well, I consider that he's going to play rook b8 check, and after that he's going to regroup his knight. You remember we were talking about his knight? I mean, I should have talked to Karjakin if he wants a secret weapon against Magnus. I mean, so he's going
that would be a good tip for him. Take his knights.
He's going to regroup his knight and improve his. All of his pieces are standing better and more dangerous. And I think that's how he will actually convert his pawn up and the initiative in the game. That he will have his rook on the 7th and 8th rank and the knight e5 or g5, and then maybe eventually even the f4 pawn would be moving ahead.
And again, Judith, for new viewers, can you take us through the turning point here?
Well, the turning point was about move 30, as far as I remember, when after f4, where the g file got opened up, and there were new resources for white to try to attack black's weak f5 point. And I think that was the crucial moment when Karjakin probably should have spent more time on evaluating what is the best defensive idea and what are the possible dangers can happen to him. And then he got over-optimistic and got too active at that point. And he didn't realize that the e3 knight was simply the magical knight of this game, which was at the same time defending the c2 pawn and attacking and put incredible pressure over the f5 pawn. And after the c5 active move by black, also the d5 square became weak. And also the whole pawn structure became vulnerable for black. And suddenly all the pieces, white's pieces, became more active, played better, and concretely, actually, even it cost him a pawn.
Honestly, were you surprised that this happened, that his game was turned around?
Well, at that point where we were discussing, I think Lev Albert was here when we were still discussing exactly this moment.
Yeah.
What are the options and possibilities for white and for black's defense? And I think it is something strange. Yeah. I
the
was
beauty of chess,
expecting-
maybe.
Yeah, not from black side to look at it, but objectively, it's interesting that such a drawy situations can turn around in one move. Actually, the key element was, and I'm pretty sure that that was the blunder by Karjakin, is after Rook G8, King F7, this magical Rook G2 move, which was defending the C2 pawn and freed the knight on E3. And this was somehow deadly. This is what I felt that after c5 it was something. Maybe everything can be still okay with black, but one move and it can cost maybe the game.
And this situation is now sinking in.
Yeah, I
for
think Magnus, of
yeah.
course, he's thinking over what is the best move and what is the best technical way and practical way of continuing the game. Because, of course, the game is not over after all. I mean, until the moment the score sheets are signed, as we say, chess players, it's never over. And he knows it exactly. And I think he's very he has very much the patience to win such a games. And I see also Karjakin is kind of understanding the situation, of course, completely what he's ended up into after move 40.
Yeah. He's just leaning back, watching the board.
Yeah, because it is really painful in such a situation when he really made some of very good decisions, and this is what happens when you play against Magnus after all, that no matter whether you get away from the bullets maybe 19 times, but the 20th time it catches you. And this was the case here also, that there was no real problem for Karjakin, but still he was stably making the moves which stabilized his game. It was always around equal. And actually where he started to make the mistakes, it was also about equal. So there was at all no reason to get such a difficult position.
Do you think that we, in the end of November, will be sitting saying the game changer or the match changer was the third game?
It is possible, of course. It's going to be a big question if, let's say, Magnus wins this game. How Karjakin can come back tomorrow with the white pieces. How angry and hungry will he be, and how Magnus can handle it. Because actually, it was a case when, for example, with Anand, this was the case with Karjakin, 1-1, and the other one came back right after the next game. And actually, for Carlsen will be dangerous tomorrow's game because when you win a game, it can be a turning point and you get very excited.
Okay, and we'll go to Kaja in the field.
Yeah, because of course we have to check in with Team Carlsen, how they're doing right now. You've been in the room with the family manager. Arne, you're the media chief for Magnus. How are you guys doing right now?
We're excited. It's getting tight, so it's good to see that there's some excitement in the match, and the position looks promising. So, but still, it's a far way to go. But we're really excited now.
All right, so you guys are not saying yet that this is a win for Magnus?
No, not yet.
Do you think he's going to win it?
He has to play it precisely, but of course, I hope he's going to take this home.
And what would it mean to get a win in Game 3 for Magnus now?
It would be very good to have that half a point ahead and to be able to know that you're actually a better player.
And has it, from what you've seen from him the last couple of days, has he really been on fire, really looking for that first win?
He's been in a good mood. He's been in a really good mood, and that's always a good sign.
All right, so probably going to be in a good mood after this game as well. Back to you, Knut.
I think he will if he actually wins. And how much does that mean? What kind of mood you're in?
Well, if you win a game, I think you're happy in any case, and not to talk about in a World Championship match. And after the first game, there were not too many chances for either player. And of course, I mean, we were talking about it
with the rook
before the game that he came here to win today. Rook E5. I'd prefer to play rook b8, to be honest, but
Why?
because it would stay more active and there would be more opportunities and tactics for white. But probably Magnus knows he stabilizes and he knows how he wants to win technically the game. But this surprises me a bit, this move.
But do you think he has a clear plan at this stage?
I'm sure he has a plan after Black King moves to f7, I guess. There is not much of a choice. I guess he will go back to f7. And then maybe he wants to go back and relocate his king to e4, or possibly he wants to go rook d5. I don't know, to be honest, what's his plan. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what he wants to do.
So this
Probably
move
king
surprised
e4.
you a bit then?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's difficult. I think after rook b8 it would be I would feel that it's more dangerous for black. While after rook e5 what he played, I'm not sure what concrete idea he has in mind after king f7.
Judith, we talked to Carlsen's team, and now we have to hear from Team Karjakin.
Yeah, definitely. So Carlsen's team was in a really good mood right now. What's the mood in Team Karjakin right now?
Difficult month for Sergey. Now without the pawn. Now and Sergey now must be best of the best on the defense. But we know Magnus when has best chance and has this chance. Magnus is not like Laon, like I don't know what can I do. You understand me, because now Sergey, if Sergey play very, very, very good, maybe it's draw. But all understand that it's draw. Therefore, will be a very good result. Okay, now it's difficult game, and I won't go a little for a walk. Okay.
You want to leave us? Well, I just have to ask you before you go then.
Okay.
Will it be devastating to Sergey if he loses this game?
I don't know. His words on the final, if you remember, against Petr Svidler, it's 0-2, and Sergey won 2 games. And now, it's only begin, but we are waiting for the result. Okay.
But in your preparations for this World Championship match, have you gone through the scenario of him losing a game? And has he mentally prepared for that?
Okay, for me, I don't know, because it's work of coaches, But now, if we lose, I don't know. I don't want from now lose or draw. Okay, it will put a good lesson for Sergey.
All right. Well, we're gonna wish you the best of luck. Let's go back to the studio and hear some more exciting.
There is huge mood differences, of course, obviously, between the two teams now, Judith. And we have had 2 moves.
Yes, after rook e5 check, Karjakin played king f7, which was the very obvious move continuation, and Magnus played rook d5. So this was his plan, and I'm not sure it's the best plan. What was there in the previous move, but let's see what happens because when we start to exchange pawns, it can be a favor to Karjakin to try to save the game. But let's say after rook d3, rook d7 check, and black would be going to e8, and then rook would be going back to d5. Well, it's still very strong play for white, that's very clear. But I would see some more activity for black than in let's say 2-3 moves before. I mean, still it is very dangerous for black, and probably there are some tactical things going around for white. But I would have chosen rook b8 myself.
Okay, after 4 hours of playing in Game 3 in the World Chess Championship in New York, it seems to be a decided game. But we'll see right after the commercial break. Manhattan Night is beautiful, and so is the game of chess. If you see it from the white perspective, Judith, Magnus Carlsen is in a good position.
Absolutely, he has a great position, and for already quite some moves already, we can feel it that something special is unfolding at the moment, and there is a good chance that White will be winning the game. But on the other hand, don't forget, if let's say Magnus would be ruining and he wouldn't play the best way and he wouldn't win the game, that would mean that there would be huge psychological advantage for Karjakin that he could save such a game. And this will be, of course, extremely interesting. But this is why, of course, the just previously seen from the two camps, Carlsen's camp and Karjakin's, of course, it was very clear who is on which side by looking at his moods. But everybody is very careful, of course. When anybody is winning, nobody wants to say even the word that we will win or it's over. And it is very clear that, I mean, after all, Magnus is also a human. He made magics today so far, but of course, to win the game, still he needs to focus very much, and he cannot be too excited already that the game is over, because the game is not over at all, and we know exactly that Karjakin is a great defender.
But it is interesting how the mood of the teams are reflecting the game, and how the Team Carlsen just standing there calm, doing an interview in a good mood, and Team Karjakin wanted to leave the interview for a walk because they're feeling that this is not going their way.
Well, in such a situation, when you get close to lose or extremely big danger, or really things go very badly, it is not the moment when you want to share your mood or thoughts with the audience, or with anybody who is talking about the game, because simply it's too painful at this point, and it's too stressful for
of course
everybody who is in the team. And of course, immediately they have to think about already what will happen if, and how to recover if. So all these things already, of course, they are calculating, I guess.
What will happen next now, you think?
I think Karjakin will be taking the pawn. So there will be an exchange of pawns in the next next two moves. But of course, now Karjakin is thinking whether what is the best chance to try to defend this awfully difficult position, whether to exchange one pawn at the moment, or to defend the pawn with the king, and then still trying to hold that kind of position. And this is again a decision Black has to decide. It's again a situation where Carlsen makes his opponent in a difficult situation and makes him think to make a choice. How
choice is made.
Yes, rook takes d3. I would also take this. I think the best possible way of defense to grab any pawn which is possible from the defending side. Now, I guess I'm expecting rook d7, but there's another alternative to play king e4. Maybe this is what Magnus has in mind, to play king e4 first. And if after rook goes to h3 to attack the h2 pawn, then possibly knight f3 or giving a check first. I'm not sure, but probably I would be... Maybe I'm expecting rook d7, but there are some better chances for Karjakin than a few moves before, I think.
Yeah, and the percentage is now 63-37, but it was 60-40 before this move. So Karjakin lowered the percentage a bit before this move, but now it's back at 63-37.
Yeah, I'm curious. Probably he might be playing rook king e4, or yeah, let's say king check king e4, rook h3, and then possibly also rook d7 might be an interesting idea. And once Black is going back to e8, but I mean, there are less and less pawns, and there are some great chances to save the game for Karjakin, possibly.
But do you think Karjakin, after realizing the position, has defended well? after realizing that Carlsen has the clear advantage. Do you think he has defended well after that?
I think yes. I don't think he made a mistake since he got into this very problematic situation. I think after that he did the best he could, and I think at this point probably he has some hope, and he thinks that with right play maybe Magnus could not choose necessarily the best way. Rook takes d7 happened. He took, and now I think king e8 will be the move. King e8 going out from the check, though even bishop e7 is something to be considered, but then I think king e4 would be played, then rook d2, let's say, to attack the h2 pawn. But I don't really like to put the bishop into a pin, so I prefer to play king e8 with the black pieces. I mean, now, of course, the rook cannot move anywhere on the 7th rank because the d4 knight is still under attack. And now white has to decide. Practically, white has two options: either to play rook d5, so to defend the d4 knight, but then black will try to look for counter chances, rook h3, and try to grab the pawn on h2. And well, there's one way for white to play rook e5 and then king f7, rook e2 to defend the pawn. But now already black is pretty active, so he has some counter chances. Or after rook d7, king e8, king e4 is another option. And then if black would be taking the rook, king d7, king d3, then this position would be just completely winning for white. So black can't really take the rook, and black would have to be... but actually after king e4, rook b3 is possible, which is also difficult still for black, but it's getting less and less pawns, so it's getting more chances for black to save the game. I'm really curious what Magnus will be playing. King e8 happened. King e8 happened. And now I'm curious what Magnus had in mind. Really, how continue the game. Interesting. In the last few moves, I definitely consider that I would think there is more to the position which he could bring out from a few moves earlier. Let's say, I would say, if I would have this position, I would feel that I misplayed it a bit.
But
rook d5. Rook d5 is played. And now black will be trying to get some counter chances. Also rook d2 is possible, so to keep the pin, because after all here there is a pin, so the knight... actually the knight cannot move at the moment.
But could it in any way be that Magnus Carlsen got overexcited and then lost this position a bit?
It is possible, but it's also very difficult to win a winning position. I mean, with some players, I can say that if you learn to win a winning position, I mean, you might be a completely different player. It is not easy to handle the pressure, the situation, and also to find from the 2 or 3 or 4 different good alternatives which one to choose, how to win, how technically is the best way to win such a game where you already feel that it should be winning. It's a special quality that some of the chess players don't have, for example, and they misplay winning positions one after another.
The highest percentage we had was 63-37. Now it's 58-42.
We have a move.
Yeah, we do.
Rook h3. Rook h3, very logical, the most logical move. This is what we considered at first, because first of all, it's attacking the h2 pawn, but in the meantime, keeping an eye on the b3 pawn. So if the knight would be moving, then even that's hanging. And by the way, also potentially, optionally, there is a check possibility to play rook h5. So actually, black's rook is standing the best place at the moment of the board. And now it's interesting how Carlsen will be improving his game, because I think Karjakin improved his position. I think he has more chances. I would give, let's say, definitely more chances for him to save the game than 5 moves earlier. And I think maybe Magnus is also feeling a bit less comfortable than he did before. Because already at this point, he feels like he has to win the game.
Yeah.
If he created such an opportunity for himself, I mean, you can't blow this away. You can't ruin this situation. You have to win the game. So now suddenly the pressure is on him.
And then you got the thing you mentioned about mental advantage again. If Karjakin saves this.
That would be a huge advantage for Karjakin. I mean, that would be kind of a present, and he would know that this was a warning. That
are we seeing one of the world's best defenders doing his thing here?
I think so. I think so, definitely. This is what we see, that Karjakin is really trying and showing his best skill how to defend a very difficult position, material down, and also positionally, and also mentally in an extremely difficult situation. He ended up after move 30. Until move 30, he was handling it perfectly fine without too much of a problem. And then within 3 moves, he practically he dropped, and it was clearly that Magnus Carlsen has the very good chance to take the lead in the match.
But it's still 58-42, which is a significant percentage lead.
Yes, but in computers, for example, if we would have the rook endgame with h and f pawn, which is a theoretical draw, it might be giving the same. And that's a theoretical draw, which Karjakin would be maybe not so easily, but he would make a draw there. So this can be a bit misleading sometimes. But of course, it's still very dangerous and very difficult for black. But already white also has to decide and take decisions. What is the best way of giving the chance to really to win the game and to cash it in, all this advantage what he had or he has at the moment.
As you see it now, what is his best possibilities? Or what is his possibilities?
Well, I think one of the options, which I think it's not something White would like very much, but maybe this is what will happen, because this is the bet to play rook e5 check. Exactly, this is what happened actually in the game. Now again, I don't know how many times Karjakin went to king f7 in this game already, but okay, he's going to do it once more. And then probably rook e2 is possible, so just simple defense, the h2. But now the big question will be how it will White be able to increase his advantage, as his rook is tied to the h2 pawn, his knight is tied to the b3 pawn. But of course, probably this is his plan to do, and later on he's trying to move to rook h2, and then again go to the 7th rank, which is usually very dangerous for the opponent. I mean, now also White would like to go knight e6 afterwards, so probably Black can be a bit active or play more active. It's getting some chances for Black, I must say. It is very difficult to save the game for Karjakin, but
what's his chances then?
Well, after rook e5, king f7 happened, and now probably rook e2 will be played within few seconds. Because White has to defend really the h2 pawn. There is not much of an idea, I think, and there is no reason to give that pawn away. And now it will be Black's turn to show what kind of resource he has, because of course it will be very difficult for him. Really, next move is rook a2 going to be, and go to the 7th rank. But I think it will need some very accurate calculation at the end. How to. And he played rook e2. He played rook e2. Well, now black can maybe give a check on h5 to push back, send back the king to somewhere to the middle of the board. And then possibly bishop g7, regrouping his pieces.
Okay, Judith, we'll go out to hear from some spectators as the game is getting a bit tighter.
Both spectators and chess players, actually. Where are you from?
Australia.
Why have you come all the way here?
It's the World Chess Championship. Where else is there to go?
What is your relationship to chess?
I'm on the executive committee of the Australian Chess Federation.
What's chess like in Australia?
It's increasing in popularity, particularly in the schools among the kids. The internet is a great access to chess that we haven't had in my earlier generations. Chess is not a great spectator sport. You can't crowd around a chessboard.
I don't agree.
Well, from the point of view of spectators being able to watch a live game, you can't crowd a big crowd around a chessboard to see what's happening. And you put it on a stage, and unless you've got a screen or whatever, it's still hard to view. But if you can put it on the internet, you've got millions of viewers that can watch it. And really, all they need to see is the chessboard. I mean, and so now it's all happening thanks to technology.
Yeah, and you have to tell me what's going on here.
Well, the world champion Magnus Carlsen is applying a lot of pressure here. He's had a very small advantage that he's been nursing all through this game.
Yeah, because you have actually set up the actual game and you're moving the pieces as they do.
Just analysing what's happening, bit of action replay and a bit of exploring our own ideas and then comparing them with what really happens, what the champions do.
Yeah. And is your conclusion that Magnus will win this?
I think he will. I think it's getting quite likely now.
So do Australians know who Magnus Carlsen is?
Oh, indeed. Yeah, anyone in chess around the world would know who Magnus Carlsen is, no problem.
Perfect.
Australia plays in the Olympiad, and last year last year did very well. They moved from 50 up to 32, which was we were very proud of them.
Yeah. Australians also getting up there in chess, and Magnus Carlsen might be winning, says the chief for the Australian Chess Federation.
So the Australian Chess Federation believes in Magnus Carlsen victory. What about the Hungarian Grandmaster?
Well, I believe also that possibly there's still a very good chance that he's going to win the game, even though I believe that Karjakin has a bit better chances to save the game than previously. But it is extremely difficult to save the game for him. Now, I think in this position he has to create some counter chances with his bishop. But once Carlsen will be able to take his rook to the 7th rank and take some great locations, great posts for the knight, then maybe it can be deadly, dangerous. But I would consider now for black to play something with his bishop to g7 or d6, somewhere to get looking for counter chances, either against the knight or against the pawn on f4. I mean, White's activity was a little bit more than now, as rook e2 happened just in the last move, defending the h2 pawn. But of course, White's king is much better placed than black one, much more active, and actually it's an attacker at this stage of the game. Karjakin is holding his head very much.
Yes, he is.
Trying to figure out what's the best possible reply and defense. Because, of course, there are a lot of tactics here also that eventually possibly White will give away the b3 pawn and give even possible to get some mating net from White's side.
we're getting close to 4.5 hours, and how is it sitting there for such a long time, doing this hard thinking?
Well, it depends which side you are on.
Yeah.
For the side who is suffering, it seems to be much harder and much longer than who is sitting on the other side. But of course, it can be very tiring, especially such a games can be very exhausting. Even some of the World Championship matches or candidates matches, it can cause quite a bit of weight loss. I mean, there are quite a few people who, during one game of 5-6 hours of play, they lose like 2-3 kilograms during a game. So you do spend a lot of energy and emotions and nerves sometimes only in one game.
So should we say 1 kilogram for Karjakin today, maybe?
Well, I don't know if if it doesn't turn out to be good and he's losing the game, maybe it can be more. Of course, it depends on players and situation, but it can be something happens. I think it happens with me. I know some world champions who I was discussing this, and they said it happened with them. That I think the maximum was like 4 kilos, or I mean, really sometimes
crazy.
when big guys can lose a lot of energy there. So it is really hard, and it can be extremely tense. Such a game, especially when you're fighting for 4, 5, 6 hours, and 4, 5, 6 hours, and the outcome of the game eventually is something that you lose the game. It is very hard to handle.
And there's so much at stake. So in a game like this.
Yeah, that's very clear. That it is interesting that how we were talking about it in the beginning, how Magnus I had the feeling that he really came here today to win.
Yeah.
And already what we heard of him after the second game of the press conference, that he was eager to play already Sunday, and he was absolutely not happy about it, that it's a free day, because you could see that he was already hungry to play the next game, which is coming up. But I think he was absolutely prepared, not only chess-wise, because that's obvious, but mentally and emotionally, very much he was ready for the fight of today.
So what do you think will be the next move now?
Well, this is exactly what Karjakin is thinking of.
Yeah.
To play
Yes.
bishop g7 or play bishop d6, or is there any interesting idea he can come up with, some surprising defense against Carlsen, because actually one of the main idea for white to come to king e4 in the center and then cut out the rook with knight f3, and then start to push already the pawn of the f4 pawn. But it is very much on the edge, if we can say that, if it's possible to save the game. I can't say that if both players playing the best way, then black can save the game.
But he's been thinking of this move now for almost 9 minutes.
Yes, and his time is 33 minutes for another 13 moves. But of course, after every move, they get 30 seconds bonus. And this is something good, because this way they cannot get in huge time trouble, as in the old days before the digital clock, before Fischer developed and thought of having this digital clock. In those times, it was going and working in a different way, because time troubles were really heavy. And it could be that some of the players, let's say, had 1 minute for making 20 moves. I mean, that was a real extreme tension some of the players had. But I'm not even sure that Magnus was playing too much of that kind of with that kind of clock, or Karjakin, because they are from that generation when from '92, from the rematch between Spassky and Fischer, they started to play with that clock, and then after a few years later, the FIDE clock became the digital clock, where all the time they give bonus time. So those young guys maybe don't even know what kind of experience it is when you don't get the bonus time after every move, so you cannot have such a huge time pressure.
Is every move a crucial move at this time?
It can be, yes, absolutely. I mean, definitely any move can be decisive and a losing move. But even if you do the best moves, it's a very good chance that you don't save the game. So it's not a very nice situation to be in. That I mean, yeah, it's he really has to look the not only the objective best move, but what is the practically the best chance to save the game, which can confuse Magnus or make the plan difficult to execute from White's point of view. And he's really in deep thought, Sergey, I see.
Just the scene here, but two of the world's brightest brains sitting like this in such a crucial game makes it tense in any way.
Well, it is very tense in such a situations. That's very clear that, I mean, they are playing already in the fifth hour, right?
Yeah.
I mean, definitely there were a lot of pressure, even though we can say that there were no fireworks over the chessboard during the game. But still, there were so many small moments which Karjakin experienced that it was not even painful for him to make a decision, but it took away from his energy. He started to get tired. It took off his time many times, and then somehow you just have to be so much alert, so much focused that really 1-2 moves you loosen up, you don't focus, you think it's already draw, and then the trouble comes, and that's exactly what happened here today with him. That simply, I think, he thought that he will not lose this. I mean, he's such a defender. It's a drawish game. He can't lose something like this. And that there was unexpectedly created some opportunities by Magnus when he maneuvered his knight and then played f4, and completely unexpectedly some ideas opened up for him. And Karjakin was not aware and didn't feel the danger, where the danger is coming from.
But Judith, get out the board now and show us how this game can be saved by Karjakin, or how it could be won by Carlsen.
Well, probably if I would be able to show you the saving move, I would be his second and not being the commentator.
He didn't ask you?
So, well, I would definitely go with the bishop to d6 or g7. That's very clear to me that those are the two options I would consider the most. And also rook h5 was something I was considering. But bishop d6 is something you try to get active, you try to put pressure over the f4 pawn, and then let's say white would be going rook a2. And we got a move. He didn't play bishop d6, but he went bishop g7.
Yeah.
That was the other alternative I was considering. Now, of course, attacking the knight. So in case the knight would be moving, which will be moving most likely, then the b3 pawn will be under attack. So let's see if white plays knight e6, can black take on b3? Probably not, because white would be giving a check. And if king g8, then rook e8 check, bishop f8 and knight e6, and the game is over because the bishop is gone. And if after knight g5, black would be going king f8, then white would be able to give a check. And then some trouble might be coming for black. If king f8, there is a king g6 option, and suddenly black would be getting mated probably, practically because of knight h7 and rook e8 mate. So black has to be very careful already. After knight e6, he cannot grab the pawn on b3. But on the other hand, he has a move bishop f6, which can be something very practical and a good move, defending against knight g5 check. And actually now suddenly white can be in not such an easy situation, because the b3 pawn is something to be taken, possibly. So let's see if after bishop g7, knight c6 is played. Can black take now rook b3? Then probably, Well, maybe again knight d8 is possible, and black can again king g8 is not possible because the knight would come to the same place, but before it was going from g5, now it would be coming from e6. So after knight d8 check, if black would be going king f8, again the same thing would happen. Knight e6, king g8 is not possible because of rook g2. And if king f7, knight g5, and we reach the same position, we transpose as we had it before, but the knight was coming all over from c6. It's very interesting to see this. So after knight c6, black cannot take on b3 either. And probably I should go bishop f6 maybe. This can be a move. Possibility, but then maybe rook a2 is unpleasant. And it is always very unpleasant when the rook will show up on a7. But maybe I would go back, rook h5 check, and push the king back somewhere, either to g4 or e4, again, a situation where white would have to decide. And then I would go maybe rook c5. But all this knight d8 is very unpleasant in such situations. But maybe I could go king g6 and h5 soon. It can be something contingencies for black. So I think bishop g7 was actually a great choice by Karjakin. It's a great defensive move. And I'm curious very much which direction, if knight e6 or knight c6 will be played by Magnus. Because I think there is not much of a choice for him at the moment, as the b3 pawn is attacked by the h3 pawn, h3 rook. But this is again the knight is always ready to give all kind of checkmates, as we saw previously after knight c6. If rook b3, it is really unexpected that also in the end game white can give mate easily with the knight and rook and the king. There's so many mating net situations, and this would be the case also here. The most natural move would be knight e6, but bishop f6 is a fantastic saving move because it stops knight d8 and also covers the knight g5. So it's, I mean, this is why some people like to play with the bishop a lot, because I mean, it has all this power in the big diagonal and the different parts of the board. And now we can see that the rook on e2 is kind of passive at the moment. And this is a big problem for white. If this rook would be standing on the 7th rank, it would be a whole different story. I mean, the game would be over. This is why I was very surprised when Magnus came back, when his rook was on b5, and then he started to play on the 5th rank, and then eventually came back to the 2nd rank. And this was kind of unexpected for me, that instead of still keeping his rook also active, he made such a fantastic moves with his rook in this game, that I was kind of surprised that he went and he chose the passive way of playing for a win, that just the safe way, that just to make sure that I still have a pawn and slowly I will be winning the position. But after all, Karjakin is a great defender, and now it does matter a lot, his experience, that and of course he's extremely eager to defend this game. He knows that he's fighting. Knight c6.
Knight c6, yeah.
Knight c6 was played. Yeah, of course, Karjakin will be not falling into the mating net after rook b3, which we just saw after. I think possibly Karjakin will not even think too much, because as we saw after rook b3, knight d8, king f8, knight e6, king f7, knight g5, and after king f8, knight h7, it's a pretty nice road for the knight. If we see, this is the road he's taking: king f7, then knight g5, back, and then king g6, and it would be a mating there. So this is something really black has to avoid, and rook b3 is not an option from this point of view. But just in case, Magnus gives an opportunity to Karjakin to fall in the trap and get mated. But I think rook h5 will be. Rook h5 is the most logical to push back the king, or also rook d3, kind of a logical idea at first to stop knight d8 check. But I think rook h5 is kind of logical to push the king back. It's something can loosen the situation. I mean, it's pretty tight for black. And now white has two options, either king g4 or king e4. In both cases, for example, after king e4, it closes the line for white of the e2 rook. Possibly black can, for example, play bishop c3. It would be a very strong bishop defending the pawn. And now somehow the coordination is broken for white a bit, because the rook on e2 is not very active. It doesn't have the space on the e file. The knight on c6 is somehow a bit out of play. It was standing much better maybe on d5 or f5, possibly g5, but it doesn't have the road so much to get back so easily. Of course, here also rook will be going to a2. That's not a question. And again, all the time from the side, white will want to attack.
Does Carlsen's World Championship experience at all come in handy in these types of endgames, or being in a situation like this?
I'm not sure it helps too much. It's too much of a concrete situation. Of course, it helps from point of view that he's handling generally every situation with much more confident, and he's not surprised already on these situations because he had quite hot and difficult situations during his matches already. I mean, he's quite an experience in different situations, winning, losing, drawing, having in dangerous situations. But I think exactly in this game, I think very much he's already focused. It's more like in a very tough tournament we could talk about also, and of course it's like I mean, there are a lot at stake. I mean, it's not just winning a game; it's winning the game. Which is very important, and it counts double the point practically in a match, because it's not enough that he becomes very happy and scores a point. The opponent is completely damaged and losing the point, and especially this way that he's number one in the world, he's the world champion, he's clearly the favorite of the match. Of course, Karjakin can easily make extra mistakes because he wants to force matters and he wants to kick back immediately. So he might be taking such a risk that Carlsen can even win a next game if he would win this game. I mean, it can happen also.
But it also makes the downfall even bigger if he should lose or not win this, being in his position.
Yeah, but I think mentally he's completely stable and he's not really thinking about this thing. Once it sneaks into his mind, all this pressure, those are the moments when it gets really shaky. And of course it can happen, but I think the match is already too much of the beginning, that they didn't get this very difficult pressure yet. I mean, it can really get when it's game 5, 6, 7, when every move, every game, every minute can be unbearable for them sometimes. I think Karjakin feels that he has some good practical chances to save the game, and for Karjakin, I think he feels much better this very stressy situation that we are in a world championship, and really there is so much at stake. But still, he also has to be very focused and not really think about it so much, and really focus how he can save the game. And I'm really curious whether he has a better chance than playing rook h5. Possibly. Bishop f6 is also something he might be thinking about. But still, I would still go for rook h5 probably, or rook d3.
Then we have visitors in the studio, Dylan McLean, editor of worldchess.com, chess writer. How do you see the game?
Well, I've been looking at this, of course, like everybody else in the crowd. I assumed that it's quite difficult for black, and has been for quite a while. I don't know if, I mean, I'm not as good an expert as Judith here, is it? But I certainly would not want to be playing black in this point. And I think that's...
Well, probably you heard so many bad things about it so far. I didn't make the temptation to play it with black.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was talking with some other people in the press. I mean, Robert Hess, for example, and there's obviously people are analyzing back and forth, and you have a sense that there's been a sense for quite a while that this was going to be a very tough thing for Sergey. I mean, I haven't looked at this particular position at this point. I mean, I'm not sure what the most popular line is. I guess. I mean, it's obviously the B pawn is about to fall.
Yeah, that's the trap. If Karjakin takes the b3 pawn, then he gets mated.
Yeah.
Or losing.
Oh no, I don't think Karjakin can play the B. Yeah, that's pretty clear to me. I don't know what Sergey does at this point.
And he played rook h5. And he played rook h5.
Yeah, I think he has to drive the king away because that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it's very important to push back the king so white has the less activity which is possible because there are not so many pawns anymore.
There aren't too many pawns, and in this type of endgame, in my experience, I mean, always you go for activity. The material, of course, is important at some point, absolutely, but you have to. The activity and the energy of the pieces, in some ways, is what really is the critical factor.
Well, it can make a difference. Yeah. Serious difference.
So, presumably King G4 now, there's really not much choice.
Well, King G4 or King E4, but both are, King G4, and then probably black would be going to C5. Attack the knight, and if
because the knight
it goes knight D8, then because the king is pushed back to G4, this makes an opportunity for white to go King G6, and suddenly this knight can be really misplaced. Of course, it can come back to E6, but then black can go give a check, and then I can give a check on C3.
Aside from the actual concrete variations, I mean, how does white arrange the pieces now to crack black?
Well, that's the thing that I think before it had a great harmony between the pieces, and now it's breaking up a bit. And this makes it difficult or not so easy to convert the advantage of Magnus.
Yes, so Sergey is trying to disrupt this, of course, which is what he has to do. I guess the other thing or the other element here is that now that, of course, as the pawns disappear, the bishop becomes a little bit more useful in some respects. Because
yes, absolutely. I mean, once the bishop goes to, for example, to f6, it really covers the diagonals, and it's against the c6 knights. It can be really good. So now the knight is not placed in the best place, let's put it that way. I mean, it would be much better in the center or f5 or somewhere.
I mean, f5 to me always seems like the right place to put the knight. Somehow, I mean, if
the thing is that also you want to push the pawn sometimes.
Yeah, of course.
So
gets in the way.
This is the difficult thing. You have a great position with a few options how to improve the position, and you have to decide which way you're going. And I think Magnus could have played a bit better, more precise previously.
Yep.
But of course, still he has a huge advantage.
Yeah.
But Dylan, are you surprised how Magnus turned typical drawish game?
Not in the least. I don't know about Judah, but I mean, that's to me, it seems like that's his MO.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what he do.
That's what he does. I mean,
yeah.
He's a magician of some sort.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the things. I mean, if he gets the time comfortable with, I mean, everyone else on the planet kind of knows I've got a problem because they expect him to maneuver, finagle, try this, try that, tack, back and forth, and he pressures and he puts pressure until something goes astray. This is what Anand, of course, experienced firsthand in the first match, and it happened a couple of times. And so I mean, this is what he's been doing for years. It's an extraordinary ability. I mean, I don't know. There's maybe a couple people who can do this sort of thing, right? You know, against especially.
Well, Karpov was a magician like this. I mean, clearly he could win positions where you felt that there's nothing to play for, and he was even pretending or showing to give the impression that he was just making moves, but somehow eventually 10 moves later, 15 moves later, you realize that actually it's very unpleasant already, and then 30 moves later you resign.
But actually it said that 90% of the grandmasters would have agreed on a draw on this position.
I don't know if it's 90%, but it's certainly very high. I mean, it's certainly. I mean, they conserve energy. That's another thing. I mean, he doesn't seem to have. He seems to have inexhaustible supplies of energy. He doesn't worry or mind playing hour after hour after hour, and
he has the interest.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
the motivation and the curiosity.
Yes, he's constantly probing and looking for new ideas.
Search for opportunities. It's like. This is the challenge for him. That's how it seems like. That challenging himself, whether from this drawish handing, can I create something?
He has, he has. I mean, his father was telling me. I spoke to him not too long ago that he has a deep love for chess, and I think that it just I just watched the movie part of it at least last night, and it's a great film. I don't know. I mean, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is. Documentary
about Magnus that's coming out, I guess, this week. And
I also saw the movie.
Yeah, you get the sense, as you see the interviews with him and as he's talking, that that he sort of thinks about chess almost on a different plane. I mean, that's normal if you're going to be world champion. Obviously, you have to have an obsessive love for it. You have to really. I mean, it's just whatever. But there's something else there, and I couldn't quite. It was the first time I had a sense, and I've talked to him a few times, but it's the first time I had a sense there was something else going on almost with him, and that he was delving into mysteries that I just
there's an X factor.
Yeah, and it's really quite fascinating. So for him, where we might see, or maybe most grandmasters, the 90% you're talking about might say, forget it, this is nothing, and he's actually seeing things, and he's just keeps, like I said, probing, and it's amazing. It's a remarkable ability.
Yeah.
What has been the talk of the game around in the venue today?
Well, I mean, obviously this is very different. I mean, from these first two games. I mean, obviously there's a lot more action, if you will. There's something else that reminds me of, but the first two games were fairly mechanical, I would say, and there wasn't much happening. And I guess again, Magnus found something, and it was interesting because I was having a conversation with another master back there, and we were looking at the position some moves ago, and he was like, blacks, it doesn't seem so bad. And I said, well, you know what? If I were Magnus, I would be quite happy with this position because the knight can move around. There's lots of sort of places to probe, and I had the sense that this was the type of game in which he was going to actually push and push.
But it's funny that you say that. Well, okay, the first two games were not so interesting, etc. But actually, this game could be exactly the same. Said about this, if Karjakin makes the right moves, Bishop H6, and makes a few right moves.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what we would say about the game 3. But now we consider it so interesting because Karjakin made some mistakes. And then we're seeing something unfolding. Actually, he just made a move, King G4.
I'll take credit for that one.
Immediately played instantly Rook C5.
I have a question. I mean, another thing that went through my mind, and this was part of what I was thinking about just a moment ago. Obviously, the first two games there was large exchange of pieces early on, and it got quickly to a fairly reduced material situation, which is another reason why I said maybe not so. And this has been this sort of the same thing. Do you think this is going to happen throughout the match? Because again, this is sort of the style of play of Magnus. He doesn't necessarily go for flashy, tactical, all. I mean, he did when he was younger, but not any longer. And Sergey, I don't think that's really his style either. So is this going to be, do you think, somewhat typical of what's going to happen?
Well, there is a good chance that Carlsen would like to have the whole match like this way because he thinks that he's not going to lose a drawish endgame, but he always has a little chance to convert it or to create something which gives him hopes. But of course, a lot will be depending on what will be the result and who has to punch back first and what kind of risk it need to be done from him.
I mean, at this point, I mean, it's still early in the match. It doesn't. I mean, whether it happens, it's not. tactically a desperate point. If Sergey loses rather, there's plenty of time to come back. And for Magnus, obviously,
Yeah, but it's not a nice situation
No,
when
no.
you're a point down and you're playing against the world champion. I mean,
No.
it's not giving too much
No.
inspiration, let's say, to that it's a good situation. Let's put it that way. It's an awfully difficult situation that the world champion won the game, and if he makes draws all the way, then he keeps the title. So actually, you have to provoke the
something.
situation. And in the other hand, it's something that it's a relief also that okay, now you can do whatever you want. I mean,
you might take the
but of course,
pressure off.
it is extremely difficult, and of course there are countless match where it happened that one won and the other one immediately after punched back.
Like in 2012 with Anand and Gelfand, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously we can't know what the result is yet, but it could change certainly the tactics of the match quite dramatically.
Definitely. Each draw, each decisive game can change the strategy of the match for either player.
And again, somebody back there was also saying, do you think this is a point where Magnus needs to win this game? And I thought no. I mean, if he wins.
But he will be very unhappy if he doesn't.
No,
win.
I mean, yes, he will be unhappy if he doesn't win this game today. But
And actually, Karjakin is giving a good defense. Giving a hard time to Magnus.
well, of course, this is exactly what Magnus said. I mean, that Sergey is capable of finding resources in the most desperate situations, and
It's one of the world's best defenders doing his thing right now, realizing his position and making the best out of it.
yeah. He doesn't give up. He really fights, and there was that extraordinary game in Moscow when I guess it was against Caruana. I can't remember where. He basically had to
That was an
sacrifice.
incredible save.
That was an amazing save. I mean, he just finds
The candidates match in Moscow.
Yeah, exactly.
Game 6, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so he clearly.
But that was a miracle saving against Caruana.
Well, he keeps fighting. You know you're gonna.
Yeah.
You know you're gonna have to beat him a few times before he actually succumbs, even in one game.
The percentage was 63-37. Now it's 56-44.
Now there's a very good chance of saving for Karjakin, actually.
Sorry, I just want to ask Judah, because this is another conversation we were having back there. These percentages, do you think they're very good or very accurate or not so?
Well, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. More or less, it's.
Because the funny thing, again, when I was looking at this position at one point.
We had a move in the meantime.
Okay.
Knight d8 check and king g6. This is the position
This is what you were talking about before.
we had already. And actually, Karjakin is getting more and more chances to save the game, I must say.
Because the knight is not really well placed there.
It's complete out of play. Of course, it will come back to e6, most likely in the next move.
But if it goes to e6, then what? Rook to c.
Well, or h5. I think h5 check first, just to make sure that it pushes back again one
Gotta push the king back.
more line, the king. And then rook c3. Maybe rook e3.
Right, you can play king to f3, and then rook to e3. Holding.
Yeah, but already rook c2, it's trying to counterattack here. I mean, black is very active.
And white's pawns aren't necessarily so strong.
Well, the b4 pawn will be not so easy to win, because later on bishop c3 will be possible. After bishop c3, the b3 pawn can be vulnerable with rook b2. The h2 pawn is always something to be
concerned about.
Attack. And the e6 knight is not something fantastically placed. And it's very important to notice that the kings now more or less equally active. Contrary to
what it was
40 or something like that, you couldn't even compare it. White king was on e4 and black was on e8, so there was a huge difference between the king.
But Dylan, will you not think that if Karjakin says this, that will be a huge mental advantage for him?
Well, I would imagine so. I mean, I think there's, in fact, in some ways, if this game ends in a draw, you can say that this is almost a win for Sergey.
Yeah.
For two reasons. One, Magnus is going to be quite upset with himself. That's pretty clear. We kind of know Magnus. And Sergey can be extremely happy that he kind of took one of the worst, biggest punches that Magnus could deliver, and he didn't buckle. He didn't fall. And also, of course, it's the second white for Magnus, so it's another white down that he doesn't have to worry about. I mean, I think almost on all levels it would be a great, it would almost be a victory. I mean, Sergey would be probably very, very happy.
Knight e6 happened, so I'm pretty
H5 is
convinced that Karjakin will not think too long. Or that's the feeling I have. I think he will push h5.
Unless he has missed something or whatever. But you're right, he's got to drive the white king back a little bit further. He's got to make sure that f5
but what happens if rook c3 immediately?
Rook c3, I think your f5 check is... yeah.
Wow, and now knight g5 is very unpleasant. Suddenly knight e4 is threatening, and also rook e6 mate is threatening. At the same time, the h7 pawn is also under attack.
No, I think you're right. I mean, h5 I think is anything less or anything other than h5 is probably not good right now.
Yes, so actually after rook h3, fantastic move f5 and knight g5.
Yep.
Very unpleasant.
Judith, can you explain us how Karjakin got back in the game?
Well, of course, he needed Magnus also, because Magnus had to decide in which direction how to improve and convert his pawn advantage and initiative what he had. And I think when his rook was on the b file, that was excellent way of maneuvering the rook when he got the pawn up, and after that he controlled the 5th rank and he put his rook on the b file. But then I was expecting him to be on the 7th and the 8th rank, and instead he came back. He decided.
What do you think he missed? What was the moment that he... Was there one moment or was it a couple of different
I'm
moments?
not sure he missed a concrete moment. I think he didn't feel maybe that by come back with the rook to the 2nd rank and defend the pawn. This made the position... First of all, they exchanged one pawn, one black and one pawn. h5 happened in the meantime.
Yep.
And so they exchanged the pawns, which because of the king f3 came. Yeah, the obvious move.
I don't think this... I think
rook c3.
Rook c3 check. It's just proceeding.
And now it's a question whether rook e3 will be played or king e4. This is obviously the two alternative in this position.
Right, because he can't obviously take the pawn because of rook
I mean, the
e2.
king is also going around in this game quite a few moves already. It was already in e4 where it was the best place, then it went to f5, g4, f3, and now it's still deciding whether rook e3 or king e4 will be the right move.
If king e4, presumably black moves king f7 or
Well, king f6 is a possibility.
Right, okay.
But okay,
of course,
question whether what happens if...
Bishop f6, no.
Well, takes maybe on g7 and rook e3. I mean, the rook endgame is also not so simple for black to save, because there are some difficulties, but already extremely good chances to save the game.
What's the old joke about rook and pawn endings? They're all drawn except for the
well, yeah, but it's not true.
Yes, I know, that's the joke.
That's what they say, and in principle it's true, but in practice sometimes all rook end games are draw except
the
this
ones
one.
that are not. Yeah, exactly. Well.
Okay, going into our number 6. This game is getting tighter again. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. We're in New York City. We're on Manhattan. This is the World Chess Championships 2016. And Judith, we got 2 moves.
Yes, in the meantime, Magnus decided to play king e4 into the center. And interestingly enough, Sergey played almost instantly bishop f6. Well, the threat was obviously rook g2 to attack
win the bishop
on the g file.
The fact that, I mean, of course, the move was in some ways obvious because, the threat was obvious as well. But Sergey's playing more rapidly now, don't you?
No, he has to actually, because he has 22 minutes for the upcoming 7 moves, and after that he will only get 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And the only extra time he's going to get, in both players, is by making every move 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. But you can play an awfully long time on that. I mean, especially if the position is not too complex.
It can be endless.
Yeah.
Probably rook e3 is the move which will be played, I think. Or f5 first.
F5 check is...
That's possible, and after king f7, rook e3.
Makes sense probably to play f5 check, right?
Well, probably it will be either now or in the next move. In the other hand, it's possible that he plays rook e3 first, and then after rook c2, possibly also just to keep an option that sometimes rook g3 and king f5 would be possible. Actually, this is one of the best settings for white.
Oh, king f5.
In principle, but now the h2 pawn is still hanging. So probably here white will have to move h3. But it's getting more and more difficult for white to materialize the advantage. I mean, obviously he's the one who is playing for when he has a pawn up, but the bishop is very strong and the rook is very active, and white's pieces are still not getting back that activity what he had before.
They're not as well coordinated as they were.
And they are not coordinated. Once he brought back his rook to e2, after that somehow the pieces coordination fall apart.
That was kind of one of the things I was trying to get at before. It was that, I mean, I don't know if there was any other alternative, but bringing the rook to the second rank, I mean, obviously that's a much more passive position in a general sort of way.
Well, the moment I didn't really understand was when back it was actually it was move 41. We can call move 41 and 42. I'm sorry, for white.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that after move 40, somehow the game starts a different emotional game, For example, there are a lot of times happens that in move 41, you make a mistake.
Yeah.
Suddenly, after when
the
you
relief
relax,
of actually getting yes.
Yeah, because until move 40, you get this tension. You know that you have to complete move 40, and then somehow you relieve, and then you get a little bit loosen up. But this was already move 42. But here, for example, the coordination was fantastic, and especially after rook b8, knight f3, what we were analyzing here. I mean, all the pieces, white's pieces, are standing much better than the black's one. Plus, he has a pawn up.
Right.
So this position, there would be already big advantage without a pawn up, probably. But what we are having now is already a completely different story, and black has really great chances to save. I mean, Magnus has to be magician again, maybe a bit.
If you were to handicap at this point, I mean, what do you think is like the probability this is a draw versus a win for white?
Well, I wouldn't give more than...
not the computer, but the...
I don't think I would give more than 60% for sure to Magnus if he can win the game.
It was 80%.
Yeah.
40 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. But that says something about
that's how
the game is going.
I mean, maybe, it will work out for him, that 50, which I give to him.
Yes. I agree with that. I mean,
but for sure, it's much harder than it was before, I think.
And I think if you get somehow, let's say, even maybe one more set of pawns traded, I mean, for example, the B pawns disappeared, I mean, this would almost be time to shake hands, right?
Well, with the knight and bishop on, I mean, there will be not so easy still for Karjakin. I mean, for sure, Magnus will give it to a draw only once there is no
hope,
bite of a hope, no nothing.
Well, we know that about him anyway. That's the way he plays.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean, it will be he would be so much annoyed. He played rook e3, which we considered. Of course, black doesn't want to exchange rooks because then practically all the end games would be lost.
Yeah, because the pawn on b4 is weak, because white can make progress and eventually maybe, yeah, you can arrange the pieces in such a way. I mean, knight on d5, pawn on f5, march the king over to the other side.
Well, that would be something fantastic for
yeah.
white to reach with the knight.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
D5
that's
and
why you can't
F5,
trade the rooks. It's really, it's almost an elementary endgame win for white at that point. So black has to do something different.
Well, I would consider rook c2 is the most obvious.
Hit the h pawn.
Yeah, to hit the h pawn and keep white busy with defending it.
But Dylan,
yeah.
Just an overall question. What do you think is the most fascinating with these two young guys meeting in the World Championship?
Well, I mean, we know some of the elements here that, of course, I mean, this is between the two ages the youngest two people to be playing for the World Championship in history. I mean, I think it's correct the way that we've kind of marketed it, which they are this smartphone generation. I mean, they're young. They've grown up with computers. I mean, not necessarily. It's interesting. I think Magnus is not really a computer guy.
No, he's not.
Nevertheless, he certainly has grown up in that era. I mean, I visited him some years ago in his home, and he spent a lot of time, of course, just playing on the internet. He wasn't playing against computers; he was playing against people. But what made it possible for him to become such a great player was, of course, that he had access to competition all over the world at all times of the day and night, which is something that wasn't true. I mean, go back 25 years, even before the internet is really there or anything like that, and you can't have people really, it's very difficult to develop in a place that's not a center of chess because there just isn't that kind of competition. So, he may not necessarily be addicted to using computers to analyze and everything else, but he certainly needed that type of, to be living in the computer era, I think, to develop the way he has. Obviously, they're both born in 1990, which is interesting. It's an interesting year. I mean, there's Maxime Gracier-Lagrave, who is a great player as well, and there's one Jan Nepomniachtchi is also 1990. So there's an interesting sort of, I don't know what was in the water that year, but it's just produced a large number of the best players in the world. And then I think also the way I've described the two of them, I think of Magnus as kind of this irresistible force, and Sergey, in terms of the way he plays, is this immovable object. It's the old, when one thing meets the other, what gives, and we don't know. But I mean, I think there's a lot of the elements of that which are interesting in terms of the style of the two players. I don't know if you agree, but it's to me there are some different elements here that are just sort of sprinkling of I don't know, sugar on top of the whole thing of that it's a World Chess Championship.
We'll get back to it, Judy. We'll just go to Kaya in the field.
Yeah, I'm actually right behind you, Knut. We're standing behind the studio where spectators can watch the broadcast, watch the chess. I'm here with Ted. And Ted, where are you from?
I'm from Connecticut.
So why did you come all this way to see this?
Oh, it wasn't too far, and it's very exciting. It's really a chance of a lifetime, and I've never seen Magnus Carlsen before, so it's very exciting.
And what's your relationship to chess?
I've been playing chess for maybe 35 years, so just very avid fan of the game.
What do you think of this new thing with having like a broadcast? People can watch it online, people can watch it here.
I think it's great. I've been watching the games online, and I've watched all the videos up to this point, and so I think it's just a real treat for chess players everywhere.
And I obviously also have to ask you, what do you think of the game right now?
I don't know, but maybe Carlsen will win.
Do you hope it's going to be a decisive game today?
I don't really care too much. I just came to watch and have fun.
Are you having fun?
Both. Yes, I'm having a great time. Thank you.
Do you think maybe one day we'll also have an American World Chess Champion again?
I think so, sure. Caruana almost made it to this match, and Nakamura, a lot of good players. So.
You're going to keep watching chess anyways, right?
We will, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So an American chess fan here.
Thank you, Kaya. And there's interesting stuff happening on the board, Judith.
Very interesting.
I'm surprised.
Black played h4. And he's keeping the pressure and keeping the rook on c3 and allowing to be exchanged. As at the moment, it's not possible to take. It is possible, but it doesn't give advantage because if white would, well, the pawn is running c2, so if king d3, then king f5 would be coming. So it's clear after h4 it's not possible to take on c3. And it's interestingly enough that Magnus played h3 almost without thinking.
To me, I'm not the expert you are, but it looks to me this is a big improvement for white for two reasons. One, of course, now both pawns are on dark colors, which means the black bishop is now defensive in nature. The other thing with the pawn on h3, if white can play f5, now check with the knight on e6, it blocks the black king from making any progress unless the bishop moves, right? So you...
Well, I also don't see exactly what the reason Karjakin wanted to have the pawn on h4. I thought that if the pawn stays on h5, it's just perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not worse on h4 than h5 because he cannot exchange the... Actually, his idea was, I think, to play h3.
Yeah.
And block the h2 pawn there and then later on possibly attack it.
And maybe that's why Magnus immediately responded h3.
Yes. Interesting that he has such a feeling for it that immediately he played h3. Probably he was also thinking about h4 himself. But this is interesting that almost every game when somebody is making a move on the side, h-pawn, then the reply was with the pawn. On the A line and on the H line. All the games, all the three games.
Interesting. It is, yeah, I actually noticed, I guess, in one of the games there was these replies h3, h6. It's sort of, but now, I mean, if it was white's move for a second, and white could, let's say, play f5 check, right, presumably to push the king back, and then exchange on c3, would that make any sense?
Well, it could be winning, maybe.
Because
actually, now I think it is a stretch, so probably black will have to move away anyway his rook.
Yeah, because I think that would be enough.
Probably anyway he will have to move his rook, or he might be going back with his king, but.
I mean, again, I'm not the expert Judaism, but I have the sense that h4 was not a great idea.
I also don't have such a good feeling about h4, but okay, let's be realistic. I mean, the game was not a draw yet.
No, I'm not saying
it's not that he missed the draw and he ruined the game.
But I liked your rook c2 much better. I think it made more sense to try to. I mean, the pawn on h5 was perfectly
fine. But I think here he will move maybe not rook c2 because it's not attacking anything anymore. Maybe he might be moving rook c1, and then later on when the white rook wants to be active, then the black rook will be attacking somewhere, giving checks, and also come to h1 and possibly attack the h3 pawn.
It's still not easy to make progress, certainly. And the coordination of white's pieces. I mean, the king is blocking. I mean, it's great on e4, but it sort of also blocks the. The coordination a bit. White wants to move the rook someplace more effective than where it is right now, and not so easy.
Okay, guys, we'll analyze that even more in a minute. The two guys playing are young, but not as young as this one.
Yeah, because the game is getting quite late, but there's still some kids out here, and I'm here with Ariana, right? Where are you from?
Canada.
And how old are you?
5 3/4.
5 3/4. Yeah. Wow. And do you play a lot of chess?
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah. My birthday's in January the 26th.
That's your birthday. All right, I'm gonna remember that. And are you any good at chess?
Yeah.
How long have you been playing?
Since I was 3 or 4.
Wow. And then, do you hope one day maybe you can play in a World Chess Championship?
Yeah.
You think you could beat these guys?
Yeah.
That would be great. Do you know who's playing here?
Magnus Carlsen.
Is that your favorite player?
Yeah.
And do you think he's winning this game?
Yeah.
All right. So Ariana says this is going to be a victory for Magnus Carlsen.
We'll see, Kaya, but it might be now after that move from Karjakin.
Karjakin played rook c1, and I think this was a good move, and the rook has to be here and try to counterattack later on. Once the pawn, the rook would be going to more active place, rook d3, rook d7, then black would be already ready to counterattack against the king if checks, or to go to the corner and counterattack the h3 pawn. And don't forget also the b3 pawn is something which can be attacked later on.
Right.
And black is absolutely not in danger of getting mated or anything. Black king is completely fine, and the bishop is fantastic. We can say the least that it is at least as good as the knight on e6. While previously, of course, when the bishop was standing on f8 and the knight was on d4, it was not the case.
No. Again, if I was, if there was a way to reconfigure the pieces, we have to assume that Magnus would want to put his knight onto a different square, probably d5, be about the right spot, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he can do that at this point. It's not so
Well,
easy.
it's not so easy because the rook is on c1 is standing perfectly fine. It also covers the c6, c7 square, so white cannot rearrange his knight's
Not so easy,
position,
yeah.
or at least not so easily.
And of course, if the white rook moves, then the king is exposed from checks in the back. So it's not so,
Yes,
not so
yeah,
comfortable.
this is a serious problem for white, how to make activity with his rook, because let's say he might be even going rook e2 and then go rook g2 or rook a2 and come from the side, but immediately he would be getting rook c3 back,
yeah.
or rook c3 or rook b1. I mean, it's also an option, so there is a lot to be taken care of for white, how he will be really able to.
But you talked about
move on.
Carlsen's position getting better. Is that still the case?
I think marginally, me again, I don't like the pawn on h4, but it's cosmetic.
But maybe it's something there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I think actually it is very nice for black that both of white pawns b3 and h3 is on the third rank already, and once the rook is moving away, then really black can counterattack with both pawns. So it's getting more and more harder for Magnus to win the game. I think there is Sergey has really good chances. In other hand, of course, the element of the time, it will be a great part of the game now. From now on, we really have to look that he's already
Down to
near 15 minutes left for completing the other 5 moves, but that's not the painful part. The painful part comes only afterwards, when you will get an extra 15 minutes, but that's already for the rest of the game.
This is interesting. I mean, of course, the time controls have changed dramatically over the years, and excuse me. I think you obviously have played through for a number of years and through a number of different types of time controls. Does this type of time control? Do you think it's a good one? Does it bother you? I mean, if you were still competing, would you say what would you think?
Well, for a long time I was playing a time control where there was no bonus time, and then around in the mid-90s the digital clocks came into the picture, and the tournament started to be played with that. That was a very big change for me, because I was playing very much. I was a very practical player, and I was counting on that I was making very difficult situations for the opponent to make decisions, also always to leave my opponent to alternate which direction he is going.
Yeah, using the clock as an element of the strategy at the board, where if you had less time, you had more time rather, and you could sort of make your opponent have to think and
Yeah, but eventually I would make my opponent think so long that he has like 1 or 2 minutes left, and then maybe 10 moves to make a move, 10 moves to complete the time control. And then I was like making such a decisions and such a moves that maybe it was not sound necessarily, but it was just a completely crash for the opponent.
Right.
But then it was interesting, the different time controls to get used to, and in the last few years, which was extremely difficult, that practically it could be that in a year I was playing 5 tournaments with 7 time controls.
Yeah.
I mean, even I played in a tournament where we had 3 different time control. And it is extremely difficult for the players. I mean, you can imagine for a runner who you run 100, and then in half an hour later, it's within the competition, you have to run 50, and then the marathon. I mean, you have to have a completely different kind of preparation for all these things.
Of course. And so the question, is, do you think that what do you think is the best time control right now, or do you think that this one is a good
I
one?
think this is a pretty good, stable time control for classical chess. I think it is something which gives back the classical game the most.
It gives enough time to play really
Yes.
good chess games. Okay. Because I mean, I play something like this, and it's sort of I think about the same as this is. We start with obviously the time delay, and then it's you get into these last 15 minutes, as you say, and it's just all delay, and it can still get pretty stressful.
And
I'm looking the screen with Magnus sitting at the board, and I have the feeling that he's also somehow reconsidering that. How is it possible to win this position? How am I going to be able to convert it to win?
The body language of the players is also fascinating. I love that. I mean, it's you can sort of. I mean, there was like a moment earlier when I was watching Sergey on the screen, and and that was the moment I thought, especially, it was actually before it was becoming apparent that Black had some problems, but he had his head grasped, and I could tell that he was already realizing I'm in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was, I think, pretty clear from his body language, and now it looks like, I mean, if you look at the body language of Magnus, yeah, I agree with Judah. He's like thinking, wait a second, where did this go? I mean, it's
Why
really
are my pieces standing here and not somewhere else? Some better place?
But the thing was, before Karjakin realized he was in trouble, he thought it was under control, and he was relaxed and sitting like this, and everything is fine.
Yeah.
And then Judith said that he might think that it was too fine, and he was relaxing too much, and then Magnus got the advantage.
During the course of a game, I mean, your emotions go up, down sometimes. I mean, it's just like you make a move and you think, I mean, the funny thing for chess players is, I mean, I don't know your level, but my level, you make a move and you think, okay, I made a good move. And then, you see your opponent's reply and sometimes you go, oh no, what did I do? And, I mean, do you have that? Not so much.
Yeah, it happens time to time, but not so often.
Yeah.
You usually have to understand what's going on. Of course, when Carlsen played Rook G2, I'm sure for Karjakin it was like a blow. Oh my God. I mean, it is not so often that you blunder a move and it has such an effect of the outcome of the game.
Blunders obviously are exceptional, but I mean, but sometimes there are small things that you may have missed, or opponent makes a move and you either maybe had looked at, or maybe you didn't, but whatever it was just something. There's something you sort of notice almost after the fact.
Yes.
That happens quite a bit, right? You notice some nuance you somehow.
Yeah, but this is not a good feeling when you notice it that what a mistake.
No, it's never a good feeling.
Dylan, what do you think about this? We've been talking about this as well. The player is sitting in two different rooms, doing their thinking.
Well, that's. I mean, again, and I'm Judah's much better prepared to talk about this. But I know as a chess player that, especially when you're in the game, well, there's two things. You can't lose your concentration, your focus, but it's very common for many players, especially certain age or a certain type, to wander around. But you never actually stop thinking about the game. It's constantly going through your mind. I mean, one of the amusing things to chess players get to a certain level is that we can all play blindfold chess, and everybody goes, how is that possible?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is, well, but we do that anyway, because when we're sitting at the board, we're calculating into the future and we're moving the pieces around in our heads. And so when they're not at the board, it's not like they've just walked away and they're not thinking about the game or forgotten about it. He's probably still thinking about it. He just felt a little more relaxed in that particular position or whatever. He doesn't need to be actually at the board to be constantly thinking about it, and in fact, he probably is, because
of course he's calculating lines.
Exactly. So it's the same thing. It's just a question of where the location is and where.
You mentioned blindfolded chess. How many are able to play against 10 lawyers at Harvard?
Well, I've never had the chance to play against 10 lawyers blindfold. I don't know about you.
I was playing when I was little. I was a teenager. I was playing against 3.
Yeah,
it's with some friends, but I was never practiced too much. But it's incredible.
But Magnus did 10 at Harvard.
Yeah.
No, I saw that. And there's a guy actually named Timur Guriev who's originally from Uzbekistan, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, he's planning to break the world record next month in Las Vegas. He's been training, and he's actually going to play. He's going to try to attempt to play 47 people simultaneously blindfold, and he's played like 35, I think, already. So
we have a move.
Okay.
Knight F8 check.
Wow.
So now King F7 will be coming. It's done. It's played.
So now presumably knight d7, right? This is the
Knight
idea?
d7. Obviously, it happened. But in the meantime, while we were talking, I mean, look, Magnus's time. He has only 13 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And at the beginning, he had like at least half an hour advantage. I'm not sure for how long, but this is the first time that he's behind in his clock compared to Karjakin, which also gives a very straight information that he's not happy. He knows that something went wrong.
Gives us an indication that the game is changing, right?
Yes. And I think Magnus doesn't like it at all when he goes down in time. I mean, it is a very clear indication.
So what's White's idea here? I mean, obviously he's trying to find.
I mean, White's idea is to give a better location for his poor knight.
Yeah.
Either to go through b6 to d5, or eventually to play knight e5 possibly. But that is.
I can't believe knight e5 is his idea. But
no, I think firstly knight b6, knight d5. Yeah.
And maybe
Now the inviting move is king f6, king e6, for example.
Yeah.
Because the knight is still in trouble. Because where is he going to go? He's not going to exchange the bishops, because probably because of the rook passive place, it's not necessarily going to be possible to win for White. So after knight d7, king e6, I don't know what White wants to do. If knight b6, then I can go even rook d1 maybe, and I don't allow simply to play knight d5.
Well, then f5 check.
But I go away and still you cannot play knight d5 because the rook d4 check.
Oh, right, d4 check, of course. So that doesn't work.
Just a new indicator on the website of the biggest newspaper in Norway. Just half an hour ago, it was Magnus will win this. Now it's
that's a bit optimistic.
Yeah, and now it's the worst thing I've seen of Carlsen in a long time. That's the title now. And that's the experts sitting in the studio saying this. Yeah.
Well, that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
So I think it's probably
locals are harsher here.
Yeah, but they're probably talking about one single move then or something. But that's the title now.
The worst it would be that he blundered his knight right now and lost the game. I mean, that would be this would be terrible. I mean, it's a fight. It's a
king e6.
It's a normal thing, right?
King e6.
Yeah, it's normal, but it's indicator of how it has changed.
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly White is no longer in control of the.
Well,
he's in control, but he's not winning in sort of in a more obvious fashion than he was.
I mean, it is getting less and less chance for Magnus to win the game. King e6 happened, and now Magnus's move. I don't see really what else can he do than knight b6.
It's nothing constructive, at least.
I mean, he's not going to go knight b8. What would be the point?
Right, and
knight b6 happened.
Yeah, knight b6.
Well, now I think for black it's important not to allow white to really to reach d5 square, because once knight f5, knight d5, rook d3, then he would be stabilizing again and would have a great
and they can reroute his king someplace.
Yeah, so I think rook d1 is a very important move here. Somehow to keep away the white knight to be able to centralize itself. Of course, knight c4 is also a good spot for a knight.
Although I don't know if it does as much. I mean, clearly knight d5 is the best location if possible.
Yeah, but c4 maybe it's still better than on e6. But white can, black can give a check and then king f5, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe. I mean, if the knight's on c4.
Rook d1.
Yeah, okay.
Rook d1 happened. f5 check instantly. So king f7 will be coming. Yes, because he wants to push back.
50-50. Now it's 50-50. That's.
I mean, I like the computers. They're great. They're certainly a far better player than I am. But sometimes I just think they. I mean, for example, again, going back to the position I was looking at very early on, the computer evaluation was 50-50, and I thought, no, this is actually clearly better for white. I mean, endgames are trickier, and some of these positions are tricky, and it's. I think it's sometimes it's I mean now it just pops back up. I mean
It's interesting what Karjakin is thinking of, to be honest.
yeah, there's
I
not
mean,
really any
after
choice here.
f5 check, I mean, I don't believe that he's thinking about king d6. I don't even understand.
He's not looking at king e7, is he? No.
Well, king f7 and
Yeah.
king f7 happened. This is I think it's the third or fourth time playing king f7 in this game.
But he can't claim repetition because
No. Well, now probably rook d3.
rook d3 looks
Rook
like it's,
d3 is the move, and then he gets check.
and then the king goes to
Well, this is the big question, how he can, because if he goes to d5 also, well, I start simply attacking
yeah.
all the time, every pawn. But of course, maybe white is heading to catch the b4 pawn.
So the idea is king to c4, b5, knight to d5.
Yeah, and somehow take the
b pawn.
b4, and the rook is defending the h3 pawns.
But he
It's
might
very
lose the pawn
stable.
on f5, and then maybe it's of course
Well, we'll see after after king f7, knight c4 is possible, and rook d3.
But I actually
Knight c4 happened.
knight c4. Okay.
Knight c4.
Huh.
Knight c4.
Is that
I think rook
surprising, Judith?
I think, well, yeah, actually, I would go rook d3 because I wouldn't allow black to play rook d4 check and
d4
push
check,
push
right.
my king again back.
I mean I also think that the I mean
I don't even understand. I mean, if black goes bishop g5
knight rook d4, king f3,
and
bishop
bishop
g5.
g5,
And where does the rook go? Oops.
well, it can go to e6 or something.
Right, but then rook d3 check, right?
Yeah, king g4 maybe. I don't know.
This is-
Maybe.
this
Ah,
is-
no, rook f4 I can go with. So rook e5 has to go.
This
Or
is,
rook e4.
I think this is he's lost control.
Maybe rook e5. Yeah, completely.
I don't knight c4.
Maybe
I don't,
rook d3 and the game is draw.
It's draw. Knight c4 was a very strange move. Rook d3 looked like the only real possibility.
No, I think he blundered bishop g5 or something. Or I'm blundering something. That's more likely probably.
Not necessarily. You're under less stress than he is.
I mean, it's interesting.
Rook d4 check, king f3, bishop
Okay,
g5.
there's no other move. Bishop g5.
Yeah, this is not complicated.
Yeah, because let's say after rook e4, black goes rook d3, and if king g4, rook g3. Or even immediately bishop f6. And then the b3 pawn is not possible to protect.
Yeah.
And also rook g3 threatening. Well, if you go rook e3, then I go back check. And it's simply the knight is too far from f5. Well, if you would ask me now what is the percentage, I would go under 20.
Under 20? Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is
For sure.
interesting. In the build-up to the game today, we had Boris Gelfand saying that if it's one player that can stand up against Magnus in a good position, defending, it's Karjakin.
Karjakin.
And he is the guy that maybe won't crack in such a situation.
I think
what's happening
Sergey
now.
is willing to sort of he can put up with these positions that most people would just can't stomach, and he just does it, and he does it, and he does it, and over and over again, and that makes him a very difficult opponent to
It's
play.
amazing saving if he really saves it. Maybe it's also psychological that Carlsen knows it exactly, that against Karjakin he has to be careful because he's such a great defender. So it can be also psychological, like unconsciously, that he knows that he's the player who possibly can save a game against him like this.
Yeah, and this is annoying, and this is
Yeah.
not. It's not and for Magnus. This is not the way he likes to.
No,
I mean,
this will be very difficult to get over with. I mean,
But did we see the best of the two players today with Magnus?
well, some of their best qualities.
Yeah,
Some of their best.
Magnus finding a way through a drawish result with a genius, some genius moves, and then him, Karjakin, being the best one
Well,
of the best
practically
defenders
after-
afterwards and
Well-
shutting it down.
Practically, what happened is that when first of all Karjakin created an opportunity for himself, and he grabbed it immediately.
you mean Carlsen?
Sorry, Carlsen.
yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. Carlsen created the opportunity, and then he grabbed it and grabbed the pawn. And the first few moves, it was excellent, fantastic. And then when Karjakin got a chance, immediately he grabbed it also. So practically, they really had like one chance each, and they grabbed these opportunities. So that's why one could create it and really get almost winning position, and the other one save it. But of course, from Magnus' point of view, it was it is something very, very painful.
Yeah, I mean, he's not, I think, used to letting opportunities like this slip. It's
No.
not it's not usual for him.
But okay, anything can happen still.
Oh, yeah, of
because
course. I mean, the game's not
let's
over.
be realistic. I mean, they
Yeah.
are playing already for 6 hours nearly. I mean, 5:45 more or less. I mean, they had been gone through on many things during this game, emotionally and chess-wise also. And at the moment, Karjakin is still thinking, and probably he's also getting nervous as he feels that probably already getting closer the opportunity to save the game. Wow. But still, the game is not over.
But I remember us saying after 2.5, 3 hours that the best players win these positions.
I still keep that.
Yeah. It's just,
And still Magnus
it's
is the best
fascinating.
the most
This is what makes
champion.
chess fascinating.
But it can happen.
But
That,
not all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not the best players. Nobody. We're not machines.
No.
You know. So.
But I think
I'm
out of
saying.
10 games after move 41, let's say Magnus would have win the game 8 times.
That many
Position. I think so.
against anyone.
7, 8 times, yeah.
That's a high percent. I mean, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I don't know. But he's. I mean, it's very tough. I mean, Sergey clearly is. If you're going to have somebody who's going to really have the best chance defensively, he might be the best person. I'm not sure if there's anyone right now around who is better defensively. What do you think?
Sorry?
What do you think that there's anyone around who is better defensively than Sergey?
I mean, you know, it's interesting that in chess, defense became much stronger, and it became on such a level generally. Like, for example, this is one of the biggest difference from, let's say, from the 70s or even the 80s.
Or even the 90s, right?
And after these guys were born, that simply, I mean, many times when you had a good position, the opponent would collapse and give the point. And after the 90s, somehow it became defense. It became such an art for many people, actually, that it was not so easy to win a winning game. And actually, it was thanks to the engines also.
I was going to say, I mean, it's the influence, I think, of the computers that, you know, where we have this ability, people who are, I mean, again, the better you are as a chess player, what you have is this remarkably developed ability to look at a board and using your experience and your ability to recognize patterns to come up with an evaluation. You know, whether it's absolutely true or not, you make an evaluation very quickly. And, you know, I think for a long, long time, you go back many years, people would look at a position and say, oh yeah, this is a win, this is a loss, this is very good, this is very bad, whatever it is. And you have these snap judgments. And of course, we still walk around and argue about these things. But what the computers did was they punched holes in a lot of those evaluations. We were looking at these positions and saying, well, this is great for whomever, and the computer, no, it's not so great. I can play this, 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 and this, and all of a sudden, boom, there goes your advantage. Or,
Yeah.
you know, you think this is a completely fine position, and the computer plays a bunch of moves, and all of a sudden, no, it's not so fine. And I think that as people, you know, learned that in fact there were things that we were not seeing or not seeing so well, they began to use computers more. It probably, obviously, it improved their defensive abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, that simply believed that it is possible to defend. It's worth trying to defend.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean,
It gave people
we understood that there are so many possibilities of defense that we got some self-confidence and we were
right.
playing on, and it happened, actually it became that people were not really resigning.
Yeah.
Because they were playing, actually I was also one of the persons who was fighting until the very end.
But you were talking about this being the first championship with 2 players from the computer era.
Yeah.
Has that affected the match so far, you think?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, the thing I don't know, and I don't think we probably will know maybe until afterwards, is how much of what's going on here is preparation. I mean, these openings they're choosing are not like really dynamic openings, and I don't know if that's because.
But it doesn't mean they are not prepared for those.
Right, exactly, and that's what we don't know. We don't know exactly what's behind the secrets of their preparation. I do think that they are avoiding a lot of the things that, of course, people used to play routinely because of computers. I mean, the computers have reshaped. Have made these anti-systems against, in the Lopez much more fashionable because it's sort of you evade all this really technical, very complicated stuff, and also part of it has to do with the personalities of the player. I mean, players, and again, Magnus kind of hates all that stuff. He wants to just play chess. He doesn't want to play against a computer, so he chooses systems that don't have the best reputation because there's not really much you can do to prepare for them. There's not really.
But on the other hand, they use computers to develop those not so developed lines. Like, for example, with the Berlin. I mean, it was very clear that in the beginning, when it was played in the early 2002, 2003, something like that, and people started to play, there were maybe 3% of the theory what we have at the moment. I mean, really, because it was considered such a sign line that everybody thought that, okay, well, he's just slightly better, you will be
But after Kramnik Kasparov in 2000, I mean, that changes everything. Because Kramnik comes, and he said, I was just looking at an interview with him, I mean, from around that era, a couple of years afterwards, and he said already, and this is 13 years ago before the computers really got good, that they've already were having a tremendous impact upon how they were analyzing and what they were doing and what they were thinking about playing, and that the Berlin defense in some ways arose already out of, I mean, his rehabilitation of that and use of it in his match against Kasparov was a little bit influenced already by, looking at these things again, that computers said, don't dismiss this. This is actually, there's a lot more here than meets the eye.
No. Actually, I'm very surprised that Karjakin is thinking so long. I mean, he's thinking already 11 minutes.
What have we missed? Did we miss something? I mean, Rook d4, King f3. There's no other move. That's automatically forced. And then Bishop g5. What is it that what does white can do? Is there a check there? Is there... no. Not knight e5, not...
No, because maybe after King g4... 3 immediately, and he's not checking bishop f6 because bishop f6 is the strong move. Because if rook g3 first, king h5, bishop h6, then knight d6 is very strong.
Yeah, that's strong.
But you don't play rook g3 first, but you go after queen g4, king g4, bishop f6, and this seems to be. But okay, in the 6th hour, we are getting nearly to the 7th hour.
I mean, is fatigue now? I mean, obviously they're tired. I mean, they've been analyzing.
No, we got into the 7th hour. I'm sorry.
We're into the 6th hour, yes, or
no? We finished. It's move 60.
Okay.
So actually, Karjakin has a minute left to make his move.
But how often is it the case that the players know it's going to be a draw, but one of the player tries to tire the opponent? Just tactically.
It happens a lot, especially with such a players. But
Magnus, yes.
Yeah.
And the interesting is that we were talking already before about this, that when the time control comes, we reach the time control, it's very dangerous 2 moves. When you complete the time control, move 60, and just right after it. And now he's going down in time, 35, 34, and he has to make a move. He knows that he has to make a move. His eyes are on the clock. And he knows he has to make a move, but he's 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20.
19, 18.
And there he goes. I mean, it seems like it's completely
15
obvious.
seconds.
He goes all the way down, 13, 12, 11, my
10,
God.
9, 8,
okay.
7.
And 24. People are happy outside that finally Sergey made a move.
But I mean, we have to ask him, obviously, afterwards, what was going through his mind at this point, because it seems so clear and so forced, right? I mean, there's not really a lot of other options here.
Yeah, but that's also possible that he sees that it looks so obvious.
That he's thinking it can't be right.
It looks so obvious that it's good. How come Magnus played this? What can Magnus have in his mind?
But
King f3.
Yeah, well, King of 3 is no
Well,
other
there was
move.
no other move. No surprise that
No,
it was
Magnus
done
didn't have to
immediately.
think on that one, obviously.
And now they have their new score sheets because they
And he
can
plays
record
bishop
the move
G5.
only.
He
Bishop
played it,
G5.
yeah.
No, this was obviously he was thinking, but I think he just simply didn't understand what's going on. Why isn't it getting very close to the draw afterwards? And why did Carlsen choose knight c4 and not rook d3?
That's again. We have a bunch of questions for the players
Yeah.
after this game is over. No matter what happens. I mean, there's some stuff that either we
Well, I
missed
think there
or
is a lot of questions which they will ask themselves from
Right, yes.
themselves.
Could fatigue be a factor here?
What?
Fatigue. Players being tired.
Of
After
course,
they're in great
of
physical
course,
shape.
no.
Yeah, I know.
But the
No,
fact-
they are absolutely tired. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
we are tired already.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how can you
Yeah.
imagine how tired they are?
Yeah.
I'm sure the people are out there who are listening
I mean,
to us
they're
are probably tired as
exhausted
well.
too. Yeah. I mean, at
You
this
know.
point, okay, seventh hour, there are such a few games which are played out so long nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, we are practically not used to it anymore so much. Usually, max 5 hours is the playing out time. I mean, this is very rarely happen. And of course, there are a lot at stake. I mean, both players are.
On top of everything else, the pressure. I mean, it's just
Yes.
and when you have the sense that quite literally, maybe just every move could be the difference between winning or not winning the world championship. I mean, I can't even imagine this. So they.
And again, it's no exact science, but now the percentage is 57-43 again. Whites.
But again, I'm just not sure. I mean, like I said, I think computers are absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, they obviously play far better than all of us. I mean, Magnus himself said, when somebody asked him who's the best chess player on the planet, he said, well, it's some computers in place. But nevertheless, I just think these things are tricky.
Yeah.
And
No, but actually, it's still not so easy for black.
yeah,
Because rook e4.
right. Pretty much forced, right? Again,
Well, it's a question where he can go to rook e5 also, but probably he goes rook e4. And then if rook d3, king g4, bishop f6, rook e6. Rook e6 can be very strong.
oh yeah, with that knight d6 check that's
Because
quite
after
that's-
rook
yeah.
g3, white would be going king f4.
And can he play
And
bishop
but
e7?
black cannot take any of the pawns because
can't.
knight d6 is winning a piece.
Yeah.
King g7, knight d8.
This is maybe why Sergey was thinking so long. He saw all this. He must have.
Yeah. Well, in other hand, even rook d3 is not necessarily the best. But okay, rook d3, king g4. Bishop f6, rook e6.
Rook e6 is quite good.
Yeah, finally his knight is
now he's
standing
coordinated.
into right place.
Yeah. Now this is actually once again it's dangerous for black
Yeah,
Yes.
king g7
because if the
probably.
knight gets to d6 with the rook on e6, then the king swings through the king side.
Yeah, now there is a harmony again between
Yeah.
the pieces. And there
That's
is a
perfect
danger.
for Magnus. Knight on d6, rook on e6, very strong.
But these moves are not easy to find at all.
But now
But
Magnus.
it's clear that he's not sure about himself, because actually there is not so much option for white, because rook f4 check is threatening also. So it's either rook e4 or rook e5. But okay, he will play rook e4 shortly, I think.
I agree.
But maybe Karjakin wants to go simply rook d1.
What a game.
Keep an eye on.
Well, you get these emotional swings. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what's interesting. It's like
Yeah.
you think he's up, he's down, I mean, for us who are watching, and I think for the players as well. It's like I said, it's when you're, at least for me, it was always when you're in the moment, you think you've figured it out, and then maybe you haven't. Right?
No, it's a very tough battle today.
I mean, it's too early, I think, to say that this is the critical game of the championship because it's game 3. But I have a feeling now that there's almost more riding on this than just the outcome of this one game. It's now taking on a bigger life of its own, because if Magnus wins, obviously that's extraordinarily significant, and if he doesn't, it's also extraordinarily significant given the investment of energy and time and everything else.
Yeah.
And of course, if what will be apparent to everyone, there are some missed opportunities. So it's
Well, it's definitely taking the double the energy than the previous two games.
it's more longer than the two previous games
Together.
combined.
I asked you, Judith, if we were in the end of November sitting and talking about Game 3, who changed the game, who changed the match.
We could be talking about that way, absolutely. And the funny thing, of course, is when you're in the moment, it's like we're watching history in a way be made, and so you can't know when you're in the moment what was the moment, or you'll go look back later on and say, well, this was the key event, or these are the two key events. This might be, this is looking increasingly like it's a key event in this match, but we won't be certain, obviously, until after it's over. And maybe this will just be Game 3, or maybe it'll be Game 3 in big capital letters.
Yeah, it's a big question. What will be the outcome of this game? It's clear that Magnus was not so happy what he has at the moment, but still, of course, he's the one who is
He's still fighting for the win, yes.
fighting for a win, and he still has great chances.
We're getting into reading of body language now.
Yeah,
we're becoming chess commentators and psychologists.
Yeah. But what are his possibilities now, Judith?
Well, practically, I consider that Rook E4, which
Rook
actually
E4.
got played. And now there are two alternatives, I think, which has to be considered by Black, either check or Rook D1, but I have the feeling that Karjakin will be playing it fast. Rook D3 check. And actually, he will not be able to afford to think too long in the next moves, because he has 15 minutes, 16 minutes for the rest of the game.
And he
Plus,
played King G4 immediately,
he played Rook G3 check.
And Rook G3 check. Okay, so
King H5.
So this is obviously what he was going when he was counting down.
And then probably he will
looking at
be
all of
moving
this.
Bishop D8. Bishop D8 will be probably, because he cannot go Bishop F6, because then Knight D6 would be very dangerous, and he's in all kind of
Trouble. Oh wow, yeah.
patterns. Like if King G7, then I think Rook
Then Rook
G4.
okay, Rook G4.
Rook G4 can be played, and then Knight E4 if you don't exchange it. Or like if the king goes out, then Knight E4. And then forcing Black to exchange the queens and the rooks, and
Right.
that would be already a clear loss. So that's why maybe Bishop E7 is also an option to go, but then why not to go to D8? I think.
Well, I was thinking that Bishop on E7, the advantage, and I'm not sure if it's enough, is that it keeps the knight out of D6. I know
Yeah,
knight
but on
can
the
go
other
to
hand,
E5, but I think
it can be problem Knight E5 check, and once you go away, King G7, let's say, then Knight G4, and then the bishop is under
losing,
attack,
and you've got- yeah,
wins
okay.
a very important tempo, possibly. So that's why after King H5, of course, this is a critical moment, kind of again
for Sergey.
for Sergey, yes. But if we have another 25 critical moments, and then he goes down to 1 minute,
Yes.
then it will be easily problems and can collapse. And okay, let's face it, it's not a draw. It's not a draw yet.
No.
It's pretty much pretty far from that, the situation.
So, do you think? Do you feel like Magnus has done it again in this game, and sort of found something to?
No, I think he improved a bit. Maybe. I mean, it was, I think, a good idea probably to bring his knight to c4, because it gives a lot of resources, and there are a lot of tactical
because the knight can jump into
opportunity.
D6 or E5.
Yes, and then there's a lot of tactical ideas, which is very easy to fall into.
Bishop
Actually, he
E7.
played Bishop E7. He did not want to see the knight on D6.
I think the knight on D6 was quite threatening, but he may not have had the time to see it as far as you just did, because.
But now I think this was a mistake. or easily what we talked about, knight e5 check will be coming. And then
Has he played it immediately? Looks like he has.
yes, but he doesn't have really a choice. I mean, it's always a question. I mean, you have 15 minutes left. You have to make a move. If you think now, you will go down on time later. So you have to make a decision whether you think now, or there's another 5-10 moves made, and then
Right.
so
No.
it's something that.
Well,
I think now I
like
can
your
say
your
that-
knight g5, knight g4.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant.
Yeah, this is. That's not that hard to find.
Yeah, these. Well, I was talking. You were probably not hearing when I said during the afternoon that I think you have to take Magnus's knight as soon as possible.
Well, it's funny.
He loves his knights.
But some players they're very famous for certain things. I mean, I remember Edward Gufeld, who was
No, and now actually he will win the game. Magnus, knight e5 check, and after that knight g4 is going to.
Oh,
be
really?
Well, I think it's there is a big turning point because again all the pieces are perfectly fine, and it has such a harmony in between the pieces that after again we see that after knight g4 all the pieces are in power.
What about?
And the bishop is in awfully dangerously placed. And the rook on g3 is not doing anything. Of course, it's attacking the b3 and h3 pawns.
I was going to ask.
But its mating nets are coming.
What happens if he? I mean, again, complete ridiculous idea, perhaps, but knight, king f6, for example,
Knight g4.
king, and then king takes pawn, and just like can he try and make a run and get rid of the pawns? Does he have time to do that?
I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, we have our board. So black played bishop e7, and knight e5 happened. Now the
I'm suggesting
question
king
is for
f6,
Sergey White
knight
to go. He
g4.
goes king f6.
Knight g4, king takes pawn. I mean, just try to get rid of everything.
Rook a7.
Probably rook h3
And then rook
or rook b3.
Rook b3, king h4.
Yeah, sometimes I was saying rook h.
Okay, guys, we have to go to a quick commercial, but Dylan, it's been so great having you here. It's been a amazing hour, and this game is not finished. So thank you so much for coming to the studio.
Happy to stop by.
And we have a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the final drama. Hour of this World Championship game, and the spectators in the venue at the Fulton Market is waiting for the decisive moment. And Judith, we have some moves.
Yes, at the moment after king f6, knight g4 happened. And now black is thinking what kind of opportunities he have. After king f7, if he still keeps defending the bishop, then rook e6 might be a very unpleasant move, and knight e5 is coming in the picture, and now we see real huge domination by the white pieces. The king is very well placed here behind the black pawn. The f5 pawn is fantastically placed. The e6 rook is in the nicest rook here in this position, and the knight is practically ready to jump to e5 or to h6, and also the e7 bishop has to be defended by the king. And practically, if black would be taking any of the pawns, then simply knight e5, and black cannot hold his bishop, because if knight king e8, then f6. So this is the big problem for black. And black might be thinking to play king f5, and after rook e7, taking one of the pawns. But if rook b3, then king h4, protecting the h3 pawn. If rook h3 is happening, then
I think maybe he will check. Yeah.
I'll just wanting you to know that we have a new guest in the studio. We have the Icelandic Grandmaster Hedin Stein Grimson. How do you see the board right now?
Well, obviously Karjakin is under a lot of pressure, and it looked like he would be able to withstand it, but just now, at this almost very moment, he seems to be have made some inaccuracy, because I think he played king f7.
He played king
right?
f7 in the meantime.
Because
yes.
I think the problem was that if he takes the pawn on f5, then probably white will have a Zwischenzug, rook e5 check.
Yes.
And the king goes to f4.
And then rook e7.
Yeah, and the big difference is that if the black rook takes the h3 pawn, then there is rook f7 check. And now we see if the king is on f5, the king can go to e6, but on f4 it can only go to e4. And then we have
g3. It can go to g3, but it covers the third rank.
Exactly. But e4, because black obviously wants to pick up the last pawn on b3, but then there will be this trick, knight f2 check, forking the king on e4 and the rook on h3. So this is probably what Sergey saw, and that's why he retreated the king. But generally this is playing into Magnus' hand, because Magnus wants to push the black king down the board, basically to the back rank. So like Judith said, rook e6 is a very strong move now, with the idea to play knight e5, and there we have it. The king is going to go to the 8th rank, and this is generally not good news for Sergey.
Just want to say, Judith, that the computer changed from 50-50 until 72-28. So that has to mean something. That has to mean something.
Yes, because after rook e6, probably the position is winning for white. And that's what I see on Sergey's body language also. This is the position he was sitting in when he was a bit of trouble also, back after move 32-33. And really somehow Magnus managed to pull around the pieces the way that, again, he has such harmony between his pieces that suddenly, again, he's taking over. And I think this time Sergey will not get out of this situation.
But Hedin Karjakin made a good defense a very long time.
Yes, but his problem was that it was impossible to build up one concrete defense which would withstand all white attempts. Because the knight of Magnus could sort of jump from any side of the board. So the computer was almost giving the position as equal. But in a practical game, I think every chess player knows that the Karjakin's tasks was much harder than the computer perceived. Because it's very hard to sort of dynamically build a fortress or dynamically defense, where you always have to be looking at, where is the knight coming from, and then I have to have it this setup. If the knight comes from there, then there is another setup. So for us mere mortals, this is, in a practical game, not an enviable task.
That's interesting, Judith. Yeah.
Well, I think Sergey made a mistake when he started to play rook a2 and c5, and I think there probably he should have pay more attention on against rook g5 with bishop h6 or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because he got too optimistic and he wanted to force the draw somehow too fast with rook a2 and c5.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I think rook g8, king f7, rook g2 was a fantastic plan by Magnus, and that was the turning point.
Yes, I agree. I actually predicted that he would play bishop h6. Okay, of course, it pushed the bishop a little bit offside. So in a perfect world, black would prefer to have the bishop on d6. But on the other hand, the f5 pawn is almost the only target for white. Yes. And like usually you need to be able to attack two targets to really win the game. So yeah, I was very surprised with rook a2 because it opened up this 8th rank for the white rook.
Yes.
And gave white sort of some way to kind of penetrate the black defense.
Yeah.
And maybe Sergey was worried about that white would play some rook g3 move.
Yes, that's what I was considering,
Right.
also rook g3, rook h3, but I think it was possible to hold because eventually it goes into some rook.
We have a
and-
move, Judith.
Exactly, yeah.
And he played the winning move, I think.
Yeah.
Magnus played rook e6.
And I think here it's also important to look at the time situation, that Magnus has, 17 minutes, but Sergey is sort of being counted down a little bit. Okay, here it's maybe not so relevant anymore, but before Sergey made a mistake, which I think happened just in kind of recently, at least according to the computer, then I think this was starting to play a role. And we remember the World Championship match between Anand and Gelfand in the Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow. There it ended in a position where Gelfand objectively should have pulled the draw.
Yes.
But with the time situation and sort of practical game, it was almost inhuman to defend.
Yes, I remember that game very well, and it was a real shocking what he lost in that game, Gelfand. I mean, but time is a very serious part of the game, and you have to handle it. That within the time control, you have to make the best moves you can.
Yes.
And now, what can Karjakin do now? What will he try to do?
Well, there is not much to be done. I think this bishop e7 was actually a losing move, I must say. I think bishop d8 a few moves ago in move 64, 3 moves ago when we were discussing where to put the bishop. But I think that was already a pretty bad sign when in move 60 he was thinking like 8 minutes and he was going down in time. That was not a good sign in his case. Because he felt that the knight on c4 is simply standing much better than previously on e6. So this maneuver was something special and very good made by Magnus. Finally, he got the thread back again into his hand and really take over again the game. When it was already almost, I had the feeling that it slipped away and that it's going to be a draw. Just in the final second, he caught the opportunity back. And also it was very fortunate for him that it was near to move 60 and then it was going down in time. But here I don't see much of a choice for black because his bishop is awfully badly placed. Let's say if black would be playing bishop d8 at this point.
Yeah, this looks actually to me like almost a forcing move, bishop d8.
Yeah, it seems like that it's not attacked by the rook.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Sergey will go down in time pretty much because he's calculating all the opportunities and now it is time to use his thinking time as it can be maybe no more opportunity. But now I think either knight e5 is a possibility or knight h6 and after king g7 is not possible because simply rook g6.
Exactly. Otherwise
so
f6
maybe exchanging rooks is not the end of the world for him.
Yeah, it looks to me that almost everything except bishop d8 almost just tactically
maybe
fails.
It's not so easy still with white. I mean, you go rook g8, I don't take it, but I go back to f8.
But can white like, okay, bishop d8 looks forced because
Maybe
first
f6.
f6, is that the move?
Yeah, but now maybe bishop c7 is possible to play.
Okay.
Or
And knight d7 with idea to play.
well, is bishop d8 is the only move? Because black cannot simply take on h3 because it gets knight e5
Yeah.
and king
Just gonna win the
f8,
bishop.
knight g6,
Exactly.
and the piece is taken.
Yeah.
Or king e8, f6, the way we were discussing before.
Mhm.
So rook h3 is not possible, and the same goes for rook b3 move. That's why practically the only chance it seems to be really to move away the bishop.
Yeah, I think white is gonna play knight e5 next move, and like if black does not move either the king or the bishop, then the bishop is going to be lost. Knight e6 if the king retreats to king f8, or f6 if the king retreats to e8, and if bishop c5, then knight e5, and if the king goes to f8, then knight d7 is gonna fork the bishop, and
Which position we're talking about? After rook e6, what do you do? Bishop d8?
Yeah, I think here bishop d8.
Yeah, knight d5 check.
Yeah, and then, well, king f8 is the only way.
Yeah, then probably f6 is possible.
Yeah, this is what I thought.
And
now,
f7 is a threat.
Yeah, and it's getting
And
very
rook
critical.
h3?
So rook h3.
Yes, black's
now-
problem, bishop e7.
Okay. Well, this.
But
this
there is a interesting rook g6, and if rook g3 covering the h8 square, then white can take, and king g6.
Yeah.
And what a mate.
Okay. Yeah. But this looks pretty forced. I don't really see how black can deviate. Okay, he takes on h3.
Black took on h3.
Okay,
Black
so
took on h3.
probably after knight e5.
Okay, let's see. Knight e5.
F8.
What about king g7?
King g7.
Rook takes, king f6.
Okay, so this must be his idea.
Maybe knight c6.
Yeah.
Maybe black has some chances. What about if rook b3, then rook e6 is winning? Because king cannot take, knight d4 check.
Okay, this is cute.
And winning the rook.
Mhm.
But let's say if we go back to knight c6, what about black playing rook c3, attacking the knight? Check. King f5, knight d4, king f4, and probably king takes h4. The knight is defending the pawn, should be winning probably.
But is this so
But
clear?
maybe not
Rook
not so
d3?
maybe not. Yeah, this is what's happening. It's getting incredibly interesting. What a saving research was found by Sergey.
Yeah, we
Incredible.
almost had thought that it was over, but this.
Yeah, fantastic research. Rook e7. Obviously, there is not no other option. It's the best chance, clearly, what Sergey found in this position.
So it's
King
and
f6.
again, it's world-class defense then.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's really defending fantastic.
Yeah, Sergey is living up to his reputation.
Yeah.
As both a very tedious defender and a player with second to none nerves.
What does this game say about both of these players?
Well, I think Magnus probably played a move which objectively was not so strong in the opening, this rook e2 move. So he is comfortable with taking the game a little bit off the most charted territories and get a fresh position. I think Sergey reacted quite well, and I thought that the game would end in a draw. But then, like Judith mentioned, the rook a2 plan and c5, I think that surprised many people. And then suddenly Magnus grabbed his chance, and I think he has made very good use of at least from a practical point of view. The computer kept on thinking that the position was almost equal, but I think from a chess player's point of view, it was very different shoes that white was in and black. So yeah, I think this tells us a lot about both players.
And now what, Judith?
Well, it's incredible, interesting lines going on after King G7, which we have on the board at the moment, and it's interesting that Magnus is not grabbing the bishop immediately, though I don't think there is a other option for him to do. But probably he got a bit surprised himself on this idea by Sergey that he gives the bishop this way. So after white will be taking the f6 will be played. That's very clear that this is the reason why he gave the bishop, that now the rook is attacked and also the pawn is attacked at the same time. And now white will have to decide whether to play rook e8, for example, or to defend immediately with knight c6. And after knight c6, maybe king f5 is the best option. And the idea is for black, okay, he's threatening already to take on b3, as after knight d4, king f6 would be possible. But it will be maybe not so easy for white to win the game, as let's say if white would defend the pawn with knight a5, then black could go rook h1 and start pushing his pawn. So it's maybe winning, but I think without a computer there, the players, it's extremely difficult whether just to know whether is it winning or not.
Yeah.
And yeah, clearly now it's going to speed up the play because they have not so much time. Rook takes e7, king f6, and now it's interesting how much Magnus will be thinking and what will be his decision to play knight c6 or rook e8, because there is no other alternative.
And we might also see Magnus take some time here because Sergey has only 7 minutes left, so time could start to play a very substantial role. So he might actually want to think a few moves ahead in order to make his moves very quickly and sort of not give Sergey the possibility to think on his time. So if he can now, for example, think 4 moves ahead and make all these moves immediately, then Sergey's clock is going to run more down. So we could see a sort of strategical choice here by Magnus in terms of using his thinking time.
It is amazing, this research, what was found by Sergey. I mean,
yes.
After all, it's not by chance that he's playing the World Championship and he's the challenger. It's very clear that he showed the mistakes he did, but he also shows the fantastic ability he has in defense.
Magnus moves knight.
Knight c6.
Yeah, this is.
He already moved 70.
Right. I think this is the most logical move because now always after king takes f5, the b3 pawn is not directly hanging because of the fork with a knight on d4. So, and Magnus needs to somehow keep the b3 pawn on the board. If all the pawns are exchanged and it ends with a rook and a knight against rook, that is a fairly easy draw for black, for Sergey. So Magnus needs...
No, I think king f5 should be played now.
Yeah.
And keep the h pawn and keep the attack on the b3 pawn.
And there Magnus has the double time of Karjakin.
Yes, I mean Karjakin's 8 minutes is missing from the moment when it was move 60 and he was thinking so much on rook d4 check.
Yes.
That's the 8 minutes which is going to be really missing, and he goes down now time shortly. He's going to be under 5 minutes, which will not help in saving the game.
Yes, I think every chess player knows the situation that they have been playing now for over 7 hours. Probably there was a couple of hours preparation before the game, and there's a lot of stake. So and I feel maybe that if I should give Sergey some advice, I feel that Magnus' body position is a little bit more relaxed. So I feel that Sergey spends more energy sort of sitting at the board. And this could actually be a factor that has some influence, because when Sergey was thinking so long for his 60th move, it's also possible that he simply was getting tired.
Yes.
So, if you are thinking about chess for 9 hours, world championship match, everything at stake, it's not easy.
And of course, we shouldn't forget that while he was thinking those 8 minutes, for sure, Magnus was calculating himself. He was using these 8 minutes which he was spending, calculating the lines, and King F5. King F5.
I was thinking maybe Rook B7. Okay.
In this point?
Well, maybe then there is...
I think Rook H1 anyway.
Okay, and if takes...
Actually, maybe even Rook C3 is possible,
Okay.
To attack the knight, and then the pawn is running H3.
Yeah, then I was actually thinking if Rook C3, maybe to give a check on B5.
And then I go back, King F6.
Okay, King
Maybe
F6.
can come closer also.
Right.
The B3, but also King F6 is possible.
Okay, and Knight D4,
And
then maybe you start pushing
maybe
the
I can
H
play
pawn.
H3.
Right. Yes, Black obviously also has his trumps. Like this H pawn could become quite a nuance for White.
Yeah, so we are having the position after King F5.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting how to improve the position with White, because if Knight B4, then Rook B3, and then it's a draw.
Yes.
So White cannot take this pawn. White can go Knight A5, or possibly...
And okay, Knight A5, then maybe Rook
Also,
H1.
maybe White can go Rook E8. So after Rook B3, Knight D4 check.
Yeah,
But
because
then Rook H1.
Rook E8.
Rook H1, maybe Knight B4, then H3.
Well, maybe some move. Okay, now the problem is a little bit after H3. Like for example, Knight D3, then Rook B1 will come.
Yeah, exactly.
And the next move is H2.
Yeah, Rook B1, and
This
then...
pawn is actually...
Well, it can easily happen, actually, that something, all the pawns will disappear from the board, and we are going to have a rook,
Yes.
knight against rook, Sergey having 1 minute left on his clock,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure that he's going to be checking out Karjakin. So we can
Yes.
easily have more than 100 moves.
Yes. But I predict that if that happens, then Sergey will probably show us once more why he is the challenger and manage to defend. I don't think it will be easy, but
Well, he's dreaming to get that. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the goal, to get that. Then there's the other story, to hold the position.
Exactly.
But after 6.5 hours playing chess, how much...
This is already 7.
Yes.
We are in
We
the 8th
started-
hour.
Started at 2 o'clock. It's 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours.
6.5.
6.5 hours playing chess. Yeah, I was just asking, how much harder is it to think clearly at this point compared to the second and third hour, maybe?
I think chess players sort of are trained doing this, but I think, some things are just very hard to train, because now this is just not any random chess game. This is the World Championship, and this might create a tiny little bit more tension, which everything costs energy. And and I think Magnus maybe has a little bit advantage here, because this is his he won the title in
the third.
This is his third
Yeah.
match.
Third match.
So he maybe is slightly more relaxed, and in a situation like we have now, like if you use a little bit less energy for 6.5 hours,
Then
this
Knight
can
A5.
be a
Sorry to
factor.
interrupt you, but Knight
Yeah.
A5. And I don't think there is too much of a choice then.
Yeah.
I think rook h1 is the
Yes.
obvious move.
Yes.
Rook h1 happened.
And okay, now black's threat is just to run down with
h3,
pawn.
h2, run with the rook, attack the knight.
Yeah, and threaten then finally rook 8, a1, threaten the knight. So white
absolutely
needs to think about what he's gonna do.
Well,
with
after
this.
h3 he will be able to come back with the... Maybe what about knight c4?
Okay, and let's say just h3.
So if h3 I run back with the king.
King h.
Rook b7 happened. Now we're going to have moves fast, I think.
b7, interesting. Okay, Magnus is also down to 9 minutes. So
if h3,
what is his idea? If okay, maybe
King
he wants to
h4.
check on b5.
What about king h4, h3?
he always
King
now has
h3,
a
and if rook a1, rook b5 check, intermediate, and then takes the grabs the pawn.
Yeah, this is actually a very genius idea of Magnus. So now Magnus is gonna follow the h pawn down the board, and when the rook shifts over to the a file, he's going to give an intermediary check on b5, and only then capture the pawn with his king.
Yes, which we just saw a second ago. And what about if we go rook a1 first? Then if rook b5 check, go king h4, and white cannot take on h4 because mate in h1.
Well, now there is always this pawn hanging with a check.
Well, if check, then maybe we can come
King f3.
somewhere. And then the knight is hanging, and the pawn can
What happens now
have
after
a road.
h4
And Karjakin is
maybe?
going under 4 minutes.
Yes, so this is...
So if rook a1, what can white do?
well, how...
Let's say he goes knight c4, h3.
Yeah, I actually somehow want to play rook b5 and try to take the b4 pawn with a check to win some tempo.
But even, yeah, I go king f3,
And what if knight c4,
h3.
and knight e5?
I don't know, I run to the pawn. King e3, the b3 pawn will
and
be...
rook h4. Okay, then you can probably pin
Maybe
my
rook
knight.
a5.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, here I can probably pin the
Yeah.
knight.
But
Unexpected ideas all over.
what if knight g4 check instead of rook h4?
One before. I go king d3, I think, simply.
Oh, really?
And
So you are
I'm going for
capturing
the
my
pawn.
And Karjakin is going under 3 minutes.
Yes.
Well, I think rook a1 can be the best defense, to be honest, at the moment. This is what the feeling I have. As after h3, king h4, there is rook a1, rook b5 check.
Exactly.
So
Yes, rook
after rook
a1.
b7, possibly rook a1 is the best chance we have.
Yes, it looks
Black.
like it's almost forced to play rook a1. And now Sergey also needs to watch his time, because he really does not want to play on the increment, have only the 30 seconds that he gets added to his clock after each move.
Yes.
Yeah, it's incredible. Under 3 minutes, under 2.5.
It's soon under 2 minutes for Karjakin.
Yes, it's
So rook
incredible.
a1.
Maybe knight c4 is a possibility, and
Okay.
after h3, but it's, well, white can come back with rook f7, maybe king comes for, I don't know, somewhere.
155.
e4, catches the pawn on h2. But it doesn't
Maybe
seem
king
so easy.
d4.
Maybe king d3, king d4.
It's also gonna be very hard.
Rook a1, and it was played. Incredible
Okay.
defense again.
Yes.
After all.
So Sergey is showing us.
Yeah,
why
his
he is
defensive
the
skills are amazing.
Rook e1. Well, now I think.
Yeah, now rook b5, knight c4. Practically those are the two moves which is possible.
I think we are seeing really incredible chess here. Both of the champions are showing.
He played rook
okay.
b5.
Yeah, so he plays my move.
Yeah, king f4.
And then probably he wants to take.
I don't know
with
if
a
king
check.
e4 is possible. No, but after king e4, king h4 would
Yes,
be possible.
yes.
So king f4 must be the move,
Forced.
which he
Yeah.
just played.
And now probably he wants to take with check.
Well, if check, then really, I think king f3 or probably king e3, maybe both, maybe king g3. What about king g3? What do you think?
Well, then my plan was to check again on g4.
Magnus took on b4. So now I'm curious, really interesting, his king g3. We were just checking this.
Okay, so I wanted to play rook g4 check here.
If rook g4, I would go king f3.
Okay, and then somehow try to
And if you come back with the knight to c4, let's say, or c6, I don't know, h3, how do you catch the pawn?
Yes, that's a good question.
Incredible saving idea by Sergey. Unbelievable opportunity he found.
Yes, well, there is always some check with a knight on d4 or e5. But
Well, knight d4, king f2, I think.
Okay.
And I keep the squares from the knight to come here, and the pawn is already.
It might not be showing the truth, but I'm just mentioning it. Now it's 50-50 again. From 70 to 50-50 again.
So the
and computers and engines, they
Yes.
know what they're talking about in endgame, maybe, if they are very much calculating everything. And I also have the feeling that it can be the case, because the h pawn is extremely dangerous at this point for white. And actually, the king is not placed on h5 very well. The knight is hanging at this moment, and the h4 pawn can be very fast, moving on to h3, h2.
And it's very interesting whether white was really winning or not, because we had a little bit too many pieces for the table pieces. Like if there are only 5 or 6 pieces left, kings included, then chess is solved. So then there is just an analytical solution how the position is and what is the optimal move for both sides. But here we have a situation where it ends up with white being material ahead, but still, if black manages to cut this last pawn, it's okay, rook and knight against rook, which is a theoretical draw with best play. But the interesting thing is the horizontal effect of the computer, because maybe the computer stopped calculating at some point before black caught the pawn. So we might be seeing here a position which possibly was just a draw, but at some point the computer was convinced that white was winning.
Well, now Magnus is also thinking, and he's already under 7 minutes. What a game. I mean, what a game.
What a game we're having. What a game. It's been changing 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, it is really nerve-wracking. And to be honest, not only for the players, I'm pretty much sorry for the trainers, parents, family members. I hope nobody gets heart attack in the meantime when this game is going on, because it is really nerve-wracking.
Yes, I think I saw Sergey's mother, and I don't think it was easy for her, especially after Sergey lost the pawn. Then obviously the game was for 2 results. Either Magnus would win or Sergey would prove yet again why he is the challenger.
Yes. Yes. And now it seems like...
He's about to do the last thing there.
So rook g4 looks logical. King f2, knight c...
King f2 or king f3, actually.
Yeah.
But probably, actually, yeah, we were checking king f2, king f3, but king f2 maybe is better, because I go out from all kind of possible checks.
Yeah, you also
and after knight h6, I even have a tempi up.
Right. Yes, king f2 actually...
Magnus moved.
Yeah, he plays king
Magnus
f2.
moved rook g4, and king f2 happened.
So how can Magnus... It looks like this is just a draw. Because
Yeah, the computer says very much like 50-50, that equal.
So it's going to be very interesting to see whether Magnus had a win. Because it was not very...
It's interesting because after he had this played king h5 and knight g4, after rook e6, he grabbed the pawn and king g7.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the after he took the piece, but it was had to be played very accurately.
Yeah.
Because here really there is, I don't see a winning chance even, because now the knight has to be really be moving away, and then after h3, it's if knight c4, let's say h3, and h2 is there already. So if rook h4, then king g3 simply, I think.
Yes.
And h2 is threatening, and it's impossible to stop. If rook g4, then black is just simply moving back.
Yes. So we might actually see the game. If okay, Magnus is now. Sergey, yeah, Magnus is now also has 4.5 minutes left. So
Yeah, he's also under 5 minutes.
yes. Possibly at this moment when I said that Magnus needed to calculate some 4 moves ahead, maybe that was a turning point. Maybe Magnus should have invested a little bit more time
When he
there.
played rook b7. Or when he played rook b7 or around that time.
Yes, like, okay, it looked very clever to this plan with knight a5 and rook b7. We first thought that this was an ingenious idea.
Yes.
But there was this...
Rook a1 immediately.
Yeah, this
And
resource.
yes, not h3 first.
And Sergey showed
Knight c4.
why he...
Knight c4.
Okay, knight c4. So h3 will come.
Yeah.
And do we have some kind of rerouting of the knight? It wouldn't really help. I'm thinking
h3 was played.
Knight d2 to e4 check to somehow...
Well, knight d2, h2, knight d4, then simply king f3, I guess.
Yeah, and this knight e3, he's just gonna take
Well,
queen or he could even...
White shouldn't look for
a
losing.
win,
I mean,
rook
this is
d1.
maybe an option to lose.
Yeah. So probably we are not gonna see this.
No. After h3, rook h4 happened.
Yeah, then...
Now king g3, I guess, or king g2. I don't know, but king
Probably
g3 I would prefer not to
g3.
give the
Exactly.
opportunity to check.
Exactly.
I'm not sure it's winning, but the king g3
Yeah.
looks more logical.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Rook g4 check.
So this
King
might be
f2.
just a
This
draw.
is second time
Just repeating
repetition.
the moves.
Yes.
This game is quite a thriller.
Unbelievable game. Nearly they will finish at least move 80. They're finishing nearly 7 hours of play.
So how do you think...
Unbelievable roller coaster game.
How do you think the players will reflect on this game? Magnus sort of once again...
Wow.
Okay, it's a draw.
They agreed to a draw. Fantastic fight.
They agreed to a draw. Magnus Carlsen was about to make Game 3 of the World Championship decided. Then Karjakin showed world-class defense, and it is a draw. The third draw of the championship. That is amazing. What a game!
It was an amazing game. It looked like a very soft game, that it was kind of probably a lot of people were saying how boring it was, and there was no interest. It was a very slight show that really Magnus wanted to, or...
And how big of a mental blow is this?
But maybe, I mean, you don't have
Let's hear.
anything better than 95%. But then...
Judith, what is usually discussed right after?
Well, of course, they are very emotional and they have hundreds of different kind of ideas. Usually these moments, these seconds, I'm sure Carlsen is very much unhappy with himself that he's such a chance he couldn't realize. And of course, Karjakin is defending his way of saying probably which point he ruined the game. It is very typical that the players are picking out the points where they made the mistake and try to convince each other that I did the mistake here, you made the mistake there, I could have won.
And here Sergey Karjakin is coming to our reporter, Kaya.
We'll start with you. All right, Magnus, so this has been an emotional roller coaster to watch. What has it been like for you?
Well, it was a tough game, and I mean, right at the end I thought that I was winning, but I missed something and I was not. So maybe I could have won at some point, but I didn't see a forced win, and it wasn't easy at any event. But certainly it's disappointing.
Can you say a few words about Sergey's defending today?
Well, he defended well. He made one blunder at some point which I couldn't capitalize on.
Thank you, Magnus. And we have Sergey Karjakin. So I said to Magnus, this has been an emotional roller coaster to watch. What has it been like for you?
Yeah, I guess that this game was much more tough for me than for Magnus because it was very difficult to defend. Basically, I don't think that the end game is so bad, but maybe I waste some time by playing rook d8, and I should have played d5 probably, and I don't think it's bad. And then of course I got into the trouble, and then when I saw that I can make a draw by playing king takes f5, but I blundered that he has rook e5 check, which is a very important king e4. Sorry, king f4, or rook takes e7, rook h3, and now rook f7 check, and he's winning. So I had to play. I had to go king f7, and it looks like it has to be winning for white. Okay, I didn't see a forced win. Also, Magnus didn't see a forced win, but it was so shaky. I don't know.
You seem almost a little relieved. How do you feel about this game eventually ending up in a draw?
Well, of course, I feel much better than if we would have played 7 hours and then I lose. I mean, this is the worst thing which can happen with a chess player. And now at least I feel that I defended well. And okay, I mean, at least I did what I could do in the at that moment when I had a difficult position. So I'm happy to defend.
Thank you, Sergey.
That was obviously a very, very disappointed Magnus Carlsen and a very relieved Sergey Karjakin.
Absolutely, we were discussing this when Magnus had a great opportunity, and we discussed that probably he will be winning the game, but what will happen if not? And then this is what happened. Actually, this scenario happened, and of course, this way psychologically, it's a different story already.
And then we'll go to the press conference.